kind of what I want, and I don't mean like I'm just off doing things willy-nilly. I'm in contact with the board each and every day. We consult on basically everything, but I don't have to come up with an agreement. I could just sort of say, I feel like doing this. Does anybody disagree? And I go off and do it. But things that might take 2 weeks to get done on the board, I could get done in a day.
So it's like with every corporate position that the board is like the most like on the top, and they get to assign you. And
Yes.
if you're doing your job properly,
Yes.
everything's fine. You have your freedom.
Yes.
Agreed on like what you can do, what you can't do, what budget, etc.
Yes, absolutely.
And if you're like would mess up, then they could just say, okay, you're out.
Yep. Yeah, that was a bit of a worrisome point that the board could literally take a vote and fire me at any time. I don't worry so much about that anymore, but because we do get along very well, and I do make sure that what I do is sort of within their vision. And it's an absolute blast doing the day-to-day job of the WCA. All of the committees report to me, so about 160 committee members, maybe 170. There's 730 delegates around the world, and trainee, junior, full, regional, senior, and they report to me. I guess what am I, the world delegate then? And I'm in regular contact with the regional and senior delegates about just different issues in their particular region. We are working on just helping them become good leaders. Chip skills, let's mentor and train. And what might have taken weeks to resolve that, or even months for an investigation, we can get done in a day or two.
So one of the big benefits of having an executive director is that you are able to pour those full-time hours into the role. Stuff moves faster, the admin stuff gets done quicker, and that leaves more room to develop that kind of vision for the WCA and push the WCA forward.
Yes.
Would you mind walking us through your visions for the WCA and any projects that you're working on that you're able to share?
So, yes, my vision is growing the sport. So just from a very high-level standpoint, 80% of the annual income for the WCA comes in through registration fees. The other 20% comes in through sponsorships. And the problem with the sponsorships is they sponsor a competition. They don't sponsor the WCA in general. So I want to build long-term partnerships where we can have companies provide us funding through instead of just that particular event. Because if they're handing me money and I'm just handing it to somebody else, that's not really income for the WCA. We're just helping that particular event. So building long-term partnerships, growing the sport. Now, at the same time, we are all competitors. We love the homegrown grassroots competition. We love those 50 to 100 person competitions. We don't want to lose that at all. I'm going back to one of those here in a couple of weeks. Two of those. We're having our state championships. Kansas and the Missouri are right next to each other, and our championships are on consecutive weekends. So I don't want to lose that particular feeling when you go there and hug everybody and everybody gets along. And but it's about growing the sport. So bringing in more money. Also, some of the things that I'm very passionate about is sport recognition. I just feel from someone who's been cubing for over 40 years that twisty puzzle that Erno Rubik built in his garage and took a month to solve that first time deserves to be a sport. Before I pass away, my goal was perhaps to see Rubik's Cube solved in the Olympics. Now, does that mean I literally want that, or we're literally going down that way? No, but the more you go down that road, the more funding you can bring in. I would love to see organizers and delegates paid, and I know that's a big deal for everybody.
Yep. And
what does that mean? We can't do it through registration fees. We have to do it through long-term partnerships. Another thing. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep my voice from cracking too much. I hope it sounds okay with you guys. Is competitor safety. So we have those random incidents at competitions where somebody's following a kid around, or all the assault. There's things that happen outside of competitions between folks if they get into a fight or whatever, parking lot. Or so we're working with a company in the UK called the National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, NSPCC, and they are helping us come up with a plan on how to train organizers and delegates on how to report these incidents better. And then a passion project that I'm looking at is I would love to create a Hall of Fame for speedcubing and for the WCA. I think that would just be wonderful.
Yeah.
Bringing in not just the top cubers from today, but what about your Lars Vandenberg for creating Swan Method?
It's so funny. He's coming up right after you.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I just saw his picture on the stream. And a real quick side note is I'm still a big fan. I fanboy all the top names. I got a picture with Theodore yesterday, but I ran into Lars and Ron Van Broekum at the same time, and I said, Ron, can you take a video of me and Lars solving a square one together? And I have to say, I came out on top. I beat Lars. So that's a very big deal for me. So recognize those names from the past, and those folks that created the WCA what it is today, and then those who maybe created some great methods. But I don't know what that looks like, if it's a physical presence somewhere, maybe Wichita, Kansas, where I live. But I kind of see a virtual Hall of Fame somewhere, and I think everybody would just love that. I think it would grow the sport even more.
So you've touched on quite a lot of ideas there, Dan. Let's just go back to that sports recognition point. We chatted with Abdullah yesterday. He said that there's a very long list of stuff that needs to get done before cubing gets recognized as a sport. Do you feel we've made progress on that? Do you feel like that will end up happening?
Yeah, so there's a team called our Sport Organization Team, WSOT, led by Sean Moran, and Ethan Pride is on that, and they've just done a call for applicants, and they've hired some new folks to that team. We are making progress. It is slow. It is a long-term project. Now, from the board and from the WSOT perspective, that has been pretty slow progress over the past couple of years, but I've sort of put that on accelerated track, so I'm spending more time working with the team. Stuff like competitor safety is one of those. Another thing that is part of sport recognition is they want athletes to be represented. So we're looking at some ideas on how to represent those athletes, give them a voice, whether it's a top cuber or there's a DNF at a competition. How does that look from a top competitor's perspective? How can we help them? And then also maybe the underrepresented communities. We're all very inclusive. We want to bring in more girls, and we're very open to the autistic community, all the other represented the challenged communities. And me being an older person, I want to bring in those folks. So can those folks get a voice on athletes' representation? So we're in some conversations to start that. And then also, if you want to be recognized by an Olympic committee, you have to have some sort of anti-doping. We don't know what that means, but I don't feel like we're going to have people with cups at every local competition. I could see some. I could see it. I give dad jokes all the time. So, but maybe at a major championship, give just random samples, or if you set a world record that was so far above everything else, that might be open to something. But these are just conversations we're having. Now, does that mean we're going to end up there? I don't know. But the road is long, and to get there, we have to have these conversations now. We can't just wait until we need it.
there are a minority of voices within cubing who are very anti-sports recognition. They feel that the recognition of cubing as a sport will lead to so much commercialization, and it will change those local grassroots events. It will really change what cubing means to them. Do you have any response to the people who feel that way?
Yeah. So I love those grassroots competitions, and those are not going to change. Those are going to be, because the small grassroots 50 to 100 competitors, that represents 99% of all competitions around the world. Those are not going to change. It's about what can we do for the larger competitions, the all-star formats, the major championships, the world championships. How do we bring in more streaming? Can we get ESPN there? I'm sure ESPN doesn't want to come to the Kansas Championship in 2 weeks, but yes, to those who don't want to see it grow as a sport, there's going to be a sort of a path ahead where we grow those major championships, try to figure out different options, whether it be an all-stars or maybe a convention style, make it more family-oriented. If you notice, all the kids are solving, but all the families are just sitting here in the audience. What are they doing all day? Can we give them something else? Something more family involved. I don't know what that means. There's people working on that. But at the end of the day, your local competitions are not going to change.
Like the path would be having like some sort of long-term relationship with sponsors you talked about.
Yes.
So we have more money available, so we can give out the money to people who are willing to devote their time into organizing.
Yes.
I was thinking about looking at the scale of this European Championship. It's amazing how big it is. And I talked to Daniel Wallin yesterday. He's been preparing for Worlds since 2024.
Yes.
And I think at some point there's like a tipping point where you need some money for the main organizers that they can devote like 40 plus hours a week for weeks on end, and that would be enabled with sponsorship contracts.
Absolutely. And a good part of my week is talking to vendors, building those relationships, and I'm having a meeting hopefully with those organizers here in the next couple of weeks. They don't know yet. I haven't reached out to them, but I did reach out to Daniel Wallin, so he'll sort of plant the seed. But we need to have those conversations now. And, if I can build those long-term partnerships, then it's easier to have folks work full-time, 20 hours a week, 40 hours a week, and make it so much easier. One other thing is for all of the organizing teams, if you see Euros 22, Euros 24, Euros 26, those teams change.
Yep.
And it's probably because they spent so much time working on Euros 24 that they really didn't want to help out with Euros 26. It just takes so much out of you. So maybe allowing a certain subset of folks to concentrate on that and pay them a little bit, I think it might make a better competition and then keep more of a core team for future championships.
Yeah, the major championship team. That was something my wife and I were thinking about before it was created. We felt like, there needs to be a team at some point because we can't keep on doing the same thing. Like a new team just figures out everything from square one and just comes up with an own solution. There must be like a way, because it's like very predictable that there will be a major championship every year.
Yes. And I got to call out Ruben. He has done such an amazing, wonderful job building that team and working with all the different major championship teams around the country. I could say that he and I worked with the South American Championship here in the Echo here from the announcement. I don't know if it's an echo in mine, but we had some direct conversations with the South American organizers just about building those leaders and mentoring them on, because we want them to then work on the 2028 South American Championship. And who knows, maybe somebody will put in a bid for Latin America for Worlds 29. I don't know. There's some thoughts going around. We've heard some other grumblings from other teams. So, but
looks like they can't wait.
They can't wait. But yes, so the major championship team has done a wonderful job creating that documentation and team leadership. And Ruben's done a wonderful job, and he's built some great leaders under him as well. So they work with all the major championship teams. Some folks like Cubing USA in North America, they have a set team that's what they do. So there was more just advising. But for some folks like Latin America, for the South American Championship, they needed to be much more involved.
Yeah. Latin America, Asia, Africa.
Yes, Africa. Yes.
And in Europe, I guess, to some extent, because it's we have very different communities here,
Yes.
and they're all spread out a bit. Probably not as close-knit as North America.
I do want to say, though, that I love how everybody comes from different countries. They have their own culture, their language, but when they get together, everybody speaks English or whatever to talk to each other. I love when somebody from Poland wins a podium, that community just stands up and they have their own national saying. The French have their horns. We don't have that in the United States with, nobody roots when somebody from the Kansas folks don't root when somebody from Kansas wins at a podium. We just sort of cheer for everybody. So I love just the more homey style here. I hope to come back to more European championships.
So, Dan, just to move on for that, I feel we're going to get lambasted by the viewers if we don't touch on the clock controversy. So, for anyone living under a rock, the board announced a couple of weeks back that they will be removing clock as a WCA event next year after the World Championship. Dan, I know a lot of the community sees you as the face of that decision. Do you feel like that's the correct assessment, or was it more of a group decision?
It was a group decision. So the board and I sort of act as one. I do want to say that I am the day-to-day face of the WCA, but they are the ones that vote. So I consult on basically every decision. We were at dinner last night talking about what we were going to do today, and I gave my input as they were starting a vote. They had literally started a vote while we were eating sushi, and we have to do that on email. But yes, the board and I will speak to the board as best as I can on virtually every decision, because I was on the board. I know how tough it is to be on the board. I do want to say I want to defend the board and the executives that when you can make 100 great decisions and nobody thanks you, but boy, you give a one controversial decision, then everybody remembers that. Now, they are volunteers and they did sign up for this, but I have talked to many former board members, and there is it's sort of like seeing former U.S. presidents. When they go into office, they look great, and then afterwards their face is all sunk and they have gray hair, that kind of thing. It is a very tough position, so I will stick up for them every chance I get.
So, following the decision, we have seen obviously enormous backlash against it. We've got internal threads that have hundreds of email replies. We have the WCA forum, which has, I think, 500 comments or something like that now. And we have seen a change.org petition that last I checked had 5,000 or 6,000 signatures. I feel like a lot of people feel like they're not being listened to, and that the board is seemingly the only or very much a minority of people in favor of the decision. Do you have any response to that? So,
yes, you could sort of break this down into a couple of different things. There was the community vote, which is much larger, the several thousand filled out that survey that did not want to remove clock. Then you get into the volunteer survey that was more aligned with removing it. And there's a very vocal, and I don't mean this derogatorily, I feel like it's a fairly vocal minority. And their passion, I love the passion. Everybody's been respectful. But from my perspective, I'll give my perspective. I'm not a clock hater. I don't solve it in competitions. I do have an average and a single. I'm just not very good at it. I appreciate those that could solve it in 2 seconds. I don't know how they do it. I think it's all magic. Not Rubik's magic, just magic. But from my perspective, if I'm growing the sport, having 5 puzzles that you can solve in under 3 seconds is not great. Now, the allowing pin change during inspection, that certainly opened up a lot of avenues for clock to take it down, I don't know, from 4 seconds down to sub 2. But having 5 puzzles that you can solve in under 3 seconds is, you don't see that in the Olympics with track and field. You don't have a 50-meter race, a 60-meter race, a 70-meter race. You sort of double that stuff. So we need to fill in the gap with puzzles just sort of take longer and have more skill set. You can also argue about the twisty puzzle aspect of it. I guess I agree with that. And the reason clock was included in the original Rubik's games was because in 2003 was because it was a Rubik's clock. So that you could probably say that about Magic as well.
Yeah.
So they took all the puzzles that were Rubik's and added those. There is a path ahead. No final decisions have been made. The board has literally carved out an hour today to talk about some different options. So if you are a clock lover, continue making your voice heard. We love that. I love that everybody's respectful here. I was here for the clock funeral, and I went up and took a picture with it, but and nobody booed the board. I said save feet at the same time somebody said save clock, but I was joking. I've never done feet, and I don't think I would if they brought it back. But we're looking at some different options, and at the same time, with those grassroots local competitions being a little different than the major championships and the All-Stars, is there a path ahead?
So we keep hearing from the board no final decisions have been made. That announcement which did go out announcing the end of clock, that definitely didn't read as though it was an up-in-the-air decision. What has made you potentially reconsider? Did you not anticipate this level of controversy?
I will say personally that the passion in the community has been amazing. I love it, and thank you to everybody. I will say that for me personally, the backlash was a little stronger than I expected. I did have a story where I felt like, okay, this is not. I just need to get away for a couple of days, so I picked up a puzzle I didn't really work on it, and I don't like Scube very much, and I learned Sarah's intermediate method in a weekend just to kind of focus on something else. But that's kind of what we're doing, is we're working on something else. But there are different ways of looking at different levels of competition down the road. I can't give a lot of details because there's some terms being thrown around, and we don't even know what the definition of those are. But we have a lot of folks together saying, what's the way ahead? It's not just simply removing it 100% from every competition. Is there a possibility of rotating some events? Well, what other events would you rotate if clock was part of that group? Is there a way to maybe have clock at some competitions but not at others? I don't know. But the board is listening to the community. There's nothing to announce. There's many discussions, but your voices are being heard.
Dan, do you feel like this decision was perhaps a little rushed ahead of the championship season this summer? Because we've heard from members of the dedicated working group for removal of and addition of new events. They say they don't feel sufficiently consulted on this. And now, following the announcement, we've got all of this potential backtracking, reconsiderations. Do you feel like this is stuff which should have been thought about before the announcement, so that things could have got a bit smoother post-announcement, perhaps a different pathway taken, like reduction of status?
So one thing I'll let you guys in on is, I don't know if anybody else, but the discussion about removing clock has been going since COVID or before COVID. and there's some grumblings, and what do we do about it? And folks that we've talked to said, if you were going to move it, why didn't you do it when it was before? Yeah. And there was talk about that. Part of the problem is stuff on the board takes so long to get done, and the removal of an event takes strategic thought process from the board that they don't have. So they're having to worry about a WIC case that's coming up, something to do with quality. Competition announcement team has a WCRP that needs to get out. And so those are day-to-day things. But maybe with the executive director, that allows them more time to focus on the strategic stuff. And changing events was on the application for a couple of board members. So everybody comes into the board and has that sort of pet project that they want to get done. Mine was transparency for the board, and so we started Q&As. So I have an open office hours monthly, and then when I was on the board, we had quarterly Q&As with the board. So everybody comes on and has that passion project, and then it just starts those conversations. And perhaps with me being the executive director, taking 80% of the work from off the board's plate, that gave them more time to finally focus on that thing that's been on the plate for many, many years.
Dan, you referred to the dissent against the decision earlier as a vocal minority. In my experience, having spoken to competitors in my community at the top level, at the beginner level, everywhere in between, it definitely seems like overwhelming disagreement with the decision. Do you have any data or any reason to think that this is a minority of people who are against it?
So I have been to NAC. So Abdullah and I went to NAC, and I walked around and talked to everybody. I probably talked to 200 people there. And the people that were against it were very against it. And then there were a lot of people that said, I'm okay with the removal, but why'd you do it now? Or how would you do it that way? So in my, I don't have hard stats, but in my little check boxes in my data sets, it seemed to be more about the way the decision was presented as opposed to the removal itself. We did get a lot of feedback from the volunteers in our Slack channels about why didn't you consult with us? Well, part of the problem is anytime you bring in more cooks into the kitchen, the more opportunities for big decisions to get leaked. I have a list somewhere of all the different decisions that have been leaked. The Magna Carta, the Ryan Murphy resignation, Kalindu. Those stuff were internal conversations that were leaked. So I will defend the board and say, look, we want to consult as many people as possible, but at the end of the day, you got to confine it to those who absolutely need to know and can provide good, objective, valuable feedback. So I'm sorry to those. And we've had this discussion with, say, we will do better down the road. But this is our stance on that.
Yeah, that was like a point I also heard, and I think like a lot of the board has had like transparency as their passion project, and then there comes a major decision with like no notice to WCA staff who invest like hours on end. But I think like a middle ground of telling like, there is going to be a major announcement at that point in time, just keep it vague. Maybe that's a way forward. Like there will be an announcement. Be prepared. Be prepared.
And I'm certainly open to that stuff. I'm an old military guy with a top secret clearance. I'm kind of used to, and so maybe part of that problem is the way I approached it. At the same time, that in the Slack channel, it was sent to a few subset of leaders that were about competition events working group and adding an event that was leaked. So somebody out of 30 or 40 people leaked that. So I don't mean that like, hey, we're going to find you. But it just a reminder, if you get some potentially sensitive information, it may sound really cool, but some of the stuff we do on the board is covered by the executives is covered by an NDA. So there are things I literally can't talk about. So you may potentially have some more very high strategic decisions that may seem to come out of the blue, but these are covered by an NDA, so we cannot talk about those.
Dan, what do you think of the idea which has been thrown around of re-polling the community about whether they think this was a good decision or not? Because I was referring to my experience in my local community. You were talking about your experience chatting with folks at NAC. Do you think that there is a bigger picture both of us could be missing here that could be garnered from polling the wider community?
Yeah. We do need to look at different avenues of polling and gathering those and seeing where people are. I will say that there are many times the leaders will put out a poll and it's very hard to get action from the community. For the volunteer event survey, we only got 38% response. Now you'd say, Dan, why did you had a response from 38%, and that was helpful for moving clock. I go, but we have this every single time. Anytime there's a vote where you're electing someone like a board member, we have to reach out and please vote, please vote, please vote, please vote. And this is very, very frustrating from my perspective. Everybody's busy, and I understand that the volunteers out there, if they're delegating their local community, the stuff that's going on a high level, strategic level, is so far removed from what they're doing. I call them the field generals, right? And being a delegate myself, if I put on my delegate hat, I don't care what's going on with the WCA. I just, I'm a little frustrated when I see it too. But to answer your question, yes, we've learned a lot, and we are looking at different ways to bring in opinions. Now, we are looking at, I did mention about talking more to top-level athletes and the other communities, senior, female, whatever, just bringing in those opinions as well. So that's probably another way we could survey as well.
So about half of the reasons given in the initial announcement were regarding major championships. You mentioned earlier on a different topic that the grassroots local competitions are 99% of what cubing is about. And we've also quite frequently heard the comment that if Worlds 2027 can host 18 events, why can't future major championships? Could you talk a little more about why you feel that this kind of 1% of what cubing is about should take precedent in such a big decision?
Again, I'll get back to growing the sport, trying to bring in more of that money, and I'm not going to be able to bring it in on a grassroots level. It's on a side note to that, our partnership with Rubiks has changed over the past year. But one thing, as we were looking at down the road, was they were a little concerned that we're not bringing in new competitors. And looking at our data, we are not bringing in new competitors. So how do we bring in fresh blood into the sport? And so maybe changing those events, maybe changing the format for those bigger competitions will help. It is one of the many initiatives. But to answer your question specifically, it's about me growing, looking at me as the executive, doing everything I can to grow the sport, to bring in more money, to bring in more partnerships, and the focus of that is going to be more on the larger competitions, the major championships, the All-Stars, the World Championships.
It's interesting that you talk about bringing in new competitors, which is often kind of at odds with the top competitors in terms of new competitors wanting those easier events, top competitors wanting... They often have very kind of distinct goals in mind. What are your plans for bringing in more new competitors? Are there any events that you think could be added which might impact that? Do you have any specific plans for bringing in more fresh blood?
So one of the problems we're seeing in a few different areas is too many competitions. If you have a McDonald's across the street from McDonald's, and both McDonald's tend to suffer. So we're seeing worldwide, and you guys can tell me if it's different in your area, the number of competitors is dropping, overall the number of new competitors is dropping as well. And competitions are, and I need more data on this, so this is just more maybe a hot take. We are actively diving into our competition data. We have a platform called Amazon Quick. All of our data is on Amazon AWS. So Ruben is part of the effort to help us get more data. And we have a team.
Yeah. I am, in fact, in charge of that team, Dan.
Yes. There you go. I went, hey, wait a minute. What am I missing? Yes, you are. And you've been very passionate about trying to get that data.
Mm-hmm.
We need to figure out what data we need. And one of them is, can I tie number of new competitors to perhaps the number of days a competition is announced? Because I remember when I became a delegate that we really focused hard on 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months to announce that competition. New competitors cannot find a new competition in their area in under 30 days. If you're announcing a competition in 31 days, how are you helping the new competitors find it? Are you using your Instagram and your Discord and your Facebook accounts to bring in these new competitors? Or are you just saying, here's a competition on the WCA website, come find us? So I think we need to challenge the different regions on community outreach. Spend more time on announcing those competitions. Try to, I don't know, this is probably another, maybe a hot take, challenge those organizers to sort of say, what can you do to entice those new competitors into families? How are you making it more fun for them? As opposed to just having the same, here's a competition every month or two, and here you go. So these are the things we're going to be working on with your team as well, to sort of figure that out. It's going to be a database approach.
So you've spoken there about local organizers doing more to push their competitions towards new competitors. I have to say, it's not super easy to find the competitions on the WCA website. It's about at least 4 clicks to get to it, and I have met many new competitors who've made it to a competition who have no idea where to actually find the rest of the competitions in the country. Is the WCA planning to do more to make it more accessible?
Yeah, absolutely. We are working on a new website that we're going to debut sometime in the next X number of months. I don't want to give too much away, but part of that is, how do we make competitions more accessible? I have had people drive 4 and 5 hours, 300 kilometers to my competition, and they didn't realize that they never made it off the waiting list.
Oh, no.
What about those folks that actually register for the opposite of what they want?
Yeah.
The gray versus the black box, that is confusing. And I go, well, I know personally because I have signed up for 60 competitions, 70 competitions. What do I tell the new competitors? So we need to get better at that. And so getting data from your team can help us do that.
Do you see a future of the WCA website where new competitors can just type in their zip code and then get all the email notifications for competitions in their area?
So that is an amazing point, and one of the challenges is data protection, and we highly discourage mailing lists just because many of the folks that we're emailing to are minors. So one of the challenges that I've talked about is, can I add a second email address to an account so it's a parent as well as a minor, and then we could maybe put parents on that mailing list. But yes, I would love to see more and more mailing lists. Have you thought about these competitions in your area? But right now we're kind of restricted on that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Do you have any timeline for when the new website might drop?
I'm hoping it's sooner than later. No, it's been something that I've been focusing on since I became executive director. The previous board did not have the bandwidth to do that. I meet with the software team weekly. That's per their discretion, not mine. I said we can meet less. They go, no, we'd love to meet weekly. So I meet with Duncan every week, and we go through I've seen the website. There's some challenges that they have. They're amazing software folks. But there's a call for applicants. I don't know if you've seen that on the new volunteer position board, which, by the way, is something that I sort of pushed through back in March as sort of a short-term solution to get more folks to the WCA volunteer positions. But on there, they're looking for front-end developers. There are some issues with the front end that we're trying to solve. We hired a company called Slate in Australia to help us build our website, and they did a great job. But there's things we just found some inconsistencies and some gaps. So we're working on that. So that's been why it's taken a little bit longer since I've been executive director. But hopefully sooner than later. I don't want to call the team out.
So, Dan, we've asked you some quite tricky questions. Let's finish off on perhaps an easier one. You must live, breathe, and eat cubing. What is your favorite thing about the sport?
My favorite thing about the sport is just meeting folks like you and meeting meeting everybody. I'll give a very quick story about Kansas Championships 24. We had a family who had a kid who was Make-A-Wish, and he had and it was brain cancer. It was something to do with the brain, and he, as part of his Make-A-Wish, he wanted to do some speedcubing. His family drove from north of Vancouver, British Columbia, to Kansas.
Why Kansas?
Because that was the competition that was happening that weekend.
Oh, God.
And they talked to their family lives in the RV and travels around, and they came and they were just an amazing, wonderful family. And when I heard that story, I was in tears. I hugged the family, and every time I tell it, this is probably the first time I've told that story where I haven't started tearing up. Those are the kind of people I love to meet. Everybody has their amazing story about how they came into this community. We're all a bunch of, I mean this lovingly, we're all a bunch of weirdos, right? We're all a little different, right? And so we come together and we twist puzzle. But at the end of the day, it's not just about solving new Rubik's Cube. It's about building our own little nerd misfit toy community where we just hug each other and we'll see you at the next one kind of thing. But I give talks at schools as well, and so I meet a lot of folks who, the parents and the kids. I've seen kids grow up in the community, and now they're off to college doing some STEM work. But these are folks that I taught how to solve a Rubik's Cube many, many years ago. So I love it. I probably have 20 different stories here about that are showing how the European community is different from the United States community. But I love it.
Great. Thank you so much, Dan. That was Dan Smith, WCA Executive Director. We really appreciated having you on.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Great. So we will now be moving into 3x3 second round. Group 3 will be having a change of commentators, and we'll soon be having on our next guest, Lars Vandenberg. Thank you so much for tuning in.
I mean, I've scheduled for like half an hour, and
I'm ready.
I think.
Okay, so we are continuing on with 3x3 round 2 now. We are in group 3 at the moment. Obviously, this is Timon Kolazinski's group.
Yep.
Starting off with a 4.42, which is a strong start. I think there was a 5 as well, though, so...
Yeah. There has been some solves, but we were mostly focused on the interview. But there are some good solves to be seen. We're gonna change it up because we have Lars Vandenberg waiting here at a scheduled interview. So we will have him on in a few minutes. He's started talking to Dan Smith, who we were just talking with, and he mentioned Lars Vandenberg as one of the most influential cubers in his eyes. So let's see and wait what the man has to say. And in the meantime, we do get another solve of Timon with a 6.47. Surely not what he's hoping for.
No, he'll be hoping for pretty much in the sub-5 region for every solve, if he can. James Alonso with 2 5s to start off, and then a mid-6. We've got Ben Barron starting on the right now.
Right. So, we're joined now by Lars Vandenberg.
Hi everyone.
Hey, so you're somebody that, in my opinion, most cubers should know. Very influential in my eyes to the WCA. So you've picked up cubing in the early 90s and then started competing in 2003. So
another sub-5 for Timon. He'll be happy with that one.
Yeah, you've had multiple world records, European records back in the day up until like 2008. And I've been doing some research. There has been like a 9-year comp hiatus for you, but you recently picked up interest again and did some work on cube studies and move camps for cross solutions. So
Yeah, I see.
yeah. So
You've been doing your homework.
yeah, I was very surprised. So let's just start off on a more general note. How about you introduce yourself and with a few words, and yeah, tell us how you got into cubing.
Well, I think you pretty much covered most in the introduction, but yeah. So I'm Lars. I'm from Belgium, and yeah, as you said, I'm kind of an old school cuber who still learns, how to solve a cube, from a book or from notes from his mother. I don't think that's how people learn how to cube nowadays that much. But anyway, that's how I did it. And yeah, I was kind of part of the very early online scene where we had the Yahoo group. That's where people like Chris Hardwick and Rob van Bruggen were kind of active, and Dan Knights and Jessica Friedrich exchanging IDs, stuff like that. And yeah, I was still quite, I wouldn't say a beginner because I was already cubing for a long time, but I was not very fast yet. And yeah, I was mostly there to try to learn from the greats. Yeah.
So in 2003, it was the first World Championship in 21 years. How do you even find out that a competition like that is happening back in the day?
Yeah, so as I said, the main news channel of the community was that Yahoo group because everyone was active there. And one of the prominent people who was on that forum was Dan Gosby. He was a Canadian cuber. And, he was a guy that kind of stepped forward and said, I'm going to try and organize the next World Championship. There had been some previous attempts, I think, by Chris Hardwick the year before, but it didn't quite materialize. I don't know the details about that. But anyway, Dan Gosby actually made it happen and announced at some point throughout the year in 2003, okay, we're actually finalizing this. It's going to happen.
And it's been happening ever since.
And it's been happening ever since, yeah.
So you basically just typed into the search machine of the years back then. I mean, Google did exist, but probably you used something else, and then just like, Rubik's cubing, and then found the Yahoo group, and from there on saw that some stuff was happening. I mean, because people, you have to imagine this was before YouTube was a thing. Like it was, the World Championship happened 2 years before the first ever video on YouTube was posted.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was a very different time. I mean, the first website I probably found through Google was Jessica Friedrich's website. So. That's why I tried to learn F2L for the first time, which was also a challenge. Of course, they didn't have very good algs back then. The way it was explained was all very bare bones, like with the cross on top and with R&D moves. So that's how I learned how to do F2L with R&D moves.
Oh, interesting.
I did that for a year before I found out, oh, you're actually supposed to do it
The other way around.
cross on the left or cross on the bottom, but not cross on the top. That's silly.
So we mentioned you've had a 9-year hiatus from cubing. What brought you back?
Well, it was actually this competition that brought us back. So,
awesome.
So my wife saw on WCA that, there's going to be European Championship in Holland this year. So for us, that's like a 2-hour drive. And we're like, okay, we might as well sign up and do 3x3. And but then we were looking at the different cutoffs for the different events. Like how good do you have to be to even, compete in 4x4?
Bit harsher than it used to be.
And I was like, damn, I won't even make the cutoff for square one.
Yeah, well, with a competition of this size, we do have to have some quite strict qualifications, unfortunately.
Rightly so. But that kind of tickled me a little bit. And I was like, okay, I'm going to sign up for comps and try to make at least some cutoffs so that I could maybe compete in square one or 4x4.
Did you qualify for square one in the end?
I did not.
Oh, that's a shame. for those of you at home who don't know, the square one method you used was probably the one that was invented by Lars here. I actually didn't realize it was even called the Vandenberg method for a long time. So it's quite incredible to be interviewing you right now.
Yeah. So, how did you come up with that, or how did you learn about the square one, and what piqued your interest, and how does one go about to create a method?
Yeah. So I got my first square one at a Cube Day in 2002, and this was actually my very first time where I actually met other cubists in person. So Ron van Bruckrum, who most of you will probably know, invited me to come over to that Dutch Cube Day.
Oh yeah.
And there was a puzzle market. I was like a child in a candy store, so I bought lots of different puzzles, among which a square one.
Did methods really exist for it back then?
Yeah, so you had a Dutch guy, a very clever guy called Jaap Scherphuis. Yeah. Who kind of pioneered the magic methods also and the first clock methods. And he had a huge website with, pretty much every single twisty puzzle in existence. You could find a method for it. It wasn't necessarily a good method, but if you came back with a puzzle you don't know how to solve, you could just follow the recipe and you could solve the puzzle at least. And so that's where I kind of borrowed the ideas to solve square one. So he also had a method that kind of follows the same steps as my methods, but using very basic intuitive algs, probably algs that he found by hand. So my method is kind of a more advanced version of one of the methods that was on Jaap's page.
So you just did some trial and error, or is it like a more methodical way, or what's like the thought process behind?
Yeah, so basically the idea is that for every step you want to work out all the cases, so all the corner orientation cases, all the edge orientation cases, so that you can basically one look each step, and then it becomes a very CFOP-like method almost, where you just recognize the case, you do the elk, and you're not wasting time doing 3 simple elks to do one simple thing.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, just Timon Kolodziejski finishing off the average with a 5.80. That is obviously 3 quite high times for him, which is not going to be he is going to be disappointed about. Yeah. It will still obviously put him in the fast group for the semi-finals. He'll be hoping to be winning that semi-final so that he can be going in number 1 seed, I imagine. Although, as we know, he's still going to qualify, so it's not going to matter too much. We do have the final group of 3x3 round 2 coming up shortly. We'll have Theodor Zeider in that group, as well as, I'm sure, many other famous faces. Just to go back to that square one method, so you were saying like it becoming more of a CFOP solution. Of course, four-look last layer was quite prevalent on CFOP back in the day, as was square one, and nowadays people are doing OBL and PBL in one step each. I mean, Did you ever imagine that Square One would get to the level where people are learning all of the algorithms required for those steps?
No, it's insane, and like the last half year, since I started picking up cubing again, I've been sort of catching up with all the research that people have been doing over the years, and I'm very, very impressed. It's incredible. I mean, of course, I would have been disappointed and surprised if 25 years on, nobody would have come up with something a lot better, but I wasn't expecting this.
Yeah, fair enough.
How would you have reacted in 2003 if somebody would say to you that the average world record will be sub 5 seconds?
Yeah, obviously I wouldn't have believed you. I mean, that's just crazy. But yeah, it's a combination of many different things. Things have become more competitive, and that drives improvements. The hardware has improved, and there's so many clever people in the community, and now even more than back then. Who can they have the chops and the brains to really develop more advanced methods.
I've got a bit of an odd question for you to finish off. So there's not been too much Square One method development since your method, although there is, of course, the Lin method. Do you know much about the Lin method? And in your opinion, which method is better?
Well, I think now the logical forward progression is from my method now came CSP, OBL, PBL. I think slowly Square One is going to become like Scoop and 2x2, where people can almost one look the entire solve or two look the entire solve. Well, it's already becoming almost a two look solution. But yeah, there's not a lot of leeway. I mean, what's next? It is literally
just one look in it.
One look. It's
somehow.
It's more about optimizing the methods and doing things like prediction, like OBL prediction. Applying the same kind of advanced techniques that people do on 3x3 and transferring that to Square One.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do have another topic I want to touch on, which was the research you've been doing on optimal cross solutions and now X-cross solutions. So talk us through what did you do? What's it about?
Yeah, so many years back, I did a study on the cross, which was kind of, it started with a discussion on the Yahoo group, people saying how many moves do you need for the cross, and I was like, okay, let's settle it once and for all. Let's do a computer study, and okay, the result there was that the worst case was 8 moves, the average was about 5.8. And then you can start doing things like, okay, what if you would be color neutral? What if you would be dual color neutral? So I kind of picked up this topic recently because back then it took weeks to calculate, and I had, I had to use a lot of help from other people, borrowing their computing power to actually get these results in the first place. So I wanted to redo it with modern techniques.
Right.
On modern hardware to do it faster. So that was the first goal. And I was on the Brandon True podcast recently.
Yes.
And he said, could you do the same thing for X-Cross, double X-Cross, pseudo X-Cross? And I was like, oh yeah, there's a new challenge. So now I have the first step complete. So I have results for X-Cross and pseudo X-Cross. Which was a lot more challenging than I thought. So on the podcast, I very confidently said, yeah, I know how to do that. But it turned out to be a bit more of a challenge than I thought. But it was a very fun challenge to, at least get the results for X-Cross. And I'm still working on other things. So I'm doing something quite new now, which is, instead of solving Rubik's Cubes with CPU power, I'm now investigating do it on graphics hardware.
Oh, interesting.
But we do have now the answer. So the average amount of moves, if you're using a single cross color for an X-cross, is 8. And 78% of the X-crosses can be solved in 8 moves or less.
Yeah.
And if you're color neutral, the average amount drops by 0.6 moves, and you get 98% of X-crosses, or 98% of the scrambles you get an X-cross in 8 moves or less. So you can find his stuff on cubezone.de, it's his website, or just type in Lars Vandenberg. And I just found out about this like that way. I would just type your name, try to catch up on some stuff, and I found out, oh, you've been very active, and I'm very happy to hear that there's more to come, because this was like one of my questions for dual neutral X crosses, because this has like I think become the new meta that people solve on two opposite cross colors.
Yeah.
I think that's something interesting to keep in the back of your head, and maybe to push yourself to find a better solution.
It also seems to indicate that color neutrality isn't all it's cracked up to be, if it's only 0.6 moves better on average for an X cross.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's... I agree and I don't agree. So I think the way I now compare things is not necessarily the good way to do it, because we're just looking at averages. But there's no such thing as an average solve. I think with color neutral, it's more about giving yourself 6 rolls of the die. And yeah, that kind of gets a bit lost when you just calculate averages. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just numbers. It's just a benchmark. Of course, there's a lot of other things that come into play. Planning, the amount of pressure you put on yourself in a comp setting, you know.
Finger tricks, etc.
Exactly, yeah. Ergonomics.
Well, Lars, it was great to talk to you. This isn't the last we'll be seeing of you today. I believe you'll be one of the official scramblers for the 3x3 finals, which is very exciting.
That's right. Yeah, looking forward to that.
So we'll see you again later, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Cheers, guys. Thanks.
So yeah, that was Lars Vandenberg giving the interview there. We are just about to be starting the final group of 3x3. As we mentioned, we will have Theodor Zeider as well as some other famous faces in this group.
As well as another interview with Ezra.
Yeah, that's correct. I'll just prep Ezra in a second, and then we will get into his interview. Okay, so Ezra, welcome to the stream. You are the defending full blind, 5-blind and multi-blind European champ, although obviously things have not played out exactly the same way this year. You are still the 5-blind European champion, so congratulations on that. How do you think the comp has gone for you overall?
I was really hoping to win multi-blind. I've been really practicing multi-blind, but I knew I could still win 5-blind and have a chance of podiuming 4-blind, so I still kind of practiced those events a bit. But also with practicing multi-blind, it still practices the same sort of skills. So I was expecting more to win multi-blind and maybe win 5-blind, but winning 5-blind is just as good. But definitely defending all 3 titles was never going to happen. So I'm still very happy to have won one event.
Yeah, well, it was an incredible experience watching you last year, in particular when we had the cameras on you during multi-blind, watching you get the European record. So yeah, I'm not surprised that it hasn't quite reached the levels that it did last time.
I think I was trying to recreate the same things. I probably should have. Well, in hindsight, it's always easier to know what you should have done with multi-blind, seeing what the others do. So I should have gone safer, but I really wanted to still try to like beat the ER again. It would have been really epic. But
so how many cubes did you submit in each attempt, and how many do you wish you had submitted in hindsight?
I submitted 64 and then 60. But I kind of wish I'd done 60 and then probably 56. But I was still clinging onto the hope that I could have beaten the world record on first attempt and then trying to beat ER on second attempt. But I should have just been a bit safer and just tried to like get a good attempt in for Euros rather than try to break such big records.
Yeah, understandable. We're just watching Theodor Zeider do first solve of this average. It's a very clean solution. Looks like an OLL skip and a 4.65 with a bit of a locky T-perm.
Yeah. So, You've been on the rise very much in the ranks for blind, big blind, multi-blind ever since 2022.
Yeah.
And so did you start with blind during the pandemic or before, or just tell us how came it about?
I started just before the pandemic. So I learned 3 blind about a year before the pandemic, and then there was 4 blind at a comp that I was at in the UK. And then from there I was like, okay, I'm going to learn 4 blind. And at that point, I was like, I would really like to break a national record. So I looked at the national records and compared them to the world rankings. And I kind of chose the event that was the easiest to get a national record, which was the hardest event, which is 5 blind mean. There wasn't a 5 blind mean in Switzerland.
Yeah.
So I set out to try and get the national records in big blind and then in blind as well. And I was about to be able to, I was at the level where I was able to beat the national records in 4 blind, 5 blind, multi-blind, and I was going to go to British Blind Off 2020. And then that is the month when the pandemic hit. So I think since it hit just before I was able to get any national records, it kind of motivated me to spend the whole of pandemic practicing, grinding, and then
So that's pretty much 2 years of just like improvement before you actually get to the next competition.
Yeah.
And then there was like a real surprise moment for at the German side events. You showed up with only like 2 prior comps, no like big blind results going on, 5 blind. I'm like, oh no, stack matter's fine.
Yeah.
And my wife was like, who is this guy? And okay, is this just some kid who's like trying to impress someone? And then I think the first one was like a DNF, but still well below the time limit.
Yeah, I tripled DNF 5 blind, unfortunately, because it was the first round of comp I had in 2 years, so the nerves got to me. I forgot that I needed to like calm my nerves. But then I managed to get 4 blind NR single, just missed out on the mean, and then 3 blind NR singles as well. And multi, I missed out by 2 cubes. I went back to fix a cube, but I picked up the wrong cube, and it would have been NR. So the surprise was kind of staggered because I had the competition in Germany where I beat 4 blind and 3 blind, but it wasn't really all. And then the second comp, I had the first comp in England, Kidderminster blind off.
Yep.
I beat 6 of the 7 NRs at that comp. And so that was really when all my practice paid off and showed.
So we've got down here that you have, at the time, the longest success streak in 5 blind. You got 12 successes in a row. I've never been able to do 3 successes in a row, and I would say that I've practiced 5 blind a fair bit, not nearly as much of you, of course. So did you ever try to get like a sort of success streak, or does accuracy come naturally to you, or what gives basically?
I've always tried to be as safe as possible. So I know some other people try to go for fast singles, but I've always tried to be safe with my memo, with my turning, with my choice of commutators. So and especially in comp, the streak of 12 that I had, I actually just tried to safety every single solve, and I turned really safe. And so here's Tiro's solves.
Oh, definitely hesitation. There's no DZB. 5.44.
Looks like couldn't see past the first 2 pairs and didn't have the good enough look ahead to know what was coming up next.
Yeah.
Yeah, feel free to continue.
Yeah.
And then at the time I was still slower than now, so now I really need to try to push for speed, but we were like it was about 7 minutes, and then so I had the time to kind of really turn smoothly and make sure to I was really holding every single layer. So that's how I managed to get 12 solves in a row. I basically just went really safe on memo every time, and then my turning with all 12 solves was really safe. I really made sure that I was holding every single layer and knew exactly what I was turning. And then I regularly drill all my comms at home.
But still, I mean, you say now you turned safely and went for safety, but still you managed to get ER on the final mean.
Yeah, that was a really nice way to end it off. I think it's mainly because 5 blind mean is just really hard to get. So it was really slow. It was really slow at the time compared to what people could actually get. So I was improving, but still not really pushing the limit. But it just so happened that I was fast enough to get the ER mean, just because getting a mean is really complicated with 5 blind.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you were talking about like trying to turn safely and make sure that like the correct layers are turning and everything like that, but I've given that a go, and like no matter how safe I go, there's always like a high chance that there's a DNF in there sort of thing. So still being able to do it for 12 solves in a row is so impressive. So talk to me about your review system when it comes to five blind. So I'm guessing one passing is not quite possible, or do you think that it would be possible one day?
For five blind?
Yes.
I already one pass.
You fast pass?
I one pass for the past 3 or 4 years, I think.
Yeah, but like when preparing the interview, I saw like on the data we got from Daniel Wallin, he was like, I think five blind is a mystery. And you had given us the note like, oh yeah, I do one pass. So what do you say to Daniel Wallin?
You say what was he saying exactly?
He says he doesn't think it's possible.
Yeah,
basically.
he thinks like passing is like one pass is a mess.
Well, I've been doing it for 3 years, so I mean, basically my 12 streak actually ended the moment I started one passing, so it was obviously still riskier. So the streak of 12 was still with two pass. I can't remember exactly what I did, but I two passed part of the solve. Oh, but also the speed with those 4 means in a row. I actually each mean I had learned one extra piece type for 3 style. Between each comp, so I'd like really slowly built, added new piece types with 3 style.
You say slowly that every single comp you added in an entire new set of 3 style. Is that correct?
Yeah, but the comps were several months apart.
Oh, okay.
And when you already know full 3 style for 3 blind, the comps are really easy to learn.
Yeah.
So I went really safe with that and learned, and then over a period of like a year, I slowly integrated them to the solves. But yeah, with 5 blind, and most people still have like a short term and a long term for 5 blind. But now for me, for a while, I've just had fully linear memo and execution, which means that I memorize in the exact same order as I execute. Yep. I don't use any short term. I think that's also because already with 3 blind, my audio retention is kind of, I feel like it's really bad compared to other people, and I really rely more on visual. So whenever I've tried using audio memo, it's just not worked out very well for me. So I found that just not doing any short term for me has been working out.
So the entire solve is all visual?
Yeah.
Do the stories sometimes blend into each other between solves? Or once you finish the 5 blind solve, is that like that memo completely disappears?
It doesn't completely disappear. If I reuse the same rooms, so where I visualize in the same places, then sometimes I get like flashbacks to previous solves. But then because with one pass at least, it's quite fast, so I tend to forget it after about 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, that makes
with
sense.
5 blinds, so it's not too much of a problem. But if I do like 15 solves, then yeah, I start to get some flashbacks from previous solves.
And did your success rate drop a lot once you started one passing, or have you got it back to where it was when you were taking it a bit more safe?
I think I've never gotten back to where I was when I was taking it safe, but also because there's not really much point going that safe anymore, and I was able to go safer because I was able to go really I was able to go slowly and beat the NRs anyway. But now if I want to beat NRs or ERs, I need to go faster.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I wouldn't go back to 2 pass or anything, because even here this Euros, I safetied my memo on all 3, even though I was using 1 pass. I basically just spent a little longer on each loci, making sure to really visualize each image in my head. So even though I only visualized each image once, I just made sure to like really visualize each word correctly. But I have solves where I can memo a lot faster with 1 pass, so I can kind of vary how fast I want to go.
So your main focus, from what I was hearing, is the multi-blind currently.
Yes.
So are you behind the bounty of Stanley Chapel for the first sub 1 in 4 blind?
No. I'm really far away from sub 1, and it's just not a priority for me. I'd rather do multi-blind.
Oh, this is some rapid turning.
Yeah.
4.91 as a counting sub 5.
Counting sub 5, counting 5.4.
I think this average is going better than Timon, so we might be able to see Theodore on the top. I'm not entirely sure whether there's anyone else who's in contention for that top place in the second round at the moment.
So to finish off, I do have like a bit of an odd question.
Okay.
I've heard the info that you're living close to Eddie Hall in the UK. He's like in your neighborhood. Is there going to be a collab? Will you teach him how to do a cube or even blindfolded?
Maybe. I would have to reach out to him. He doesn't know about me, but he came to my primary school once. I did a demonstration, but I would have to reach out to him. I don't live in the UK anymore. I moved to Switzerland for uni.
Oh, I see.
So, but I was living in his neighborhood. I could see him walking his dog around the neighborhood.
So you mentioned that in attempt 1 of multi-blind you were going for world record. Are you going to still be consistently trying to get that world record in your next attempts after the European Championships?
I realized yesterday, a bit too late, that all my attempts this year I've hit the hour. And I realized my next attempt I should probably just make sure to get an attempt under the hour. I feel like that's also why I've been not able to get the same times as home, because I've been stressing over being able to get it under the hour, and then stressing means rushing, and rushing means bad memo, which means bad recall, which means even slower. So next attempt I might go safer. My next attempt is at UKC. So I'm not a UK citizen, so I can't win the championship anyway.
So the pressure's off a little bit.
So the pressure's off a little bit. But all 3 attempts are on the same day, so I kind of only have 1 good attempt. But I will be continuing to try to push for the world record, even if it's not the next attempt.
Well, Ezra, thank you very much for coming on stream. It was really interesting interviewing you, and I hope the rest of the comp goes well for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was Ezra Hershey, a current European 5-blind champion. We will be seeing him in the awards ceremony later today. We're just finishing off with the final group of 3v3 now. Of course, we've got Theodor Zeider's times up on our screen. As you can see, 1 counting sub-5 and 1 counting mid-5. So we'll see what he'll be able to pull out on that final solve very shortly. After 3x3 round 1, we'll be moving on to our semi-finals. We're going to be starting off with 5x5 and then Pyraminx, then 3x3 blindfolded in square 1. And then it'll be back to the 3x3 semi-finals at 1 o'clock in European time. Then we'll have a break for lunch, and then we'll be doing all of the finals for the same events in a slightly different order. So the 5x5 finals will be starting at 2, and we'll be finishing off with 3x3 finals at 4:15. Here is Theodor going in for final solve of this round. Barely any pauses and a 4.81 to finish off.
Oh yeah, we just saw the gesture. He knows he's top spot for this round.
Yeah, that will give him a sub 5.1 average, I believe.
And a boost in confidence for sure. He now knows he's able to win a round here in this environment. He can beat Timon in a round. And I think that's surely will be a big boost for him.
But will he beat him in the finals later on today? That is the question on anyone's minds. Is Timon going to be able to retain his European Championship title, or is someone else going to take it off him? And if so, who will it be?
I believe there. I'm just checking. I'm not entirely sure, but I believe there is another story to be made if Timon manages to be the European champ again. I think this would be his 3rd time in a row, which would be a first ever
triple win.
A triple win for 3x3. I think like the longest we've seen was 2-time. Back in the day by Sergei Ryabko, I think. He won in 2010 and 2012, if I'm not mistaken, and ever since it has been changing. So we had 2014 Alex Lau, and then 2016 Philip Weyer, and I'm not sure about 2018.
This is some good knowledge. For those of you who assume that Wilhelm is looking at a stat sheet right now, that was all from memory.
Yeah, it does happen if you're in the sport for a bit.
So yeah, we're just confirming that is Theodor Zeider on the top with a 5.05 average. Currently, the second place is Luke Garrett from the United States with a 5.49 average. And after that, we've got Timon Koleżeński with a 5.52. So Yeah, Timon is not on the top of his game from this round. I think there was something in Solve 4 that threw him off a bit. We saw him calling for a delegate. I'm not entirely sure what that was, something he wasn't happy about. That did give him a 5.82, which was counting, given that he already had the mid 6-second solve. So yeah, disappointing performance from Timon, but a great performance from Theodor Zeider, nearly getting that sub-5 average.
For sure. So we will have a quick switch of commentators. We will have Henry Bennett, the one and only, on in a few seconds here. And we will watch the next event, which will be
5x5 semi-finals.
5x5 semi-finals.
So, coming up in 5x5 semi-finals, our top seed is Timon Kolajinski, as always, with a 35-second average. And the reason I started chuckling a bit there is because I've realized just how far ahead he is of the competition. Kieran Behan in second with a 43 average, which is nearly 8 seconds behind, which at this level of cubing is something that is simply phenomenal. And then very close to Kieran with his 43-second average, we have 3 more people with a 43 average, which is Richard Delacoste, Danny Morgan, and Sebastian Weyer. So there is only 0.5 seconds splitting seeds 2, 3, 4, and 5, which will be an incredible watch when it comes to the finals later on today, but we'll also be able to see how these guys can perform in the semi-finals, who is going to be taking those seeds, who is going to be lining themselves up for a podium potential. We know that Timon will, because there's almost zero chance that he isn't first in this round, but it should be exciting to see nonetheless. Just to read some more names from 5x5 so that you know who is coming up. We've got Daniel Rush from South Africa, the African record holder. We've got Patrick Ponce from the US. We've got Janos Barecki from Romania. Luke Garrett from the United States. Mark Zimmerman, who just podiumed in, I believe, 6x6, if not 7x7. And Kate Graham from the United States. Kim Roger Haraldsson, and many more. We've got a lot of famous faces in this 5x5 group. We've already had 6x6 and 7x7 finals, as well as 4x4 finals. And so we will see who is able to place themselves at the top of this seeding when it comes to the 5x5 semi-finals.
In front of the stage, there's too much AV equipment there. To head backstage, go past the tables on your right. That said, viewers, it's time for a different cube. 5x5, round 2, group 1, starting now. 5x5, group 1.
So guys, I'm going to be leaving you in the capable hands of Henry Bennett, and I think Sean O'Toole will be continuing this commentary throughout the afternoon and the morning, with the semi-finals coming up now, followed by the finals. So that is it from me, OJ. For now, I'll be joining you guys later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rubiks WCA European Championships 2026 live from Arnhem in the Netherlands. And this is where it begins to get a little bit tasty. We are here ready for 5x5 semi-finals, the only semi-final so far of Sunday, the last day of this weekend's European Championships so far. And we've got a stacked lineup, and I'm really excited to be bringing you this alongside Sean O'Toole. Sean, how are you doing, my friend?
I am doing great. How are you doing, Henry?
I am absolutely fantastic. I cannot wait for this semi-final, and of course we've got plenty of the top players on show for us this morning. Timon Kolosinski, Kieran Behan, just to name a few. They have been trading blows in big cubes all weekend. We saw them against each other in 6x6 finals. We saw them against each other in 7x7 finals. Talk to me about those two. One of them is from your native country. So just talk to me about, their sort of commanding presence in both big cubes. We will do in a second as we've just sorted out a few technical issues. But Sean, just talk to us about Kieran and Timon and just the battle they shared across this weekend.
I mean, it's not just this weekend, Henry. It's been over the course of the last 8 years. Kieran and Timon have been battling it out in big cubes, taking European records, European championships off each other, blow by blow, or blow for blow, I should say. Sorry. So you never know what we're going to see today. Timon, the obvious favourite. Our prediction sheet giving him a 100% chance to win, but we've seen things happen in the past that anything can happen. One pop, one bad solve, suddenly that can all change.
100%. And obviously we've got the two British natives on our screen, Danny Morgan and Monty Fox alongside each other. A round one average for Danny of a 43.46, putting him fourth in the standings so far. I've been speaking to Danny across these few weeks, and especially this weekend. He thinks that 5x5 is going to be one of the big challenges, and he wants to definitely get himself and cement him in the finals. Talk to me about Danny, because obviously you've seen him a few times before, and obviously you competed alongside him, and you've seen him, how good he is at 5x5. Just talk to me about, the current British NR 5x5 holder.
I mean, Danny, he has over half of the top 100 5x5 results for the United Kingdom. He's obviously very, very strong. Seeded fourth after the first round. He's got a PR single, of 36.28. That is very, very quick. He was seeded 10th coming into this competition by PR, but our average of 12 previous rounds, he was seeded fourth. So while he might not have the strongest PR, his recent performance has been right at the top of the game for this competition.
Obviously, one of the outsiders is Sebastian Vire, PR single of 36.76, a 41.34 average. Obviously known for his 4x4 exports, but what do you think he can do in 5x5?
Sebastian's shown he has incredible amount of major experience. Starting out with a 38.22, that's actually very good for Sebastian. He'll be very happy with that. Lots and lots of major experience. Knows how to handle the nerves. He's done it in World's Finals for 4x4 last year. Maybe he can do it again today.
Both. Obviously, you know Kieran quite a bit as well. Just obviously already podium twice for Ireland alongside four of your Irish compatriots so far. Just talk to me about how good Kieran can be on his day, especially in a 5x5 final.
Well, Kieran in 5x5, that PR single that we can see on screen, a 33.20. That was his overall PB, and he got it in the final of the World Championship last year.
A 38 to start off for Kieran, a 38 for Richard Delacoste as well. Caleb Wolf done with a 51.85 in the background, as we can see. We'll just take a little bit of a break. We'll have a look at and see the people we haven't seen so far. There's Mark Zimmerman just starting his first attempt as well. Talk to us about, for some of the people that we won't see at the moment, Janusz Borecki, Patrick Ponce, Daniel Rush of South Africa, Luke Garrett we're also going to see in this round as well. Kate Graham, Kieran Haraldsson. Again, every single
one of these names, these are people that we're seeing that we are thinking maybe these people have potential to podium. Kate Graham, of course, being the holding the female world record for big cubes. Very, very strong in the last few years coming through. Yes. Mark Zimmerman, we've seen 2 second place podiums from him so far. I don't think he was expecting that, but he came 7th at the last 5x5 Euros, but he came 9th in our previous round. So
41, a 6.91 average to start him off in the first round. Another 46 here. Here's Timon
Here we go.
The obvious favourite. We'll see how he can do. 5 WRs to his name so far. A few, one sub 30 single, a 29.49, a PR average of 33.73.
That PR average is very, very close to the next fastest PR single. So that just shows how dominant Timon is in this event.
100%, and it's a flip at 16 for Timon so far. We'll see how his edge pairing fares. Looks pretty decent so far. Very little pauses. A little bit of a pause there, however. A little bit the commentator's curse. Just trying to look for those last 4 edges there. A little bit of a pause. Just trying to work through those last edges. Goes through parity now. And we also know that Timon's one of his big strengths of 3x3 stage. And there's another big strength of his. Few skips and a cube drop as well. He's annoyed with that. 38.13 to start us off for Timon. He puts his hand straight up in the air. Patrick Ponce with 39.68 as well. One of our foreign competitors all the way from the United States competing at this weekend's Euros. Who else can we see? We've also got Kate Graham on your right-hand side.
This is just full on. There's no breaks here, is there?
You don't stop in 5x5. And this is the amount of action that we've seen across this weekend, especially in semi-finals. I think personally, this is one of the big ones because every semi-final here, if you're under pressure to get into a final, I think it can be more nerve-wracking than what we've seen in the final so far. Let's see how
We've
Kate
seen
goes
some
on.
big names knocked out of semi-finals so far. Anthony Paterakis not making 2x2 final despite him being one of the favourites to win this competition. So we can't see anything happen. Kate with a 47, she won't be particularly pleased with that. Daniel Rush just in the front of your screen there. Kieran Behan, we saw him solving just off camera, so hopefully we'll get to see his time shortly.
It's a +2 there, I believe, for Alwyn Ross, one of the only Hoyer solvers in this 5x4 group. Danny Morgan with a 50.44 as well. That's definitely well off his best at the moment. Killian Hainback just behind you there. Here's Kieran Behan now, I believe, just going now for his second attempt. We're just waiting on his flips. A flip at 21, so just a little bit off the pace at the moment. We'll just see how he gets on with edge pairing, but we know that one of his strengths, Kieran, is edge pairing, so he can definitely claw back a few solves. There's Sebastian Via with a 45.19. We'll see how Kieran gets on onto his last few edges. Edge parity there. We'll see how he fares into his last few solves.
Kieran famously only solving on green for big cubes.
A little bit of a lock-up on the last few turns. A 46.7 for Kieran there. Is Killian Haymack gets on, so it's going to be a mid-46.
Kevin Gerhardt here.
Antoine Delemond. See how Kevin gets on his last few edges. Has an edge parity there. See this front view now. We just need a little bit of a close-up. Caleb Wall done in the back, at the back row, just going now at the moment. It's a 44.69 for Kevin Gerhardt. A few times entered elsewhere. We saw Tim on with a 38.13. Sebastian Vile with a 38.45. Daniel Ross with a 41 and 46. And Denny Morgan with a 46 and the 50 that we saw earlier. Looks like going to be a mid-50 for Caleb Wolf Dunn. We'll see him in action in 3x3 later this afternoon. Potentially could be in another major final. Here now is Killian Hainback now. Going on to PLL, a little bit slow, but it's happy with a 42.
That's good for Killian. He'll be very happy with that.
Very good for him. A few claps from the Irish contingent on the bleachers just in front of him. Here now is the Norwegian man, Kim Roger Haraldson. Chance to podium at 30%. Current average and single holder for the national record for Norway. 15th at Euros 2022. This is third European Championship. 13 national records to his name in Norway. He's currently on his yell stage, just trying to fill the centres. I believe a 25 flips, so he's a little bit off the pace at the moment. Can we see elsewhere anyone's getting on? Here's Mark Zimmerman. Starts off, I believe, a second sole with a 40.
I believe
so. Consistent there. Here's Luke Garrett now. This is full on, isn't it?
It's insane.
Luke Garrett now just putting his yell stage. I believe it's a flip. I can't exactly see. It's about a mid.
Yeah, he's just on edges
flip.
there.
See how he gets on with his there. Again, 39.67 PR single, 43.98 PR average. He's defending 3x3 US national champion at one-handed, and is the current 3x3 OH world record average holder as well.
Richard Delacoste starting on the left-hand side as well.
Luke Garrett there with a 47.85. Kate Graham going on your right-hand side. Patrick Ponce currently on his last layer now.
Kim Roger with a 49 in the back.
45 for Patrick Ponce as well at the front. Again, this is just so much action. Now Timon going as well, as you can see at the front. We'll see how Timon gets on. Obviously the big favourite here. See his edges are his centres are
incredibly quick.
Yeah, exactly, and that's one of his big strengths here. We'll see how he gets on with Yao. I believe that's his last cross edge going in now with the white-red. Straight onto the final four centres. Looks very, very smooth. Flips at 19, and not a bad start for Timon. Straight onto his edge pairing, and looks very, very fluid to begin with. Just a combination of wide D and wide U moves actually doing him well so far. Looks like he's finished edge pairing. Straight onto 3x3 stage. Last pair goes in. Onto the zebra now. It's going to be a 37.4 for Timon Kolozinski. That's going to be his best solve of his average so far.
We just saw Janos Borecki there off the side Timon, this being his second comp of the year. and only his second ever major.
100%. Here's Sebastian Weyer now. Just going straight onto edge pairing. Around about the mid-20s at the moment so far. Obviously, we'll have a look elsewhere and see who our main competitors are, just to see at the top of the screen. At the moment, Kieran Bien leads the way. Projected averages so far for Timon Kolizinski around about a mid-38. Sebastian Weyer projected about a mid-41. Sebastian Weyer there with 40.8. Kieran Bien projected a 42.37. So at the moment, the top three looking to be projected at Timon Kolizinski, Sebastian Weyer and Kieran Bien. Not a bad top three to have.
I think it's not entirely unexpected. These three have been dominant in this event for so long. We haven't really seen that many new faces. Maybe Mark Zimmerman in the past couple of years. Danny Morgan might be coming through now soon. But still, the same old names we've been seeing for such a long time.
And it's just interesting to see how long their dominance can continue there. As well as you can see, Caleb Wolf down on your left-hand side against Kieran Bien. 26-year-old, my apologies, came second in round one with 43.07. A chance the pony went 94%.
Very impressive to see these competitors being able to still be so fast at cubing, practicing so much despite having more adult lives and jobs and children and all these kind of things.
Well, it's definitely good to see, especially how they're still getting to mix it in with, you know, some of the younger competitors who are starting to come through here at the moment. EO to ZB for Caleb Wolf done. It's going to be a 48.48. Kieran just finishing up his solve there on the right-hand side. We'll see how he gets on. It's a 42.64. A 49.84 for Killian Hainbach, the fellow Irishman in this group as well. We'll see how Mark Zimmerman gets on as well. Around about the mid-20s at the moment. He's on well onto edge pairing, as we can see. We'll wait until other times are ended. Alward Rolls currently leading out the rear of a 50, a 54 and a 56. Mark Zimmerman there just on your screen on the right hand side, just finishing off his solve, still on edge pairing. Just onto the last few and now straight onto 3x3 stage. Last two pairs which are looking a little bit too gen for him. Didn't see much of PLL and OLR there. It's a 48 for Mark Zimmerman. Doesn't look too impressed so far, does he, Sean?
We expect to see about a 48 average getting into finals, so while he might not be that happy, hopefully it will be enough for him.
100%. We'll have to see how he gets on at the moment. It's going to be, as we said already, it's going to be the top 14 European competitors that make it through into the finals.
Timon Kolizinski starting solve 3.
See who he gets on. It looks like it's going to be as consistent so far. It's going to be white, yellow centres to start off with, as obviously he does solve white cross every single 5x5 solve. Looks like the centres are a little bit fluid. Lovely use of the wide layers there to 17 flips, so not too bad for Timon, as we can see here. Onto edge pairing, again looks really, really fluid. Very, very little pauses, and that's what you're going to see at this top level of speed cubing. Onto his final few edges now. Straight into 3x3 stage.
This is very, very fast.
The 34 for Timon Kolizinski, 34.4. A little bit of a pause for the ZBLL recognition, but it's something that you're definitely going to want at this stage of the competition so far, Sean.
Timon was the only competitor in the world to have ever gotten a sub 35x5 single, so a 34 isn't even sub his PR average.
Which is
insane. Considering the next fastest PR single in this group is 33.2.
Patrick Ponce there, I believe a mid-40, so sorry, I'm not a mid-40, a low 40, a 40.5 to start him off. Caleb Wolf on your left-hand side. Got Kate Graham just at the back left, Monty Fox at the back right. Again, so many competitors in this so far. A few other times being entered. Daniel Sartori of Italy with a 51, a 50, 51 and a 47 so far. Aaron Roltz still with a 50, a 54 and a 56. Danny Morgan, 46, 50, 44. Luke Garrett with a 42 and a 47. I believe there's Richard Delacos with a 39 in the background. We'll have a look at Danny Morgan now. Obviously one of the best UK competitors in the country for 5x5. Definitely got a point to prove. He wants to see if he can mix it in with some of the big competitors. A flip at 19 for Danny onto his last cross edge now. Going straight into the rest of the edges now. Very, very fluid. Going into his last 4 now.
Danny not wanting to count that 50 from his second solve.
Doesn't look like he's going to count it at the moment. He's on pace for, I believe,
a very
mid-40. Very, very fluid F2L stage. Into the A-perm. It's going to be a mid-42. He looks very, very happy with that. Great start again for Danny Morgan. Collapse from the multiple British competitors, as you can see at the back of the grandstands. Luke Burns involved there. Ryan Eckersley, who's already won a few events for the UK in blind this week so far.
Kieran just finishing up edge pairing now.
See how he gets on. Just last few edges. Straight onto 3x3 stage. Looks very, very fluid on 3x3 stage. Can he recognise the CB?
Ooh.
Straight into the U-perm, so 41.23. Tuan Dunaman just onto his right-hand side as well. Straight with the ZB, it's a 46.64 there. We've got Kim Roger going on your right-hand side. Here now is Kevin Gelhardt, trying to recover himself, maybe get himself into the top 3. We'll see how he gets on, going on to his last few stages. Like a G-perm there, but 42.98 for him. His Alwyn Rolls there, we will believe a 48.76, trying to claw himself back into the top 14. Killian Hayne back on your right-hand side, just midway through the 30s, just finally just trying to get himself through, I believe, parity there. Looking to be a mid-40, maybe low 50 if possible. It's going to be a mid-40, a 47, I believe, a 47.7 for Killian Hayne back.
That might be enough to get him through to the final. We'll have to see.
It could be. We'll have to look and see at the end. Here's Daniel Rush, the current AFR holder for single and average in 5x5 as well. And next to Sebastian Via. Two big giants sitting next to each other. And we're going to see that in finals later, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. We're going to see a lot more than two big giants sitting next to each other.
We're going to
see 14 of them.
Yeah, 100%. We might even see the first 5 or 6 at the front row. Could be. We don't know who is going to win. We don't know who's going to podium, and that's the beauty of speedcubing. This is every single person's dream, just to see, especially if you're going into speedcubing, just how good everyone could be. Like, you could have 4 or 5 going for third spot later. Sebastian
37 for Sebastian.
39,
sorry.
Daniel Rush for 41. Big claps there, I believe. I'm not sure who for. To 43. Big cheers going up there. Luke Garrett just in your front of your screens there. Very, very big cheers from the front row. I'm not too sure. It could be a potential national record. We'll just have a look later and just see what's going on there. As I believe that's Luke Garrett going on to this last little bit of the Yao reduction phase, straight into the last cross edge of the flip at 27, I believe, so a little bit off the pace.
Richard and Timon just sitting down off screen there, readying themselves for the next solve.
We'll see how Luke finishes off this one. A little bit of parity there. There's a nice little L2C case there. Lovely little EO there, just straight into the I believe U-perm there. It's a 48.17. We're ready to see T1 in action now for his 4th. Currently counting a 37, his worst of 38.13, a best of 34.49. The yellow centre doesn't look great. He's going to start with the yellow centre, however, either way. Go straight onto white. 2 centres done at 6, so it's not too bad pace at the moment. Cross edge is done at around 12 or 13. It's a flip at 17 for Timon Kolozinski. Here, how will he fare in his edge pairing? Will he get lucky? Can we see a very, very good solve for him? Can he potentially count that 34?
If anyone can count a 34, it's Timon, Henry.
It's an edge parity there for Timon. Onto his last few edges. It's an EO into ZB. It's a 36.6 for Timon Kolozinski. So at the moment, counting a 36 and a 37 to start us off.
Henry, that 40.70 for Richard Delacoste is huge. So far, he has a 38, a 44, a 39, and now a 40. His PR average is 42.
And let's not disregard Danny Morgan with a 39 there. We'll see how he gets on as well.
Kieran's final solve now.
Yep, Kieran on his final solve, number 5. Currently counting a 42 and a 41. A 38 with his best, a 46 with his worst. We'll see how he fares going on to his last few edges now. Looks like a relatively easy case, went straight into edge parity now. A lot of lefties that F2L. Straight into PLL. It's going to be around a mid-38 for Kieran. So he's going to count the 38, or counting 38, 41 and 42.
It's going to be around a 40.9-ish average, I believe, for Kieran.
We'll see how he gets on. Sorry, I don't believe it was a PR average for Maciek Skronowski. I'm not too sure who that was. My apologies. Aaron Roltz on the screen there on the right-hand side. Seeing how he fares there. There's Kevin Gelhardt on your left-hand side. We finally believe that the cheers were for Maciek for his PR average there. Danny Morgan finishing off with a 44.51 average. For Richard Delacoste to get his BPA, which will put him, I believe, around the top 3. He will need a sub 40, looking at a 39.69 or better. Alvin Rolls on your right-hand side, one of the best Hoya solvers in the world. I'm a big advocate for Hoya, so it's really good to see that Hoya representation in this semi-final. We'll see how he gets on, straight onto the last few edges. It's like a little bit of tough cases, a little bit of a bad recognition onto edge parity. Getting a little bit unlucky there, looking like I believe a mid-50 that Alvin rolls there.
Richard, if Richard gets BPA here, that will put him third in Europe. The third person to ever get a sub 40 average in Europe.
Which is unbelievable, isn't
Yes.
it? And it will definitely be a Swiss national record for sure.
He currently holds the Swiss national record with 42.
So it definitely will be then. Daniel Rush on your right-hand side. We'll see how the current African continental champion gets on in 5x5.
Actually, Richard at this stage guaranteed Swiss national record. His worst possible average is 41.48.
Oh, so we'll see if he can better that then. If he can definitely better it, or put him in good stead, definitely going into the final, Sean.
100%. He's already got that 44, so he'll be looking to not count that.
We're waiting on Timon Kolizinski for his last. A little bit of edge parity for Daniel Rush there. Right onto last layer. A little bit of an A-perm. Finishes off with a 45. Here's Richard Delacoste. Can he even better his already Swiss national record? A little bit of preparation there as Patrick Ponce keeps going on the right-hand side at the front table. There's Mark Zimmerman right in the back. Jar just ready himself early. We'll wait and see. Can we see Sebastian's time? I'm not too sure what it is. It's 42.8 for Sebastian Weyer. Here's Richard. What do you think is going through the mind of Richard at the moment? What do you think, already having locked in Swiss national record? Do you think it's more of a case of, taking your time, or is it more of a case of, can I beat it?
I think he's trying to beat it. He needs a 39.63 for a sub 40 average, which he's shown today that he's very capable of doing.
Well, speaking of 39, it's Patrick Ponce there with a 39.8. We'll see how Richard gets on. Can he beat the Swiss national record? It's a flip at 22.
A little bit late for a flip there.
And a little bit of a pause there on edge pairing as well.
Onto those last.
Edge parity as well. He's gone into a 3x3 stage at 35.
He might be able to manage this. It looks like just not quite.
It's going to be a lefty F-perm there. 42.22.
That's a very, very solid average. That is a national record by a lot.
By a long, long way. And we'll see how...
His worst counting time was very, very slightly slower than his previous PR average.
Which again is very impressive. As
very
as
impressive.
You said, Sean,
on such a stage like this. Sebastian Weyer with a 41.14 national record average as well.
Which is really good for him as well. He's actually going into finals as well. Timon flips at 22. We'll see how he gets on the edges. Look really, really good. He's straight onto last few edges. Going to be a ZBLL. Soon ZBLL at that. It's
34.
34.
That's going to count.
Which is going to be counting. It's a 34, a 36 and a 37. We'll see how that puts him. It's definitely going
about
to be
a 36
top.
average, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely going to be top. There's Twan Dunneman with his last soul, getting ready for his last soul. Will need a decent average to make sure he is solidified in that final. Danny Morgan, as we said earlier, with 44.51 PRs all around for Kevin Gelhart, both single and average. Maciek, as we said, with a PR. Daniel Rush with a 42 average. We'll definitely see him safely through, even though not one of our European competitors. Patrick Ponce with a 41.88. Similar back to Daniel Rush. We'll definitely see him through to finals, but again, not one of our European competitors. Kim Roger Haraldson right on this cusp with a 46.86. We're expecting, we reckon, a sub 47 to potentially make it through. We'll see how the rest of them get on. Bono Lee Kwan with a 45.21. The Hong Kong competitor definitely will see himself through. We'll have to have a look and wait and see what the rest of the times will say. Mark Zimmerman will definitely make it, but he's outside the top 14. The big clap on your green stage. We'll have a look and
a sub 40 solve, I believe, for a competitor.
It is sub 40. I'm not sure who for. We'll see how Twang gets on in his last. On to 3x3 stage at 40. Little bit of a recock on the soon ZBLL. It's a 45.15 for Mark Dunneman. There he's the 39 there. I'm not exactly sure who for. We'll have a look and see in a second.
It might be a moment before it's entered. I don't believe they're doing live data entry for this stage.
It will be a while until we see that. Kate Graham with her last on the left-hand side. Again, it's really good to see two national record averages in this group so far. Again, as we talk about, putting yourself momentum-wise, when you get a national record average, obviously you want it to happen in the final, but what momentum-wise, what does that mean for Richard and Sebastian?
I mean, I believe that they will believe that they have shown that they can do it. Richard will be going into this final round with seeded third. Sebastian will be seeded fourth. Both of them previously had the national record averages for their country. However, Richard's previous national record was slower than Sebastian's previous national record. So now Richard will be 4th in the in Europe, apologies, not in the world, for 5x5, and Sebastian will be back down to 5th. Mark Zimmerman, also Sebastian's country mate, so he might not actually make the final. Oh no, he definitely will. He's currently 15th, but we have some international competitors here today, so he should make the final. Lots and lots ready to happen.
Yeah, exactly that. Monty Fox there with a 46. That's going to be counting, so he will count a 46, a 48, and a 49. We'll see there where that leaves him. At the moment, we are expecting around a 40, low 47 to make it through. Mika Schmulders with a 48.32, just on the cusp. Killian Hainbach with a 48.59 there. We are slowly coming towards the end of 5x5 round 2. Just a few more competitors to go. Few on the blue stage. Sean, we're all done. What's your big takeaway from that round?
Well, we have seen and we've been shown that this is not a 2-horse race between Kieran and Timon like we thought. Well, it's a 1-horse race for Timon. That's probably pretty certain. But this 2nd, 3rd, and 4th really could be anyone. There is such a small gap between them of just 0.13 seconds between 2nd and 4th. So really, we've seen it happen already this weekend, where an upset happens, someone gets pushed off the podium that we were really expecting to get there, but only 0.01 of a difference between 2nd and 3rd seed. So we are going to see Timon and Kieran on that top table just about later on today. Yeah, really anyone's game at this stage.
Exactly that. The top 16 currently on your screen at the moment. Timon Kolozinski at the top of the time sheets with a 36.30 average. Kieran Behan in second with a 40.84. 2 NRs for the Swiss and the German of Richard Delacoste and Sebastian Weyer, a 40.85 and a 41.14 for both. Patrick Ponson fifth, the United States man, creeping into the top 5 alongside Daniel Rush, a fellow international competitor with 42.66. The rest, it will be Maciek Skoronowski with a 43.27, Kevin Gelhardt, Danny Morgan, Bonali Chakwan, Luke Garrett, Twan Lemon, Kate Graham, Kim Roger Halsum, and we are expecting Mark Zimmerman and Jennifer Reski to make it through with around the 47 average. That will round us off.
We may also see Monty Fox.
We could see Monty
because
Fox.
I believe we have 3. We have Patrick, Daniel, and Berno as well, so we might see Monty Fox just about scraping it into the final.
With a PR average, might I add, so that's very good for Monty. But that should be us for 5x5 round 2, the top 14 to be decided. We will see you back here later. We've got Pyramix round 2 coming up in a second, but we'll see you back here for 5x5 finals in the afternoon session. We have got such a good final to look forward to. Make sure you stay tuned. We'll see you next for Pyramix round 2.
And there we go. It's Pyramix round 2, Group
Okay, we are back. I am still here. I am Sean O'Toole, and I am joined by
Wilhelm Gildas. Hello there. I'm back.
Pyraminx round 2. This is going to be very exciting. We saw some crazy times in the first round. We're about to see Arats here from Spain.
Yes.
By far the favorite to win this competition.
Came in first seed. The first round. And he's currently wearing the same shirt as he did for his .98. I just saw his profile picture, and it's maybe another orange hoodie story, but this time in purple. We'll see.
This looks like a good scramble. I don't know anything about Pyraminx.
Oh,
is that a DNF?
That's
It looks like it.
Yes, that's DNF. Oh, he's very upset.
Arats is known to be quite emotional when it comes to his solves, I believe.
I think for him now, the most important thing that, like, something with this happening on the first solve, I think it's like a small catastrophe for you, and he just really needs to get his mind together now, focus in, and
100%.
not make any stupid mistakes. Like, he is at the level where he can comfortably probably make the finals.
Yeah.
If he just
Oisin Allwill here.
slows down one gear. Oisin.
158 for Oisin Allwill. Oisin being a bit of an upset in the first round, coming fourth. Going into this competition, no one really, aside from the Irish competitors, knew who he was. And he managed to come fourth in that first round with tying his PR average of 1.82.
Yeah. Doesn't even have the NR average, right?
No, he doesn't. He has an NR single. 174 for Jonathan Plug.
Yep. Local representative.
See Alexei Svetkov just arriving in the back there.
Being
169 there. Sigurd, I believe, there on your left-hand side for Norway. Alexei Svetkov starting his first solve. We've seen some pretty fast times so far.
What the man can do.
Yanis just arriving in the back behind Alexei. 188.
188. Looks to be very calm for this.
Looks like Oisin in the lead so far with his 158.
Yes. Behind him, Daniel Patrick. As of now, but not everyone has done their first solve.
186 for Sigurd.
Yep.
Yanis just in the back there. I believe this is Daniel Brem from Switzerland here.
Yes, yes.
190. So this seems to be a decent scramble. Lots of people doing well. Lots of sub twos. Do you have any predictions for who's going to get through the final, Wilhelm?
I mean, this is so difficult. I'm not one really following Pyraminx all that much, but I think, well, I'm sure about one thing: there will be an upset.
100%.
And
we've seen Arats with a DNF in his first solve. That could be devastating.
That could be the one. I'm really much hoping not to, because I want to see.
I want to see what he can do. I think he's really, really capable of doing something really, really great.
That, and I want to see, like, everybody who's predicted to make the final actually make the final.
Yeah, 100%.
See.
205. Ooh, 261.
Not
shake of the head there. We would expect around, from our first round seeding, around a 2.2 average to get to finals, but that is very, very, very likely to change.
It's scramble dependent.
Scramble dependence. A lot more pressure now as well, though. The semi-final of the European Championship. And a DNF for Luke Garrett.
Looks very annoyed.
Oisin Allwill with solve 2.
Yeah. See what he can do.
155 for Oisin.
Locked in.
Wow. This is Oisin's first ever major. He seems to be doing very well under the pressure. We weren't sure how he was going to perform.
Yeah, PR average in the first round, 1.8 average. He's very much on pace to bleed again.
Also getting an 8.1 PR, 3x3 average.
Yeah. In the second round.
Ed Burgess 205. Well-known UK pyramixer. Caleb was done. We saw his time there briefly. I just missed it.
And another
plus 2. Daniel Partridge now. Very well known for his pyraminx in the past for the UK. Now he's moved more into big cubes. Bit of a lock-up. 227. Daniel was very well known for his pyraminx in the past.
Pyraminx and all round.
Now he's become more of an all-rounder as the years have gone on, but in previous years, maybe 2022, 2023, very much a pyraminx main. And
Pretty typical journey. You can see
exactly
people getting good at one event and then at some point.
I believe that was Dan Turner with a 163.
And Art is doing his preparation now.
Turner's a very ironic name for a cuber.
Yes.
Arat's just beginning inspection now off our screen.
1.51. Oh,
okay.
And his gestures, he's trying to calm himself down.
He seems quite stressed, and justifiably so. If I was in his position, I would probably be a bit stressed also.
Yeah.
It's also, you have to remember these people, like, he's just a kid, and it's such a massive stage. The room is very full. Lots of people pointing cameras at you. There's TV cameras here today. There's, of course, about 25, 30 cameras just for the stream. High pressure environment. 236 for Jonathan Plug. Not happy. Jonathan Plug on the World Championship podium last year. Alexei Svetkov now.
Oh, no.
Oh, and a plus 2 for Alexei. He will not be happy with that.
It's such a small.
That's all it takes.
Arrow. Yeah, very small arrow.
In these sprint events, one small error can push you just outside that qualifying time.
Yeah, I was just having a talk earlier. Like, this is a real choice having 14 spots.
Yeah.
For the finals, for all finals, for big cubes and the speed events. Big cubes, you only pretty much need to have like 10 people on to decide, and for the speed events, there will be someone not making the final who would have been capable of winning it all.
We saw last year at the World Championships the second to last seed winning pyraminx.
Yes.
So that really shows that anything can happen in the final.
And it was a bigger final, I believe.
It was, you're right. I believe it was at 16 or 18 people. Oshin almost solved 3. Oshin doing the best out of everyone in after his first 2 solves with a 1.58 and a 1.55. Now with another 1.58. This is insane from Oshin. His PR average is 1.82 from the first round. All he needs is one more good solve to lock in that national record average.
Yes, he tied his PR, I believe, and now he's on pace. All he needs is one more good solve. One more good solve for Oshin will give him that national record, and very likely a very strong seed. The national record for Ireland is 1.78, and he already has 3 1.5s. So very much on pace, but we've all been there. We've all been there. Good scramble, and then you get the final scrambles, and there's just nothing to be seen. And you see Jonathan preparing. Bit of a rough start with the 2.3, and 1.7 was solid enough. And we also have Arats going on, so now people are coming in. I believe Oshin needs a 2.21 to tie national record. Arats 1.79, again trying to calm himself down. Still very respectable. And if he gets another sub 2, he can just internally slow down a gear. One more solve. Yeah, one more good solve, and then just one more solid solve, just safety it. And we have Jonathan here. Arat's really showing his ability to put it aside, slow his brain down, and just focus on the next solve coming. 208. He is upset with that, by the looks of it. Like you said a moment ago, this event, anything can happen. We have not seen Scramble 4 or Scramble 5 yet. We don't know whether they're both terrible
One of them could be an incredible scramble.
Yeah.
We never know, we could see a world record or anything happen now.
Yeah. And Oisin likely to be one of the first to receive it.
It looks like it. Luke Garrett here, we saw his DNF earlier by a slice, which is quite uncommon in pyramids.
Yeah.
$191 there.
I believe it must be Henrik of Poland.
We are just seeing Oisin arrive now. You saw him in the background. There's a large amount of cheering for Oisin as he sits down to do his 4th solve. Daniel Partridge beside him. Oisin needs a 2.21 to tie national record. It will be, I believe, his first national record average.
So very much up and coming Cuba.
He's only young. He's only about 11, I think.
Oh. People are
2.25.
trying to calm themselves down.
Oisin all smiles. Look at him. He's so excited to be here. He is such a lovely kid. He's so nice. 2.21 to tie national record.
Wearing the bucket hat. Maybe it's a sign. Let's see what he can do. Yeah.
And that is going to do it. That is going to smash the Irish national record average. Previous Irish national record of 1.78. He is already guaranteed a mid 1.5 average. That is so consistent.
Final for sure for him, and a very good season.
Wow, that is so exciting. I know his mum very well. His mum is very active in the Speedcubing Ireland organisation community. I would imagine she is probably barely able to watch at this stage. She gets incredibly nervous. She gets probably 1,000 times more nervous than he does. But that is so exciting for Oisin. Oisin polling first behind Luke Garrett so far. Sorry, just ahead of Luke Garrett. Sorry,
Just
I should
ahead.
say.
Everything's still possible for Luke Garrett. 1.3, 1.61 on solve 2 and 3. And on screen we just saw Aratz taking his spot, mentally preparing for his 4th solve. And let's see. By the looks of it, he's still preparing, spamming moves on his pyramids, trying to calm himself down.
Oisin with a 1.55 BPA and a 1.57 WPA.
So nothing really.
So consistent.
Yeah. And Aratz is inspecting 1.85. I think he's really going for safety.
He's really, and you know what? I respect that. He has a final to get in. He's got a title to take home. Luke Garrett with something in the background there. We just missed it. 1.68 for Luke Garrett.
1.68, so very much also on pace to make the finals if he doesn't make anything bad counting.
That will give him a counting 1.61 for sure. We'll have to see his final solve to see what he gets. There will be all eyes on Aratz's final solve now in a moment. Aratz obviously the favourite going into this competition.
Currently, from the solves we have seen so far, 2.19 seems to be the cutoff.
2.49 for Daniel Partridge. Oisin's final solve here. A little bit lucky. It does not matter. Does not matter. That is Oisin's first ever national record average. Very, very possible he comes into this European Championship final in the first seed, having no one known who he was before arrival.
That is awesome.
Really, really cool. Team Ireland rushing out to see him.
This has been a blast for the Irish community, I believe.
Ireland has had an incredible year this year. Second in the medal table going into today already, just behind Poland, ahead of Germany, the UK, France, Spain, all of these big cubing countries that we've been hearing about for years. And little old Ireland with 5 million people.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought going into this? We had some hope. We thought that maybe we might pick up a Megamix podium here or there. Maybe a clock podium if we got really, really lucky. We ended up getting 2 Megamix podiums, a clock podium, and now this incredible possible first seed going into Pyramix finals.
So yeah, we do have the final solves for Daniel Partridge already entered and Caleb Wolfdon, both finishing with a 2.34 and 2.36 average respectively. And oh no, this is
That
horrible
disaster for Luke
Luke
Garrett.
Garrett.
That is
It's-
just going to push him out of the final. That is
Yep.
going to be a counting 6.14 by the looks of things.
Yep.
I think from here that looks just about a +2.
He's disappointed. Is disappointed, but
Luke's had some unfortunate results this competition so far.
again, better here than on his home turf.
Exactly, Luke. Well known. We know that he can perform when he needs to.
For sure.
Just waiting on Aratz's final solve now. I believe Oshin is locked first seed.
Yeah, pretty. Yeah, he is.
That's very exciting.
Yep.
Oh, his poor mother is going to be so nervous going into that.
On screen, Jonathan. Bit of a lockup. A 2.21. He's not happy with that, but it's good enough, I believe, for him going forward. Which should give him a
Alexis
low
Svetkov.
2 average, which should be enough.
Alexis Svetkov and Yanis Kostincelli now about to solve. They both need a mid to high 2 to lock the finals. Yanis not doing that with a 5.94.
Oh yeah, another +2.
That's going to give him a 283 average. That might not be enough. Two, three, four. Pyramix being one of those puzzles that we can see the entire thing essentially from one angle. We know whether or not it's a +2 there.
Yeah. On screen, Daniel Brehm from Switzerland.
Ooh, and that is going to count at
rough.
2.15, but it will be more than enough to get him into finals.
Yeah.
Here's Aratz's final solve. This is what we've been waiting to see.
And we have a 2.08 from Alexei.
That is okay.
Securing him the final spot for sure. He can be happy.
Yeah. Now Aratz.
Final is a final.
Mary Hennessy making an expert call there.
Yes. That we might not be able to see from this angle here. The Pyramix, what could be solved?
8 seconds.
Oh, huge upset. Huge upset. 4.42. We've seen the lucky solve.
Aratz's final solve. This will decide whether or not he is in the final. And that is enough. He has done it.
He's done it.
That has shown that he can perform under pressure. Probably the most
Yep.
pressure that we've seen so far at this competition.
Yeah.
The DNF on the first solve of these sprint events. Look at him. He's taking a moment, taking a breath.
He's happy. He's very happy, and rightfully so. I believe what we just saw earlier before the solve was Adam Romanowski from Poland counting the 4, so I can totally understand his reaction.
Yeah, 100%. Now we are getting ready for Pyramix final.
Blind.
Sorry, blind final. Blind semi-final. Wow.
Blind semi-final.
It has been a long weekend.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
We are going to probably just join you again in a moment, or we take a small break, or will we just continue going?
I think we can.
I think we just continue going.
Yeah,
It's just the two of us, isn't it?
Yeah,
perfect.
Cubers and Mixes, it's time for 3x3 blindfolded, round 2, group 1. For the audience, please be very, very quiet during this blindfolded event. For the audience and everyone, the food trucks are back. They've got fries, pizza, and poke bowls. Once again, 3x3 blindfolded, group 1. And everybody, please be very, very quiet.
Before starting with the blindfolded, I believe we have a moment to talk about the final results for 5x5.
Yes, we have 19 competitors in our final.
And very unfortunate, Mika Smulders.
Sorry, Mika
No
Smulders
good.
just about missing out on that 5x5 final.
0.01 on average. Monty Fox just snuck in with a 48.31 PR average for him.
I can see the blinders preparing to submit their cubes there now.
And also something which makes me very happy, we have 3 German competitors in the 5x5 final. We've seen a new national record average from us, a PR single, a PR average from Kevin Gerhardt. So lots to expect.
Big things. We've seen some crazy big cube results so far.
Yep. And Pyraminx is currently on screen. And I believe this will be the final list.
Look at the lead for Oisin Allwill. That is incredible. 1.57 average, beating out Adarats with a 1.84.
Still clutch average after a devastating first solve with the DNF. Very, very good. Very solid. And then Matusz Kede from Poland and also Daniel Brehm made the final with a 2:01 average. Alexei 2:02 average. And Henrik Gabor 2:04, so a very, very close race behind.
We have an all-European
final. The only one, I believe, so far.
I think we had one yesterday, possibly 2x2. I'm not sure. The best non-European at this Pyraminx semi-final was Luke Garrett, who placed 30th. Europe showing their dominance when it comes to Pyraminx.
At this championship, yes. Let me just quickly fact check. Oh yeah, we did have a purely European 2x2 final. I thought Luke Garrett.
I believe he had an unfortunate semi-final.
Yeah, from the looks of it. Oh yeah. 2:02 average, counting a 2.7.
Yeah.
Going into blindfolded, who do we have? Talk us through the main favorites.
Well, we have quite a round coming up with 3x3 blindfolded. Simon Praschel, Iker, Carrasco Ruiz, Christoph Bober, Oliver Voss, Theodor Chan. These are all big names in the European blind community. Charles, I cannot pronounce French names.
Charles Dallot Baltenberger?
There we go. Charles Dallot Baltenberger, of course.
I'm so sorry.
Our European record holder for 3x3 blindfolded, I believe.
No, not anymore. Jens Haber snuck in. He got a 12.78, I believe, a few weeks ago. Yes.
I am not up to date on our European record for average. Apologies.
For average, I mean, yeah.
I was close.
I know. For the average, for a fact, he is still a bit upset that he has not gotten a sub 15 average yet.
Free blind just beginning now, so the room has gone quiet. We expect to see some. We expect to see about sub 20 get into this 3 blind final, which is insane.
Yeah. This 1 year, 4 years ago.
Yes.
19 seconds off.
Wow, that is insane improvement. Obviously, that introduced the introduction of floating buffers, freestyle.
17 by Seymour. Happy.
That will be enough to get him through to the final, and that is all that matters here in the semi-final.
Fun ride for him.
Daniel Wallen here now.
Is active.
I love watching him in free blind. It's so fun. He's so bouncy. He's a man that's full of energy. He never stops moving. He's running everywhere he goes. Slight pause there for Daniel.
Yeah.
Of course, this being the first European Championship with the new average of 5 format, this gives competitors 5 chances at getting a successful solve as opposed to the previous 3. It means that we might see some faster single solve because competitors are less likely to DNF all of their solves.
On screen on the left, Olivier Voss. And on the right we see Jens Haber sitting down.
20.26 shake at the head. Successful solve, it might be enough to get him through to this final. We'll have to wait and see. It'll be very close.
Olivier finishing as a memo around the 7.5 second mark. And slight hesitation there. I believe he's just
Just seeing Christoph Bober sit down there off screen. He, of course, came in, I believe, third in the first round of 3 blind. He's been around for a very long time,
Yeah.
a very well-known and very popular blinder. Iker Carrasco Ruiz now sitting down, coming second in our first round with a 15.84 single and set a 16.85 national record average.
And we just saw a glimpse of Jens Haber.
Christoph
with a
Bober,
DNF on the first.
6-second or 7-second memorization.
Some pausing. Yeah, that's
And a DNF for Christoph. Hopefully we'll get to see Iker now about to start his solve. He takes a very long warm-up routine, and that's understandable.
We have some results going in. Noah Kraft, a 19.20.
One
Very
crash
happy
with a
for him.
17.1. And that
Yes.
first solve will get him into the final for sure.
Yes.
Iker getting something very fast by the looks of things.
I might have to correct myself. I've not seen the first result of Shao being entered. So I'm not sure what's up with that.
There is often...
Now we see it. Oh, it's a DNF. I thought it was solved. It looked to be solved from the cameras.
Ivo Stuttersteig now on your right. Dutch blinder.
Yes. And on the left, Simon going for his second attempt.
It is silent in this room. You can hear a pin drop.
Oh, slight pause. Gets it done, 19.73.
Of course, 12.79, the European record time to beat. 11.56 being the world record for Tommy Cherry. You never know, you might see we get such a large collection of such incredible blind solvers.
Yes.
You never know what we might see today.
Jens sitting down, and Ivo
just
started execution. In the back, Oliver Fritz.
And Martin Egdal.
Let's see what Ollie can pull off.
Martin well known to be one of the best all-rounders in the world.
20.45. This could be enough, but
I think it'll be enough. I think we've seen some people, there's a lot more pressure in these second rounds and semi-finals. That'll be enough.
That'll be enough for Jens. He's not happy. He's not happy yet, but should be enough. And on screen, I believe, Charles again.
Jakub Strekovic just left our screen there.
Another DNF. And Krzysztof coming up.
Ryan Eckersley starting execution at 9 seconds there. Ryan being our 4 blind European Championship this competition. European champion this competition. Daniel Vollen 21 in the back, 21.14 for Ryan. Little nod of the head, happy with that.
Yeah.
Ryan came 13th in our first round, so we would expect to see him in the final.
And on screen, Ben Barron struggling with his attempt. DNFing the first one and looked to be a DNF as well.
Christoph Bober now doing his memo.
Yep. 7.5 seconds.
Just off camera we had Ben Stokes with a 18.02. That will probably be enough to get him through to the final.
Looking rough for Krzysztof. 24.82. It was a success. And on the right, Kamil from Poland.
Got a 19 on his first solve, so he should be okay to get through to the final.
1855 success.
It's unbelievable. I have no idea how these people manage these things.
No. Oh, Kamil taking his time for memo. So a 13-second memo won't be enough to get any good result by these standards.
And it's a DNF anyway. We're yet to see Iker a second solve. Here we go. He's just beginning his warm-up routine now. It might be a while before we see him solve. He likes to get himself well situated before he begins.
Currently watching Olivier.
20.58.
But
That's
not happy with
three
that.
successes so far, though, for him.
Yep.
Iker now comes to the end of his warm-up routine, about to begin his solve.
Already the cutoff for the final is at 20.97.
Incredibly fast, and we're definitely going to see that go sub 20. I think we still have most of these competitors with 3 more solves to go. We're not even halfway through the round.
Surprisingly, yeah, surprisingly.
Ben Stokes there on the left-hand side we just cut away from.
Iker
still warming up.
Yep. See what Shao can pull off.
Another DNF. He's going to want to do a safety now for his next couple of solves. Iker executing
with
now.
the new format, he has 2 more solves to go. And Iker,
16.95. That's going to bring him into the top spot.
Yes.
We're just seeing our competitors' third solves now. So in our old format, this would be the end of the round. But now we have seen that these competitors get 2 more attempts than European Championships past. 20.77. As of right now, that is just about enough to get through to the second round. I believe that ties his previous best from this round also.
Van Baaren struggling.
Evo with a 22. That is not enough so far to get through to this next round.
Daniel finished memo around the 9-second mark. Looks to be very fluid execution for him. And
Jakov Skrekovic in the background there from Croatia.
Oh, at 20.4. So let me see. He improved on his previous results.
We're definitely going to see sub 20 being the cutoff at least to get into this final of 3 blind.
Off screen, Jens Haber got a 17.89, 4th seed currently. 4th place.
That will definitely be enough to get him through to the final for sure.
Yeah. And that's all that matters.
1696 DNF there.
For Arthur.
Gustav Bober now. Beginning his, I believe,
third attempt.
Third attempt. He has a 24.82 success so far. That is not going to be enough. That was very fast. He had just about 7 seconds memo there, and he is flying through his execution. And a pause.
Can still
17.25. That is going to get him. That is going to get him through the final. He is not happy, but it is enough.
For sure.
That is going to push it down to 20.05 so far to get through to that final. Maybe even sub 20 with that 18 that we just saw. Ben Stokes sitting down on the right. Ben Stokes has a 18.02 success already. So that will definitely get him through to the final. Currently seated 7th. Do you think the top seeds are better for a final, or would you prefer to be at the back and try to be an upset winner?
Oh, I believe for everything except 3x3, it doesn't really matter all that much. I mean, you're all going at the same time, and there are people looking at you anyway, so... Well, maybe not the top seat. Maybe not the top 2.
A lot of pressure in being in the top
Yeah.
table.
Yeah.
Iker getting his 4th solve.
I mean, it doesn't matter anyways. I would like to be in the final.
So this is Iker's 3rd solve. Apologies, I was wrong. And Charles sitting down beside him.
Jens started inspection.
Ryan Eckersley in the
Yeah.
background.
Solid time. Slight lockups for him. Yeah, this won't be. 21 is alright. Iker struggling, doing lots of movement while solving.
Shot with a 19.10 success. That is enough to get him through to the final, most likely.
Yeah.
Maybe not, actually. There's still that's currently about 12th, I believe.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, yeah.
So
we are at sub 20 already.
a couple more good solves. You know, there's a lot of competitors here that are capable of it. Oliver Fritz, Daniel Wallen, Ryan Eckersley. These are people behind, not yet reached that sub 20 mark, but they definitely could do it. Maxime as well.
Like a couple of minutes ago, we were talking about like, 20.4. It will be slower than the cutoff in the first round, but it's already faster.
People are here to play. They're not here to...
Or no, it's not faster. It's 1902 was it in the first round.
Oh, wow, okay.
So an error from our side.
Daniel
But it's getting
Wallen.
closer. It's getting closer.
Daniel Wallen now executing very, very quickly. Not quite reaching that sub. Oh,
No.
DNF.
Yeah. He looks disappointed. Noah at 20.23.
Jakub Skrekovic now on your right-hand side from Croatia. This is every single competitor from Croatia's first major at this competition.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a good stat.
yeah.
And they are a very, very loud bunch. They are here to cheer for their teammates. 20.28 for Jakub. A bit of a fist pump there.
Yep.
That
Solid
is
showing.
not going to improve his
Not enough.
results, but it is certainly going to give him the chance of getting a very good
Yeah.
average. Is that Jens there now?
No.
No.
No, in the back we have Jonathan.
Jonathan, sorry.
Jonathan, yes.
Two-
Known for his multi-blind in Germany. But in the front, that is Jens, 1707. He's happy with that.
That will definitely be enough. Does that improve his...
217s, a 20. He also got an average.
1707 will actually bring him to second in the round.
Second in a round and a 18-second average. No, not
Not quite.
Not quite, no, but like around the 19.
Big pause there. We're already at 30 seconds on a
Yeah.
DNF.
And on screen on the right side, Shao going for his final attempt. With this one, he can really make sure to secure his spot.
Currently 12th, despite being one of the favourites for this
Mhm.
competition. Very nice quick inspection. Or memo, I should say, sorry. Martin Egdal on the left-hand side as well. Another very, very well-known cuber.
Oh,
+2.
+2.
That is not going to improve his
No.
time.
Hopefully this won't be the deciding factor for him.
I think he should be okay. We're late enough in the round now.
Mm,
Unless we see some crazy, crazy times in this fifth solves.
Yeah, Daniel Wallin, Oliver Fritz maybe cause an upset. Ryan Eckersley. They could be the people to...
Any one of them.
Yep.
We've also seen some competitors with no successes just yet. Ivo Stutesteik and Tomasz Sepil from Poland. 1742 for Iker. Shake of the head. Not
Yeah.
happy.
But we do have to take into consideration there's one more spot because we have Theodore representing Singapore.
Of course. Theodore Chan there.
Yeah. So Yakov would currently be the last one to make it into the final.
Of course, anything can happen. We still have a lot of solves left to see. Yakov sitting down for his final solve now. So folks, as of right now, it is a 19.68 single to get into this final. This could change. We could see it get even faster than that.
But would you look at the top we have so far? 16.95, 707, 1707, 1710, 1714.
Not enough there, Yakov now.
This is
That is going to be national record average for Yakov.
Oh, he's very happy.
Very, very, very good from Yakov. He'd be delighted with that on this world stage or European stage. That might be a sub 20 average. No, not quite. A very low 20 average, 20.1. He'll be very happy with that.
Especially in this
taking a selfie with a scorecard.
In this setting.
What a place to do it.
Yeah.
This is the time to perform. 18.87 there.
DNF, unfortunately.
Oh. Christoph Bober now. Currently seated fourth with a 17.14 single.
Yep.
Can he improve that? I think he's pretty much locked his position in the final. It's all about where he's seated now.
And sitting
DNF.
down, Oliver Fritz.
He needs to pull out something here now to make it into that final. He's currently got a 20.45 single, which is not enough. We need about a 19.6 to get through so far.
Oh, he has to be quick now.
A bit of a late begin to execution there. Might not be enough.
No.
Doesn't look like it. Big pause, and he's forgotten his memo.
Yeah.
That's going to be devastating for him. He's going to be
He's going to be
upset by this.
most likely. Yeah. Very unfortunate for him.
We're just waiting on to see our last solve from Iker. Yakov did secure that 20.74 national record average for Croatia.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
He's just outside our time tower there, but because we do have Theodore Chan from Singapore, we might see Yakov in the final.
This would be lovely to see.
I think the Croatian crowd will go insane to see one of their countrymen in the final. They have made so much noise despite there only being about 15 of them here. Of course, anything could have happened on our other stages as well. We don't know what might have happened. Someone could have gotten a very fast time. Iker starting his last solve now. Currently seated first. Will probably remain that way unless Christoph Bober. No, Christoph has finished.
Christoph is... Is he finished?
Yeah, I believe so. We just saw a DNF for his last solve there. 17.16 for Iker.
Yeah.
Shake of the head, not happy despite him remaining first for this round. Okay, as we see this three-lined semi-final coming to a close, it is likely to see that Iker will be our first seed, Jens Haber will be our second seed, Shimon Praschel will be our third seed, Christoph Bober fourth, and Martin Egdal fifth. I think that is pretty much what we would have expected. Maybe we would have expected to see Charles slightly higher on the list. But after those first three DNFs, you probably have to safety at least one or two of those solves.
Yeah, for sure. Apart from that, let's look at the results. I mean, Ben Barron is someone who can pull off sub-15s.
Ivo Stutesteig's last solve there, head in hands, not happy.
Final will be very intense. As we see, the top is so close for a blindfolded. And I believe we have seen
all of our
the
stalls. It
yes.
looks like that is going to be it, folks, for the three-blind final. Semi-final, apologies.
Semi-final.
We'll be back with you very shortly for square one. But for now, I think that's going to be it for myself and Wilhelm.
Yes. Coming on. Let me just check.
We have Henry Bennett and Oliver Wheat coming with you shortly. So thank you very much for listening to us, folks. See you again later.
Hello everyone, I hope you all enjoyed 3x3 blindfolded semi-finals. We will shortly be getting underway with the square one semi-finals, followed by the 3x3 semi-finals. 3x3 semi-finals, of course, will determine who goes through to the finals at 4:15 European time. So in this semi-final of square one, we have Rasmus Stubb-Destlefsen, former world record holder, I believe, and currently seeded first with a 6:55 average in round one. We also have Nikita Freyat-Bayat from France. He seeded second in round one with a 6.68 average of 5. Followed by Michał Krasowski with a 6.77. So, whilst we're waiting for the square one finals to get started, chat, we've had 2 semi-finals so far. We've had the Pyraminx and the 3-blind semi-finals. I've not been following the results that closely, so please can everyone in the comments tell me what their favourite moment of the 2 semi-finals were. And if you haven't been watching all of the semi-finals, why don't you tell me what your favourite moment of the competition has been so far. Hopefully something we caught on stream. We've of course seen a few European records, which is very exciting. Wouldn't be a European Championship without at least one European record. And yeah, it's been an exciting few days. There's been a couple of upsets, but I think in general we've seen the people who we expect to win. See, a lot of people are saying Oshin in Pyraminx. I did hear from Sean just before he left that he got an incredible national record for Ireland. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that was seeded first going into the finals. I should probably check that before I go and say things like that. Yeah, it looks like Oshin with the 157 NR Pyraminx average has put him into a first seed, followed by Milan from the United States with a 177, but the second European seed is Aratz Laruzea from Spain. Then we have Alexander Sowonchak with a 191 average. So yeah, everything is to play for in Pyraminx finals. Obviously, Pyraminx being a sprint event means there's going to be a lot of variance in those times, and a single +2 could be pretty detrimental. 2 +2s pretty much out of the running for the podium. Someone said the clock funeral was their favourite part of the competition. I don't know how we ended up with it, but in the streaming booth, literally about a couple of meters away from me, we've got the gravestone. So, Erasmus starting off with a 4.94 in square one. Looks like both of the faces are a one move out, but of course is less than 45 degrees. That does count. That is not a +2. And a 5.23 there in the back. I don't actually know what Nikita looks like, so apologies if I'm not pointing them out. Hopefully throughout this round I'll figure out what they look like. They don't have a WCA profile picture, which does make it slightly harder for me. Or maybe someone in the comments will tell me. That was Mike Thomas getting a 7.65. Isaac Corker starting off with a 5.76 for the United Kingdom. Flavio Remy solving now. Gets a 9.34. A 5.18 for this competitor in the back. Ben Barron solving now. I believe that was Konrad Matieś. This is Michał Krasowski with a 5.91. Hannes Müller with a 5.62. I think we may have just seen Nikita's time flashed up on the screen. I didn't quite catch what it was. But thank you in the chat for pointing them out to me. I will be on it with knowing who they are in the future. Feng Wan, Kevin Lau now. Seeded 4th into this round, starts off with a 7.23 average. Mike Thomas on the right here. It looks like there's parity on that solve. Got a 13.33. Flavio Rimi now on the left. Isaac Corker with a 7.06. That is off par for him. Ben Barron on the left. Yeah, Alessandro Ricci, I believe, is not at this competition for whatever reason. 11.81 for Ben Barham. I believe this is 11 Houghton for Switzerland. Now we've got Rasmus Stubdestlefsen. In the back right, we've got Martin Edal. I feel like I'm just calling out names at the moment, but hopefully that will give you guys a bit more of an idea of who is solving. Rasmus started off with a 4.94 and has continued with a 5.73. That is a solid start for him. Martin Edal with a 10.53. This is Rasmus's 4th European Championship. He managed to win last time in 2024 and also in 2018. Did not manage to clutch the victory in 2022.
I messed up PBL.
Feng Wan Kelvin Lau, the 4th seed, coming up on the left. We have given Feng Wan a 1% chance to podium, given that he came 4th in round 1. I feel like perhaps that might be a higher percentage chance. We'll see how he can perform here. Michał Krasowski, the 3rd seed, 6.77 average in round 1. And gets a 6.08 on this second solve. Looks like Maxim Wingert for Poland got a 5.18 on solve number 1, which is the 2nd fastest solve that I've seen so far, behind Rasmus's 4.94. .36. I believe this is Nikita now solving. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And the turning speed looks like it probably is. That is a 6.64, no +2. A little cheer from the crowd there. Łukasz Dubicki on the right. Tracing through to see whether there will be parity or not on this solve. Making sure it gets avoided using CSP, of course. Ending with an 877.
8 seconds.
A 950, sorry, yeah, for Łukasz Lempinen. Not Nikita? Okay, my bad.
8 seconds.
That guy was saying, thanks guys, appreciate the support. $778 for Mike Thomas. Rasmus going up for solve number 2 now. Looks like Nikita got a DNF. I think there's a good chance that the spotters also don't know what Nikita looks like, which might be why we're missing some of these solves. A 548 for Rasmus. Again, solidly continuing on this average. And the person who I now believe is Nikita is sitting down next to Rasmus. Someone please tell me if I've got that correct this time. 699 for Anthony, not a +2, a very close call. Someone in chat is saying that Rasmus has the chance of locking in an ER average with a 506 or better, so we'll have to watch out for that with Rasmus's 4th solve. A 677 for Michał Kozłowski. They've cut away from Nikita to focus on Fengwang Kelvin Lau. The 638. A 734 for Nikita. So yeah, it looks like Nikita is out of the running for these kind of top seeds going into the finals with a DNF and 2 low 7s. The fastest competitors will be wanting more in the kind of 5 to 6 second range. Looking at our projected rankings, we've got Rasmus on top. Of course, we know that he has a potential to get the ER average in this. We've also got Vincent Chan, who we're now going to be tracking the times of. A 1077, not happy from that Polish competitor. And not happy from the Italian either. A 1585 for Flavio Remy. That is the second, at least, bad solve I think I've seen from them so far today. Nikita just sitting down on the left here. We've got Mike Thomas on the right. Looks like we've got a tulip cube shape, which is the one that I teach in my Square One Beginners tutorial from OJ Cubing Essentials, my most viewed video on YouTube. 9:45. Oh. 8:03 from Anthony and 8:79 from Nico.
Yeah.
And a 6:90 from Nikita. Again, another solve in the 7-second kind of range. Thank you, Potatosaurus. Rasmus on for solve number 4 now. We know he needs a 5:06 or better to lock in the ER average, and better than a 5:73 to give him a good opportunity at ER going into the final solve. Let's see what he can pull off here. Looks like OBL was not done correctly. Quite a fumble, actually. It is a 10-12. So we still need a 5:06 from Rasmus on solve number 5 if we want to see an ER in today's Square One semi-finals. Thangwon Calvin Lau now. Let's see what he can get on this one. Or they can get, sorry, is a 7:63. Not a great time, but again, we are seeing a lot of 7s in this round, so it doesn't automatically exclude you from the finals. And it looks like that will be a +2 on the right. Now time for Michał Krasowski. Currently pacing for 3rd. It's another 7, unfortunately. It seems like not many people are doing so well on this Tulip Star start. And another 7. I don't think I've actually seen better than the 7 on this. I'm not entirely sure. Let's see what Łukasz Dubici can get. Apologies for that pronunciation. Łukasz Dubicki with a 10. This scramble is tripping everyone up. Vincent Chan also with a... I spoke too soon, an 11:22. Flavio with a 7. I didn't quite catch what Isaac Corker got. You would think that at this level, you know, at least the fastest solvers could be getting maybe a 5 or 6 at every single scramble that they get. But it looks like none of them are able to get faster than a 7 on this tricky scramble. If they need some help, I do have a tutorial I could recommend. I'll stop making jokes about that now. Apologies. There's a 9-second solve there. Mike Thomas preparing himself for one more solve. Looking at our runnings, we're still missing the 4th time from Isaac Corker, but Rasmus is, of course, on top with that ER potential. Vincent Chan from the Netherlands in 2nd place at the moment with 6:21. It looks like Rasmus is putting quite a distance between himself and 2nd and 3rd place. 7:69. That will lock in a solid average. A 6:49 for Anthony. He looks very relieved by that. A 7:35 over there. I think these guys are just thinking, okay, here we go. 5:06 or better for the European record. It's looking good. Is a 5:25, very close only 0.2 seconds off of ER. That will lock in a very solid average, and that will definitely put him in first seed going into the final. He is the reigning European champion, so we will see whether he is able to retain his title and get back what he also had in 2018. At 9.34 with a fist slammed into the table. Might that not be good enough? I think there's already one bad solve in this person's average. Łukasz Dubicki going in, solve number 5. It looks very solid, very quick recognition. Oh no, and maybe the recognition was too quick. That is a DNF for Łukasz. It's 6.72. Isaac Corker, solve number 5, coming up in just a second. 8.13, Lucas. Isaac Corker, what can he get? It's a disappointing 7.30. He's got some thumbs up though. I believe he knows that that will be good enough to make it into the finals. And 9.41 for Martin Villa-Edgau. I believe we missed the solves of Vincent Chan. They weren't even on our radar for this round. So we're not entirely sure what they look like, which may be why we have missed him. We will of course be getting him in the finals. We know that he'll be seeded 2nd or 3rd probably. So we'll know exactly where he will be when it comes to that. As 9.15, not a great finish for this competitor. So we are just finishing off the Square One semi-finals now. We will be moving on to one of the most exciting rounds of the day. That is 3x3 semi-finals. If you want to know who is in 3x3 semi-finals, it's everyone fast, okay? Right. We know who's in it. We know it's Timon. We know it's Toine Doulemont. We know it's Theodor Zeider. We know both the Vyers. If you know a name at this competition and they don't specialize in an event, they're going to be in the 3x3 semi-finals coming up. We've got one more solve for Isaac Corker. Let's see how we can do, whether he can bump up his placing from 4th to 3rd or potentially even 2nd. Looks very locky on this PBL. 8.72 to finish it off. Martin Adal now with a 7.86. So I'm joined now by Wilhelm going into the 3x3 semi-finals. Obviously, we've got a lot of big names in the semi-finals. What do you think is going to be going through those competitors' minds?
Oof. I mean, lots of thoughts. Like, I would be freaking out at this point. I'm just hoping for everyone that they're in a good mood and just try. I mean, I think like there will be people who try to calm themselves down, and the process of trying to calm yourself down makes you more nervous.
Absolutely.
So I believe the best thing and the best way to go forward is just try to carry on, try to live in the moment. But this is the point where the preparation pays off, hopefully.
Yeah, and unlike all of our other semi-finals, the seeding for the 3x3 finals is a bit different because we have the head-to-head matchups. We will be having the 13th and 14th seed going against each other, followed by the 11th and 12th, all the way until we have the final matchup between the first two seeds. So I imagine that it's going to really affect people where they seed going into the finals. Knowing who you're paired up against is going to make a huge difference. If you're paired up against someone who's going to do really, really well, then the crowd's going to be hyping them up, and it might be quite intimidating. And on the other hand, if you're paired up against someone who's maybe not doing so well, it could settle the nerves a bit. You don't have to worry about trying to beat them.
But it could be like the complete opposite. Like another person just performing, you just start to perform as well, and you just catch up on their momentum, do exceptionally well for yourselves, or just the other way around, like somebody doing poorly that just slows you down as well. Just feel like, oh, the other person's also nervous. I'm getting nervous. Why isn't he performing?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we just saw the first few times coming in, I believe. On the side, I was just looking at the square one results, and my heart is bleeding again. Oh, we just saw a 5.06 and a 5.68.
For Philipp Weyer. Luke Garrett solving now. Luke Garrett seeding second into this round behind Theodor. A 4.83, very solid time to start off with. Hopefully we'll be seeing a lot more sub-5s in this round. That'll be very exciting. A lot of people are hoping for a sub-4. We haven't seen a sub-4 at the European Championships, I believe, since Timon's iconic 3.97 at the European Championship 2022.
Yep.
And I remember just how much the room exploded when that solve happened.
Totally.
This is a good start. A 4.34 from Kim Roger Haraldsson. I think Sebastian Weyer just saw that and went, not bad, not bad. Oh, a 3.82. We have seen another sub-4 just off camera from Daniel Rush. What can Timon do on this scramble?
Very quick.
It's fast, but it's not going to be as fast. It is a 5.45. Sebastian Weyer going in for solve number 1 now.
Let's see what the man can do. Does he know? No, he did not know the ZBLL. 6.27.
I was just talking about not having seen a sub-4, and we have finally now seen another sub-4. It's not from a European competitor, but it's still very exciting nonetheless.
Yeah.
It's a shame that we didn't catch that on stream, but I'm sure that Daniel Rush will have a video of it, and it'll be lovely to see him again. Killian Heimbach with a 7.86 for Ireland.
Daniel Rush, a new continental record for Africa.
Amazing stuff.
Amazing. He has been going off like crazy, getting the records in. Is this the first sub-4 for Africa?
I was just trying to figure that out myself. Theodor Zeider now.
On stream. Oh, a huge one. 4.82. 4.82 was his previous record, so beating it by a second.
Wow. Yeah, that is a new African record by over a second. That is crazy.
It's a shame. It's exactly 1 second. It's a shame we didn't catch it on camera, but there are so many competitors going on simultaneously.
Luke Garrett going up for solve 2 now. I think there was a bit of a fumble in F2L, a bit of pseudo-slotting. That is a 7.38. 5.65 for Philipp Weyer. Twan Dulemon starting now.
Oh, very good performance for him.
It's 0.01 seconds slower than the Oceanic record. 5:82, solid continuation of this start for Toine Doulemont. Alexei Tsvetkov now.
He has started with a low 5 and a 5.59. He is happy with that.
Patrick Pons with a 6.97. Not quite as strong as the performance we saw from Patrick at the European Championships in 2022, where he was able to win the competition, despite facing off against people such as Timon Kolzinski.
.470.
And a 6.67
Oh.
for Danny Morgan. Olaf Kuzminski on the left. Philip Weyer just sitting down on the right. Looks like Daniel Rush got a 6.57. Seems a lot slower than that first solve, but still a good solve nonetheless. Olaf Kuzminski now. Rapid turning. Cancelled into OLL, looks like. 5.47. Timon Kolzinski now.
Yep.
At 4.83. Oh, a +2 for Killian Heimbach there. 6.59
for, I believe, Bastian.
Yes. It used to be the case that one of the Viers wore glasses and the other one didn't, and now they both wear glasses, and I struggle to tell them apart.
Oh, totally, totally.
Theodor Zeider, solve number 2, starting off with a 4.79. What can he do on this solve? Completely rapid turning, but a lot of turns going into
solution, a very long solution. Mid 5. He looks happy. And on screen, Patrick Ponce again. Oh no.
A +2 there.
For Giannis, I believe.
6.20 for Patrick Pons. Philip Weyer now. Just switch to a different camera angle. I'm not sure who we're watching now. Oh, that was James Alonso with a low 5. Luke Garrett with a 4.85. Someone in the chat is wondering whether Daniel Rush will beat the African record average, which is not yet sub 6. 6.02 currently.
Yeah.
Someone said, imagine if he counts the 382. I think that is highly, highly unlikely. Timon Kolzinski. Solve 3. That is definitely some pseudo slotting going on.
Wow. 4.49.
Seemed the entire time the cross was off by a D2.
Yes.
Timon, of course, pioneering pseudo slotting in the 2019 sort of region.
Yeah.
Another sub 5 from Olaf Kuzminski, a 5.91 from Toine Doulemont, and now we see Theodor Zeider again. 5:58. They've seen a few OLL skips from Theodore. I wonder whether he prefers doing something like Volklar slot over ZB. Was it a ZBLS?
Yeah.
Mind you, on his iconic first ever sub 3 single, we did see a ZBLS into a very nice 9-move last layer case. Kautur with a 681 and 645 to start.
We did get in further results from Alexei with a 679 and Philip Bayer 677. Results both won't like to have counting.
And a 741. Sebastian Bayer?
I believe Philip Bayer.
Damn it.
I'm so sorry.
I think you're right. I think you're right. James Alonso with a 603.
And Kim Royer got a sub 6, I believe.
641 for Patrick Horns here. Now, unfortunately, we didn't get Daniel's sub 4 on stream. It just kind of happened before we even had the chance to react to it. We will hopefully... Oh no, it looks like a timer malfunction. They're going to ask for an extra. I'm not entirely sure what happened there.
Maybe he lifted his hands off too quickly because it shouldn't be a malfunction.
Yeah, well, we've got the overhead view, so if they need some supporting evidence, you can just go back in the stream and watch it. I don't think they know that. Alexei Svetkov now. What times have we seen so far? A 506, a 559, and a 6.
Looking good. 592.
It's 3 5s. Timon Kolodziejski now. 2 4s and the 5s so far to start off, of course. What can you pull off here?
Alexei should be in a good spot.
Rapid turning. Oh, well, I'll skip. It's a 384.
Second fastest time of the competition and the crowd going wild.
And 456 from Theodore. That's also very solid. They're watching back the footage on that solve to figure out if the hands were lifted off the timer too early. This is definitely Sebastian Weyer now. Olaf Kuzminski as well. The score takers are behind stage taking in the results as they come in. So we're not watching the displays for the times. So that is when they're being updated. A 5:02 for Olaf. He shook his head at that. It's a very fast time, but clearly could have been better, in his opinion. Tuan Dulamon now with another 6.
81. So what has he gotten so far? A 5, a low 5, 2 high 5s, and now a 6.
This is potentially a provisional extra, if not a legit extra. Oh, no, I was watching the wrong person. That was, sorry, Daniel Rush, 657. And Daniel Rush definitely not going to beat that sub 6 African record average. I say definitely, I suppose.
Yeah,
we do have a 382 to talk about here. Kim Roger Haraldson now in the back right.
In a very good spot currently with a 434 and a 547.
Luke Garrett solving now. Very fast OLL, very quick PLL recognition.
527, he's happy.
Very solid solve. Kim Roger again.
Oh, he's happy.
That is a counting 4. Started off with a 434, now we are counting the 480. He's also got a 547. Hopefully can avoid counting the 639. If so, we could see an incredible average. It does not have, actually no, it does have sub 5 potential, which would be insane.
By the way, Timon Kolodziejski on, it is possible for him to get ER average.
That is crazy.
I believe. 439, I think it's 441 still from Theodor, isn't it?
So that does mean we have at least 3 competitors with a sub 5 BPA. I said before this round that the semi-finals are one of the most exciting rounds that we can have. Looks like Theodor Zeider has got a duplicate scramble. The hand has gone up straight away. Alexei Tsvetkov with a 651. We're just seeing Timon now solve number 5. ER potential on this, we think.
I think so, yeah.
Doesn't look like we're going to get it this solve though. Is a 559. Still an incredible performance. Theodor just solving the cube so that it can be re-scrambled. And the devil number for Dylan Miller, although probably not.
It's a +2.
Given that there is the +2.
Yeah.
Someone on the green stage just got something good enough that they knocked over their chair for it. Wonder what exactly that was. Sebastian Weyer going up for one more solve now. And Miko Smulders for the Netherlands with a 631. Daniel Rush finishing off with a 667. And a 687 for Sebastian Weyer. Once you've got a solve that is your PR, never mind a second faster than your PR and the African record, the heart is going to be going.
Oh,
so
yeah.
It is going to be hard to come back after that. I think it's a very solid mid-6 performance from Daniel Rush.
Let's see. One on his final solve for the average.
With a 506 to start, so he does have a fairly good BPA.
Yeah, 560 BPA, 618 was possible. Pressing blue. He does know DZB, it's an easy one, and a 563. He's happy.
That's a very solid performance.
Very solid.
We've now confirmed that Timon Kolodziejski has a sub-5 average going into the finals. The turning on this solve is rapid. It's a 595.
We have the final results for both Alexei and Philip Weyer. Alexei 601, Philip Weyer 626 average.
Oh
and
my gosh,
Roger,
another counting 4.
This must be NR average.
I'm wondering if that's sub-5. I'm not entirely sure. It's very close to the
very
mark.
Close. It's very close.
That is an incredible performance from King Roya Haraldsson. I cannot wait to see what result gets entered into WCA Live for that.
Let me just quickly check the current records.
Were all 3 of them 482? Or am I going nuts? They're all very close together.
The current NR is a 564 average, so it's a huge jump for sure.
Definitely.
Wow.
He's getting the picture with that one. Olaf Kuzminski now, and then we'll be jumping back over to Theodor Zeider. Also got sub-5 potential. 502. I believe that will probably lock him in.
Or sub-5, possibly. No,
it won't, sorry. He needed better than that for the sub-5. So I think Timon will be seeded first going into the final round.
Yep.
Probably next to Kim.
Yes, 506 average NR for Norway.
Just missing out on that sub-6, but yeah, with a
0.6 almost.
With a 434, a 488, and a 482.
Lowered the average by more than half a second for Norway. I'm sure we will see some rowing of the audience later on.
Unfortunately, I don't think we'll see the sunglasses that we get to see in the Nations Cup, though. Antoine Dudemont finishing up with a 579 average, currently seeding him in third. We do know that Olaf Kuzminski has actually just overtaken him with a 520. We know that Theodor will be overtaking them as well.
And I believe on screen Radosław currently.
Still not sure whether there was a DNF earlier or an extra for a timer malfunction.
No, it's the DNF. It's the entered as a DNF currently.
Of course, yes. I see now.
So he is very nervous, I suppose.
This could be make or break.
Doing good so far. Don't do anything stupid. 664.
He's trying to find out from the crowd if that will be good enough to make the finals. They don't know. We don't know.
Currently 6:54 seems to be the mark to beat.
So Theodor Zeider with a confirmed 5:08 average. That is slightly worse than Kim, which will mean that we will have a Timon versus Kim in our first and second seed matchup. We will have the two Polish, Theodor Zeider and Olaf Kuzminski, in the third and fourth positions. And we will just confirm, once all of the rest of the times are in, who will be our other matchups. Actually, it looks like we have all of them in.
Yeah, pretty much.
So we'll have Tuan Dulemond versus Alexei Tsvetkov, Valeria Locatelli with Radoslav Marcinek, Philip Weyer versus James Alonso, Yanis Kostincelle versus Caleb Wolfdan, and then finally Ben Barron versus Carl Tool. Of course, there are. Wait, is it top 14 or is it top 16 for 3x3?
It's top 14, but like it's, there are two non-Europeans.
Two Americans in this.
Well, it's top 14. We've looked at it yesterday, I believe.
So that is the end of an explosive 3x3 semi-finals. 2 sub-4s in that round, multiple sub-5s, 1 sub-5 average, 1 NR average,
1 CR.
Yeah, that's right, an African records. If you're watching the stream and you're a volunteer, please come to the main stage for a group photo. I'll be joining that in a second once I've left the commentary booth.
For the audience, please leave the venue in a tidy state. Neckerchiefs, bags, put bottles in the bottle, posing places. Teams and your team tables, tidy. Clean up after yourselves. Don't sticker the venue, you can sticker me instead. This afternoon's program will be presented by OJ.
That's right, I will be on the mic for some of the finals today. I'll also be joined by Henry Bennett, who will be on the mic and also on the interviews. So this is it from the commentary booth from OJ. Wilhelm, I believe you'll have some more finals coming up.
Yes, for the 3x3 final, I believe.
So yeah, coming up after lunch in about 1 hour's time, we will have the 5x5 finals versus then the 3x3 blindfolded, Pyramix and Square One, and then
the big one.
Yep, 3x3 finals.
All right, catch you later.
See you guys. Have a nice break over lunch.
in there. Hang on, I gotta make sure. uitfinale.
Cubers, mixes, and non-geometrical puzzle people, but especially volunteers. Volunteers, the group photo of all volunteers is at 14:15. I've been told it's on main stage. Group photo volunteers in about 7 minutes.
stage, you will see all the volunteers. But there are two people who are very important for this competition, and that are management of Valkenhuizen. So first, I want a big round of applause for Thijs and Mark. And now you can practice your cubing skills. So next time when we do World Championship, you can solve a cube. Is that a promise?
It's a promise. Thanks.
Yeah! Thank you.
Tubers, and mixes. All of the audience from nearby. We're about 5 minutes away from the second half of the last day. This last day we'll be doing finals, starting with 5x5s. They'll be presented by OJ. Rubiek, hey, leuk dat jullie er allemaal zijn. En dat je je ganzen meegedaan. We zijn blij dat jullie cuben.
Ladies and gentlemen, who's excited for the 5x5 finals? Let's kick things off without further ado. In 16th seed from Indonesia, Benjamin Virapati. In 14th seed from the United States of America, Kate Graham. In 11th seed, also from the United States, Luke Garrett. In 10th seed, representing Hong Kong, Berno Lee Chak Kwan. In 6th seed, representing South Africa, Daniel Rush. And in 5th seed, representing the United States, Patrick Ponce. And now for our European competitors. In 20th seed, representing his home country, the Netherlands, Mika Smulders. In 19th seed, representing the United Kingdom, Monty Fox. In 18th seed, representing Romania, Janos Beretski. In 17th seed, representing Germany, Mark Zimmermann. In 15th seed, representing Norway, Kim Roger Haraldsen. In 13th seed, representing the United Kingdom, Daniel Partridge. In 12th seed, representing the Netherlands, Toine Dulemont. In 9th seed, representing the United Kingdom, Danny Morgan. In 8th seed, representing Germany, Kevin Gerhardt. In 7th seed, representing Poland, Maciej Skowronski. In 4th seed, representing Germany, Sebastian Weyer. In 3rd seed, representing Switzerland, Richard Delacoste. In 2nd seed, representing Ireland, Kieran Behan. In the 1st seed, representing Poland, Timon Koleshinsky.
And here we
Best
go.
of luck to all of our 5x5 finalists.
Thank you, OJ, for announcing our 5x5 finals, the first of 5 finals this afternoon at the Rubiks WCA European Championship here in Arnhem. My name is Chris Mills, and I'm joined here in the commentary booth with Piotr. Piotr, what are you looking forward to watching in this first finals of many this afternoon?
Hopefully, I get to see a Timon masterclass. Hopefully, he takes it home. But also, the fight for second and third will be massive. There's a lot of names, a lot of very good people hoping to leave their mark on the European Championships.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think everybody in this crowd, and probably Timon himself, know that he is almost guaranteed the win. We're kind of watching to see if he can set any world records, improve his very own world records. But then, yeah, the scrap for second and third is basically through the whole field. Kieran, the current favorite to take second, but Richard and Sebastian have both got PRs in the semi-final. And here's Richard on his first solve right now.
Yeah, they're very close behind him. Richard with a very good center start, and now off to the edges seems to not be pausing much. We'll see how he feels today, how he hopes to perform, and that's a very good start for him.
That's incredible. Now we're watching Kieran. He's in the centers here. Kieran pioneering the Yao method. Part of the reason everybody here today is using this method is because of this man you're watching right here.
Exactly.
He's on pretty good pace as well, finishing the edges now. This is almost definitely going to be a sub 40.
Very much on pace. Oh, with a cube drop and a slice. Very unfortunate for him, but still.
That's a pop.
That's a DNF, unfortunately.
That is not how you want to start a finals. He was mere turns away from starting with a sub 40.
Timon down with parry at 26 seconds. Probably his pace for a 35 something in that area.
There's a fist pump from him.
That's exactly that.
Now we're seeing the times flowing in. Sebastian starting with a 42. Timon 35, as you just saw. Richard 37. Danny Morgan a 40.6. That's the third fastest we've seen so far. And Kieran did get that DNF. If you are Kieran right now, how do you get over that DNF and compose yourself for the next 4 solves, considering you're the favorite to get second place?
I'm not exactly sure how you do that, but I think if anyone knows that it would be Kieran, he's been here before, very much a mainstay of the European finals. So we'll see, but we've got one solving on screen. Gets a low 50, probably not very happy with that.
No, that's below the standard that one would be looking to get in this final. He's in the front row, so he's expected to be in the faster half of the Europeans in this round. Here's Sebastian on his second solve. So leaderboard as it is right now for the European competitors. Danny Morgan in third with a 40.6. Great start for him. Richard in second at 37, and Timon in first with a 35.
Yeah, just behind that in fourth we got Sebastian Weyer starting with a 42, and in fifth Janusz Berecki, hopefully trying to redeem himself after his not the greatest showing in 6x6 and 7x7. I will see if he manages to control his nerves this time.
Right, here's Sebastian getting towards the end of centers. Last cross edge here. This pace looks
decent enough.
Yeah.
20 something centers.
He's going to need some good edge pairing if he wants this to be a low 40 though. And it's shaky.
Not many pauses, but just a lot of lockups.
Yeah.
Not turning the best onto parity. Probably not the fastest time for him. In a 49.
Yeah, he's not happy with that at all.
They try and shake it off. And Richard on his second solve, hoping to keep up the pace from the first solve. Centers in low 20.
That's really good.
Very good.
Timon can do that and pull off a 35, but Timon's edges are incredible. But look at the speed Richard is turning right now, and he's already on 3x3 stage.
31 to start 3x3 stage. We could be on something good.
Ooh, a fumble at the end, but still a 40.3.
So definitely happy with that. Nothing to complain about for him.
He will be a little bit disappointed with that fumble that cost him probably a second and a half.
Yeah, somewhere in the 3x3 stage. Not the cleanest.
Yeah, but those edges, they were almost flawless. He didn't stop turning. He didn't lock up. He wasn't spamming unnecessary moves. He's really mastered this event.
Clean solutions. Also a frequent in the
frequent finalist of the European Championship in the big cubes. So looking to add to his title collection.
Is Kevin Gerhardt right now?
Yes.
It was a PR average for him in the semi-finals, only by 0.04, but his turning on 5x5 looks flawless. That 42 is a great second solve for him. Started with a 45. Mika Smulders just happy to be here, sneaking in 20th seed overall because of all the international competitors.
The finals are unfortunately not fixed size sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes the international competitors just help you to get in.
Yeah, top 14 Europeans make it to the final. And then however many internationals you have to let in to get to that 14th position. So for this round, it was 20 people. So this will be our biggest final of the evening, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I think of the entire competition. Well, Maciej Skowroński flip around 24, not the fastest pace for him, but missed an edge, has to fix some centers, and this is very much, he's ridden off this solve. This is not going to be good.
So his PR average coming into this competition was a 48, and he got a 43.2 average in the semi-finals. That is absolutely phenomenal. He'll be stoked to be here. Not quite hitting the flow in this round like he did in the last. Like his Timon on his second solve.
17-second centers, that's really good, even for him. We're off to the edges.
Last 4 now. Last 2. A parity algorithm onto the 3x3 stage. Incredible turning once again. ZB. Bit of lockups. 35 and a fist pump.
He is here to deliver.
He is.
He has one simple goal, and it's destroying everyone else. Seems to be working quite fine so far.
Here's Kim Rogger, who just had the performance of a lifetime in 3x3 semi-finals. 5:06 PR, beating his previous national record. Beating his previous national record average by over half a second to take second seed going into finals. He must be on top of the moon right now.
Yeah, half a second drop in the 3x3 event it's insane to see, to be honest. Very well done from him, counting 2 4s in the average and getting almost getting a sub 5 on the last solve.
Right, here's Kieran's second solve. Started with that DNF, really needs to pull it back on this. Pace is looking decent, hands are looking shaky though. It's going to be onto the 3x3 stage now. I think he's still got parity left though.
Started. Ooh.
Oh no, this is really not good.
I think he made some blunder. I think he was starting 3x3 stage, but still recovers it quite well considering everything. A 4e3.
Yeah, he did. There's a few different ways you can do that OLL. So either that's just the way he usually does it, or he did that purposefully to skip PLL. So we'll claim it's a 1 class layer from Kieran. 43, that really saved him. That's the sort of time he can count and get on the podium.
Yeah, it doesn't count him out yet, but still he will need a better performance after this.
Danny Morgan, 44 on the second. He remains in the 3rd spot after the first 2 solves. This is Sebastian Weyer, the first to finish the 3rd solve with a 45 shake of the head. And that's really putting him on the back foot.
And we've got Richard just finished with the centers.
Oh, he had a little bit of a fumble dealing with the last cross edge.
Yep. But still pacing decently onto the last 4 edges at around the 30-second mark. A bit earlier actually. And now looking to get something in the low 40s. Lefty G-perm. It's a 41.
There we go. Richard is well ahead of everybody that isn't named Timon Koloshinsky in this final. He is pacing in national record average for the 2nd round in a row.
Yeah.
Got national record, improved his own national record in last round, sorry. See if he can do it again in the finals.
It would be lovely to see. With on the screen solving, Maciej Skowroński solving his third attempt, if I'm not mistaken. not doing the best. Up to FIBA free stage on 35 seconds, so actually doing quite good. Yeah, I was I misread the time. And against a 42, that he can still be in the fight with a counting 44, but he would need a miracle moving forward. Yes.
All right, now we're back on to Kim Rogge, who started with a 44 and a 45. Going to be hard to get on the podium with that start, but a couple sub 40s can put you back in the running.
Exactly, 20-second centers. Should be happy with those. And now off to the edges.
Now, interestingly in this finals, there's actually 2 lefty solvers. You're watching one of them right now, Kim Rogge. He does a lot of righty turning, but he is dominant lefty, and Richard Delacoste.
Yeah.
He has it's very unique watching the lefty turning.
Yeah.
This pump, Kim Rogge.
Yeah, 43 counts the 44 he got on the first solve, so
he's
hoping to continue the pace.
He holds both the NRs for Norway right now, NR average currently being 44.08, so he's not quite on that pace yet, but a couple of good solves at the end could help. Kieran on his third solve now, still looking shaky, but turning well. Every time his hands stop turning, you can just see the nerves. Halfway through edges right now, 26-second mark on the last 4. Gonna have to finish these quickly.
Last 4 look very bad, to be honest. The cases, not a lot of blocks on them.
This could be a sub 40.
It deals with them quite quickly onto the...
Nice.
And gets a 39.1.
This
is the pace he wanted from the beginning. This is the pace he would have had if not for the unfortunate pop.
Yeah, that's a good point. It really throws off your momentum when you have something like that. But
Timon 23 on last 4 edges. This is very speedy.
Right.
Yeah. We're up.
We go ZB.
ZB and 31.
And there is Timon, a very audible come on.
Continues showing why he is very much the best in Europe at the end by ends, and especially 5x5, his lead being probably the biggest among all of them.
Yeah, when we have statistical simulations in front of us that shows us that Timon, going into this final, had a 100% chance of winning. Everybody else in this final had a less than 1%. So Timon's rounded up to 100%. It would take a miracle for anybody else to beat him, and Timon is just really worlds apart.
I think right now, at the beginning of the round, we needed a miracle. Right now, we would also need a disaster from Timon.
We would.
The pace he's on is so good. Would require counting something along the lines of the world record single for any of the other competitors to match his speed. And we've got Sebastian with something setters around the 20-second mark, so going quite fast, but a lot of hesitation on the first 3 slice edges. But the last 4 edges seem quite good. He is left with parity, deals with that as the last of 12 pair. After the last layer, it's quite lucky, 43 still.
Shake of the head, better pace, but he needed something good to recover from the previous times. And now let's zone in on Richard. I believe something like a 41 or better right now would make it extremely difficult for anybody to catch up with him and would almost guarantee him the second spot.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see how he goes. To be honest, the solve seems quite good so far.
Go onto the edge pairing. Not as good pace as his previous solves, and he's starting to pause now. See the nerves hitting, but he's just making sure he's efficient. Onto the last couple now. With you stage at 36, it's going to come down to last layer.
Yeah, if it's... I'll get something quite easy.
Oh, 43. I think that leaves the door open for someone to take second place.
Yeah.
But it's a narrow gap.
Speaking of people who are still in the running for podium, Janusz Berecki so far, counting just a low 43, is very much, he is still in the running. His best is a 42, so he can still probably improve his average quite a lot on those last 2 solves of his.
Now we're seeing the 4th solve come in for all of our competitors. We'll start to see who will have what worst possible averages will be for everybody, what best possible averages we'll see. Richard Delacoste has a sub 40 best possible average, so if he gets his fastest on last, he will break that barrier for the very first time. But Kieran, this is just his 4th solve here. He needs low 40, if not sub 40, to be competitive with Richard.
The pressure is very much on him. A tiny fumble on the first 2 centers, but nothing major from him yet. But obviously with the DNF hanging over your head, the pressure is immense. We'll see how he handles it.
He's turning really slow in these centers. I'm not sure if he's just trying to turn down the pace.
Yeah, I think especially in a case like that, when you are an experienced competitor and you are a bit stressed, you might want to slow your turning down a bit and just focus on efficiency. You know, maybe your hands are a bit shaky, but your mind is still very much there, and you can do those efficient solutions. And a low 40, a high 40 for Kieran.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were saying.
Yeah.
That could put him back in it, but I think he's going to need to get best possible, and Richard's going to need to get one of his worst solves for that those two to change positions. Is Timon 38? The start of his solve was looking a bit locky, but that secures the win for Timon Koleshinsky.
Yeah, Timon.
European champion. Now we'll just see by how much he managed to win. He's still got 1 solve to go, but his worst possible is a 36.56.
The back-to-back-to-back champion now.
Back-to-back-to-back.
3 times in a row, but to be honest, this final was never that much about him, it was about everyone else.
Yeah, it was either about him breaking world record or the battle for second. And here's Sebastian. He seems to be almost definitely out of the podium. See if he can...
Oh, very unfortunate lockup. This, I think we're about... Yeah, this might be about 50 stones. Oh. Still.
That was a 45 with a huge
with
lockup.
A lockup, yeah.
All right, now we're starting to see some of the final solves. Danny Morgan, 43 best possible average. Kevin Gerhardt, also a 43 best possible average. Richard's worst possible is a 41.
Yeah, I think right now the battle is very much between Richard and Kieran. Richard already guaranteed podium, at least the podium finish. The only one who can overtake him is Kieran. But Kieran in a position where if he messes up, maybe gets another DNF, maybe gets a somewhat of a worse solve, can let someone onto the podium, for example Janusz Berecki with a 43.74 best possible average. Currently best out of the top, best from not the top 3. We'll see.
It will come down to what Kieran can do on this last solve. He's got the DNF looming over him. This solve will count unless it's his best. And here's Richard finishing up. Not going to be able to get that sub 40 average. And locking up at the end here. That's going to give him his worst possible average.
Over 41.82.
Kieran currently needs a 49 to slot into the 3rd position. But there's still many others to finish their last solve. Not quite sure what Kieran needs to beat Richard.
I'm pretty sure it's a high 41. He's 0.04 behind in the mean of the counting solves. So assuming he gets it's 41.86, so it's a 41.94 to tie him and lose by singles. So he would need a 41.90.
Okay. 41.9.
Something in that area, we will see.
That's the time for second. Anything in the mid-40s will most likely give him the 3rd spot. But this pace isn't great.
Yeah.
He's really got to pick it up throughout these edges. And
the edges are efficient so far.
No, he's about to hit the... What's that?
The 3x3 stage is good. It's a 42.
42. That's not going to be enough for second, but almost, I think that secures 3rd place.
Yeah, that secures our podium, but Timon onto his last solve to finish it off.
And a great finish for Timon. And there we have it, your European Championship podium for 5x5 will be Kieran Bihan in third place, Richard Delacoste in second, and Timon Koleshinsky back-to-back-to-back titles for him at the European Championship. And a strong showing on the very last solve.
Yep, we still got a couple more solves to finish us off. We've got Janos and Mark Zimmerman waiting on their last solves. Yeah, Mark already solving, Janos just starting.
Inconsequential in terms of the podium, but both of these competitors will like to finish on nice solves and play it well in the final.
Janos's BPA would place him 4th. That would be another disappointment for him in today's final, but unfortunately not been getting worse and worse. We have resolved the nerves very much getting to him.
Now
Mark finishing his solve, gets a 43.
Let's talk about Kieran for a bit, because he has just secured his fourth bronze, of the competition. Bronze in 4x4, 5x5, 6x6. No, sorry, not 4x4, so it was third bronze. So 5x5, 6x6 and 7x7, getting third place. I think he'll be happy to make all of those podiums. He knows that in this final, at least, he could have beaten Richard and in some of the other Big Cube finals and got close for third in 4x4 as well. But the Irish are sweeping so many podiums this competition.
Oh yeah, the rise of the Irish community has been wonderful to see. Many talents in multiple events. Now having the first seed going into Pyramids finals, winning two podium places in Megaminx, just overall.
Yeah, clock second place.
Oh, exactly.
That was their 6th medal this competition, and after last night, they had the second most medals out of any country, and Poland are obviously number one. Let's throw it to Henry for the interview.
Timon, 5x5, 4x4, 6x6, and 7x7 European champion. Well, Big Cube's a big focus coming into this European Championship.
I mean, for last year, I've been practicing 5x5 as like my second main event after 3x3. And that's basically it. The other Big Cubes are a bonus. But I have always dreamed of getting a sweep at a major of all the Big Cubes, so I'm really, really happy with this.
To get that sweep, obviously, you've never been done before. Talk us through the souls that you had. Obviously, soul 3 at 31, and obviously a big reaction on the last one at 35. Just talk us through how you're feeling just going into those.
Yeah, I was really excited before the round. I was happy with how my 3x3 semi-final went. A bit heavy after lunch because it was right after lunch, but still done with it, and I was really excited going into it. All the solves felt good, so just a great round, I guess.
We're going to see you in 3x3 finals a little bit later. Are you confident with that? Are you happy with the win? Is that going to give you a little bit of momentum going into finals later?
I mean, it's extremely random, so I can't say anything about the result, but I'm actually excited to just get into it.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Timon Koleshinsky.
Another great finals for that man right there. Timon takes home his 5th gold medal of the competition already, and arguably his main event is still to come.
4th gold medal. As much as he wanted to, he didn't win 2x2, he didn't make the finals, but still on pace to get the 3-for-7 sweep, as he mentions often. That's I think, one of the main goals
Please,
for
with all the 3x3 blindfolded finalists,
the European Championship for him.
All right, Piotr, we're going to swiftly move on from 5x5 to our next final, 3x3 blindfolded. Now, you've been watching these rounds in the previous, throughout the competition so far. What can you tell me about our top competitors coming into the finals?
There's a bit of a surprise. Before this major, the guy from France, Charles Darles, was on a tear with his European records, getting European record single and average multiple times. Obviously, quite new to the blind solving game. Very much well adapted to the switch to average of 5 that we have gotten from the beginning of this year. So yeah, this final, this is going to be the first showcase of what a average of 5 3-blind final could look like. It's very much a very different game than we had even a year ago at the World Championship. Obviously 5 chances to get your best solve, only the best time counts for the podium. So yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. When there's only 3 solves, you're stressed about, the competitors will be stressed about just trying to get one puzzle solved out of those 3. Now you've got 5, you can risk it a lot more and just hope that one of those will be phenomenal.
Yeah, very much the strategy for top competitors back in the day was to usually be a bit safer on the first one, hope to get a success that you can go all out on the next 2, so you don't end up with a triple DNF, because that obviously can't win and does feel terrible. But yeah, now I think the meta has shifted quite a lot. We're going to be seeing a lot more raw speed from these competitors, a lot faster executions, and a lot riskier memo. The memo times will have improved just by that. I saw some of Charles' solves. I was spotting that group. I remember he got like low 5-second memo on one of the solves. Very much now could happen again in the final.
Talk to me about how 3-blind competitors, or 3x3 blindfolded competitors, practice for these competitions. What sort of success rate do you think they'll usually get at home when they're practicing?
I think, especially back in the day, they were aiming for something about 50%, but I think now you can aim for way lower, especially at those major championships. Very much we'll see. I think about 30% is what you should be striking for to be able to get 1 or 2 successes.
Yeah. From what I've heard, that kind of, because you can go a bit riskier, like at the end of your memo, you can almost guess your last couple of like letter pairs and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, exactly.
And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But if it's going to save you a second from memo and you have 5 solves, it's worth taking that risk.
Exactly, and the field being very close in the semi-finals. If we can put those results up.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, we've got from the first place to 10th place. There's only a second dividing them. So yeah, a very tough field. Yeah, and Charles barely making it to the final. 0.1 away from not making it. Was about to be knocked out by Noah Kraft. So yeah.
And they were the 2nd seed coming into this competition, right?
Charles?
Yeah.
No, the 1st. Ah, okay. Oh, yeah, Jens Godiar. Okay, I forgot. Jens Godiar like 3 weeks ago or something like that. I was still on old data, but yeah.
Yeah, it is interesting to see how changing the average format makes single faster.
Yeah.
Are we all ready for 3x3 blindfolded finals? Fantastic, so we're going to get started straight away with our 12th seed representing Singapore, Theodore Chan.
This final only has 1 non-European competitor, and Fyodor made it with an 18.45 single.
In 15th seed representing France, Charles Bellot Baltenberger.
And the French crowd goes wild.
As usual for anyone. They do this for anyone with even with a drop of French blood in them.
In your 13th seed, representing France, Arthur Garçon. In your 11th seed, representing Poland, Dominik Kubinski. Your 10th seed, representing the United Kingdom, Ben Stokes. In your 9th seed, representing Poland, Stanisław Sztuczka.
Stanisław, the up-and-comer of Polish free blind, looking to dethrone Krzysztof Bober in the national rankings.
In your 7th seed, representing the Netherlands, Olivier Vos. Your 6th seed, representing Israel, Ben Baron. Your 5th seed, representing Denmark, Martin Adal. Your 4th seed, representing Poland, Krzysztof Bober. Your 3rd seed, representing Austria, Simon Braschel. Your 2nd seed, representing Germany, Jens Haber. And your 1st seeds, from Spain, Iker Ruiz. Good luck to all our competitors. Now, as free blind is a high concentration event, we will need complete silence in the venue. Please turn all your phones to airplane mode or to silent mode if possible. And if you see any good times, please use jazz hands. Thank you very much.
And we're off the 3x3 blind for the final.
Now, we're going to have to start talking a little bit quieter.
We're far away, but we're not far away enough to be able to speak at normal volumes.
You can really hear a pin drop in this venue. Absolute silence.
A lot of those competitors hoping to do well on their first solve, because having some backup will make you safe. Simon on his first solve. High 7 memo, not the fastest, but exec seems okay. 18.5. Happy enough with it. Ben Baron starting execution. Also around the 7-second mark.
18.5 is the time speed so far, but only a few solves have come in. Now remember, 3 blind, champion is decided by fastest single time.
Adrian, the defending champion, in 8th seed, but has not competed much since then.
15.7 DNF for Ika.
We're off by 1 ALG, if I'm not mistaken, so very unfortunate for him.
Here goes Martin. Low 7 memo as well. It's fast turning, but can get shaky.
Charles getting ready to start his solve in the back. Jens with an 18.3 taking the lead, but Charles already executing. But lucky execution so far. DNF's a 16, off by 2 flipped edges, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it looked like a very close DNF.
Yeah. Ezra, stoic as ever, with a 22. Does not move an inch.
Quite a slow start for our field. Half getting DNFs. Fastest is that first we saw from Simon.
The blind, obviously a very scramble dependent event. Excluding minor differences in solving style, you basically each solver gets a similar enough solution during the same algorithms. A lot of our solvers using the WCA orientation and solving in that, so getting sometimes the exact same memo. You can see Krzysztof well known for having a little notepad in which he writes tips for himself to compete in such finals. Look at Ben, around 8-second memo on the second solve, yes. Simon Praschel looking to solve again, low 17.
He's happy with that. That improves his result. That was all. He already was in the lead, and he just extends his lead further.
Yeah, he's been on a tear in the big blinds and now in the free blind as well. Doing well so far, but there's a lot of heavy hitters in this round, so you never know what will be necessary for a podium. That 17 is not very safe yet. Ben Barron with an 80.3 takes second place, and Oliver Voss with an 80.33.
Yeah.
Not happy with that. Adrian, unfortunately, forgetting something, looking very confused at what happened.
Yeah, trying to figure out the mistake he made so he doesn't repeat it on his next two.
Krzysztof with a very nice low 6 memo off to the edge. It's a bit locky, but should be done with them now, and now off to the corners. His famous rotations, 17,
DNF.
and a DNF, I think, off by a move or something, because the corners, the edges seemed solved, but it's obviously quite hard to tell.
Right, here's Ika. Started with a 15 DNF by 2 flipped edges.
Yeah. Iker taking his time before he solve, very much.
Came into this competition 13th seed, but is sitting on station 1 right now.
Yeah, his speed of progression has been insanely fast, and he's off to the second solve. 7 seconds memo, probably not happy with that.
Lock up at the start of edges.
Yeah. They unfortunately made some mistakes in the ends. Going quite good. Final corner parity out and gets 18.11.
That's going to put him into second place.
That is his best so far, but we've got 3 more solves to go, so a lot can happen. And Simon, the current leader, taking on the further scramble. Sub 7 memo. Very much the time depending on execution speed. He's already on corners. Algs and 17.8. Doesn't extend his lead, but still possibly on pace to get... No, not on pace to get an average, but still on pace to get an average, which is quite rare in the major finals.
Yeah, he has 2 of the 3 fastest times we've seen so far in this round.
Yeah.
Ooh, 17.27.
For Charles, so he will be taking second place for now.
It's getting closer.
He did that on the second solve, so that's very close to what Simon did, so if the times are any indication of how hard the scrambles are.
+2.
Adrian getting a success, but then, yeah, probably messes up some cancellation of the algs. It's quite common in free blind that the algs will cancel and create a shorter 5 cycle. And Bobber with a low 6 memo, doing quite good. The edges are already done, onto the corners. One final alg gets it. Oh! It's a
oh no.
He messed up the final parity alg. I think he forgot where the swap was.
That's brutal.
He's probably going for an alternate parity swap.
He really, fumbled that last algorithm, and without the cube chop and the right algorithm, that would have been a 14.
Yeah, this would have been... He would beat his own national record if that were to happen, but obviously... Probably a mistake in the memorization cost him. That could very well have locked him at least onto a podium finish. But I think that tells us that this scramble is pretty good, and we see what Jens can do.
(17.18) is still the time to beat to take the lead. Jens is not going to beat that on this solve, and he is going to get another DNF.
Yeah, 2 twisted corners. The time wasn't the greatest anyway, probably. Just one off by 1 target in the memo.
Eco with 7-second memo onto...
Going quite fast. The edges are done now onto the corners. The same, finishing out at 17.53. That puts him in third for now. Yeah, this pushes Jens out of the podium. So our top three all requiring a 17-second solve. We see a lot of those competitors able to get it. Ben Stokes with an 18.02 pushes himself into 4th place.
That's a good showing. I believe that was a DNF actually.
Yeah. Not sure. Simon with a 21 gets an average. I'm not sure he's aware of the fact that he's currently winning. And Charles with a low 6 memo. Going very quickly on the edges. right about as I say that, he locks up, but onto the corners. Still can beat it. 15.89. DNF. Yeah, unfortunately off by a move or something. Very much. It's more likely to happen when you do lock up. Those moves can escape you. Some faces can turn without you realizing. And your whole attempt is gone. This is how brutal the free blind event can be.
Ben Stokes 1802 was a success. That was just his 4th. My apologies.
Yeah, but this doesn't do that much for him unless he's on unless he's on pace for like PR mean. But Marcel and Krzysztof on his 4th attempt. The 4th scramble looking not the best from the times we've seen so far.
Yeah, best times on 3rd.
That's a DNF. The wrong center is on top. Yeah.
That's the 4th DNF for Boba. The only competitor in the final to not get a success so far.
Yeah. The pressure, especially if the 5th solve is good, the pressure might be immense.
Here's Jens Haber. 4th scramble, sub-7 memo.
Yeah.
Onto corners and pause.
And I think forgot. Fortunately, that is very often when you're going fast. You memorize corners first, and you try to put them like into somewhat deeper memory as you put the edges into. Just memorize them as fast as you can. Usually, just say them once under your nose, and then try to execute it. Think about the algs that you're gonna be doing. But the corners needing a little bit of deeper memorization, and just not working out for him, you know.
Right.
He knows he needs to go fast. There's no point getting a success that is slower than his current best.
Ika, the 1st seed coming into this round, taking his time before starting his 4th solve. Currently in the 3rd position with a 17.53. Podium at all 17s right now. Everybody has at least 1 solve to go. Ika's got 2. Sub-7 memo.
Yeah, doing quite a fancy algorithm with the S slices and the whole hand regrip, but
could be good.
Well in the corner, 17.5.
That actually ties.
Ties his own.
So he's not going to improve his ranking with that.
And Charles onto the execution of
DNF.
So he DNFs the 4th one.
Alright, last solve for everybody
all
now.
Down to the 5th solve. Anyone can still take it.
Ben Stokes has finished with a 21. He'll end up 4th placed at best. Simon DNFing the last.
I think it's all up to Charles and Iker if they can manage to keep the pace, or if anyone can take them over. But to be honest, we've not seen any single good time yet on the 5th.
Simon probably has no idea he's in the lead.
He looks very clueless. Also, without even the backs of the displays are blocked off, so that the judges read from the timer, not from the displays. But an unexpected consequence of that is that you don't know what times the person next to you is getting. And Krzysztof with low 7 memo, but very much struggling on the edges. If that's the success. Adrian with a 16.11.
On the very last, a PR single for him puts him in top spot.
He's done it again. It's the same story from 2 years ago, unless Charles beat him. 2 years ago, also in Pamplona, 16.28.
That puts him in 2nd. The This last scramble.
That completely turns around the podium. The judgment of the fifth scramble. It might be the best so far. Martin doing well, but not well enough to podium.
We've watched 4 solves from every single one of these competitors, but none of them will really matter.
Yeah, it's the last one. It's the all or nothing. Krzysztof with a DNF to finish it off. A quintuple DNF. Very unfortunate outcome, but...
Right, here we go. Only 2 solvers left. Charles and Ika.
Charles possibly with the best form going into this competition, and Iker the first seed. Both know they can manage, and Charles is on a memo already. I see one solved corner, sub 6 memo, starts execution. Goes fast, locks up a bit on one of the edge alks, but still could be in pace if the corner alks go smoothly, and he gets 16.4. That locks, unless a miracle from Iker that could lock third place, but it might have us with Adrian Dębski as the champion again.
All down to Iker, final solve. Whole crowd is watching him. Can he perform under this pressure? On 2 corners now, it's not going to look like it.
He's going quite fast.
And Adrian...
Corner twist.
Is it
no, it's a 2. Okay, it's a wrong parody.
Adrian Dębski is your European champion in back-to-back championships. Jens Harbour second.
Back-to-back, going from low seeds, not being much of a contender, not even receiving our top player form, but he makes it done, gets it done again. I'm pretty sure again on the last solve. Let me make sure again about
with a PR single.
Yeah.
None of the solves mattered until the very last. Our podium all got their best singles on solve 5.
Yeah.
And sorry, that was probably extremely loud, but we can speak again in this room.
Again, PR solve on the last solve of the European Championship Finals. He might be the most clutch blind solver we have. His friends all coming over, very happy to see him succeed. Yeah, insane, just insane. A man doesn't compete very much, but still practices quite a lot, and defends his European champion title.
Wow, it really came down to the wire. We'll pass it over to Henry for a post-round interview with your European champion, Adrian Dębski.
Exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give up your 3x3 blind for the European champion, Adrian Dębski. You are a 3x3 blindfold European champion. How does that feel for you?
Just unreal. Like, I did it twice in a row.
Which is an unbelievable achievement at all. Talk us through the solves. You didn't look in contention for the first 2, and then you pulled out some unbelievable solves towards the back end of the average.
I mean, it doesn't matter what you did on first, second, or fourth solve. It's best of 5, so you have to believe till the end. Just kept focus, and eventually you might become a European champion.
As you said, you've done it back-to-back. Have you got anyone to thank in the crowd who's with you today, just to, someone who's been here to give you any support, or any of your fellow competitors?
All the Polish community, especially blind community, my girlfriend, my friends, everybody.
Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Adrian Dębski.
Wow.
All Pyraminx finalists to the orange stage, please. All Pyraminx finalists to the orange stage.
What a final that was. That was incredible. I was at the front watching that. Every single competitor, I believe, had their winning, or their, every single podiumer, I should say, had their best time on the last solve. So it really, really came down to the very, very last second. That was superb. We're just waiting for Pyraminx finals to begin now. Okay, are we back?
I think we're back.
We're back.
We're
Okay,
back.
wonderful.
We are raring to start Pyramix finals. We're going to talk through now our top competitors going into the Pyramix finals. So let's start with our top seed, Oisin Allwill from Ireland. So he pulled off a spectacular PR national record, in fact, average of 1.57 in the second round. That's incredible. He was given a 0% chance to podium, let alone win, and here he is winning a round. I mean, can he pull off something similar in the finals? He seems to average around that 2.3 mark, yet here he is in the semi-finals, pulling off a spectacular 1.57 average.
Oisin, of course, unexpectedly coming fourth in the first round with, I believe, a 1.82 average. So he's not only shown that he can do it once, he's done it twice in a row.
Did you have any insight on Oisin? Has he been practicing lately? I mean, where has this performance come from?
I'm not really sure. He's constantly practicing. He's at that age where he has infinite time, especially during the summer. However, I think from talking to him and talking to his mum during this competition, he seems to thrive in the environment of the European Championship finals. He seems to love the pressure, love people watching him, love the audience. So I guess
now that's
the best way to be in this situation.
That's exactly what you want. So let's move on to our second seed. He is the fan favorite, tipped to win at a chance of 29%. That is, of course, Aruts Laruzia from Spain. He's third in the world. He's seeded first for this competition with a PR average of 1.3. He averages around that 1.8 mark. He is a really phenomenal competitor.
It is worth mentioning, Alan, that in our previous round, Aruts had a DNF on his first solve, which meant that he had that 1.84 average, but that was because he had to safety every single solve after that.
Yeah, Aruts did manage to win the first round with an average of 1.60. I think he can do it. I personally think we might be looking at an Aruts gold here. We will have to see.
I have to side with my fellow countrymen, and I'm on the side of Oisin Allwill. I think he's going to take it home.
Moving on to our third seed, we have got Alexander Sołonczak from Poland. We've got a very young lineup, I'm noticing.
Yeah.
We've got Oisin, who is
about 11, I think, 11 or 12.
Aruts 15, and then Alexander 14. Very much geared towards that kind of teenager age. Alexander, he was seeded 15th going into this competition, yet he managed to pull off fourth place in round 2. And third place among the Europeans. He's been put at a chance to podium of just 4%, but as we have seen with Oisin, Pyramix is one of those events where anything can happen. I'm hoping Alexander can pull off something very good in the finals.
I think we're going to see some crazy. I think we're going to see an upset one way or another. I'm not sure what it's going to be. Pyramix is such a volatile event. We had Jonathan Plug also coming third in Worlds last year. He won Euros the year before. He might be seeded. Where is he seeded? Second.
Based on recent
performance. But he is seeded fifth or
Square
sixth.
One finalists get ready for the final and come backstage when possible. Square One finalists backstage when possible.
We have Alexei Svetkov also. I mean, everyone knows Alexei. He is good at pretty much every single event, especially the sprint events. Mostly known
Okay, I hope everybody enjoyed those two finals. Who is ready for Pyramix final? Starting off with our only foreign seed in second place. From the United States of America, Milan Vincent Andrich. And now for our European competitors, representing Sweden in 15th seed, Bo Forsell. In 14th seed, representing Poland, Jakub Misiak. In 13th seed, representing the United Kingdom, Harry Allen.
This is Harry Allen's second
In
show
12th
here.
seed,
He was in
representing
two betting
Germany,
finals as well.
De Queen.
Duck win wing NR average for Germany.
In 11th seed, representing Spain, Arnhem Toes Mateu.
This is Arnau's third European Championship. Seeded 25th coming into this competition, so he's doing pretty good.
Seed, representing Italy, Ismaila Chiarella.
He came 17th at the last Euros, so he's already doing better than last time.
In 9th seed, representing Poland, Henrik Gabor.
Very impressive speech from OJ there.
In 8th seed, representing Russia, Alexei Tsvetkov.
Alexei Tsvetkov, while he is in 8th seed right now, he has been put at a chance to win of 18%.
In 7th seed, representing Switzerland, Daniel Brem.
This is Daniel Brem's first European Championship. He's the current national record holder for Switzerland.
In 6th seed, representing the Netherlands, the defending European champion, Jonathan Ploeg.
Jonathan, probably one of our more decorated pyramixers here today. Coming first at the last European Championship, third in the World Championship.
In 5th seed, representing the Czech Republic, Matusz Kejda.
Matusz, current average and single holder for the Czech Republic, put at a chance to win of 6%.
Seed, representing Poland, Alexander Sawonczak.
This is Alexander's first European Championship. He was seeded 9th before this competition.
In 3rd seed, representing Spain, the current European record average holder, Arats Larrathea.
Arat's a crowd favorite here.
And finally, our first seed for this Pyramix final, representing Ireland, Oisin O'Well.
Oisin O'Well, of course, the undisputed GOAT of European Pyramix. I think everybody here at this competition was shocked to see him at the top. And I'm very excited to see what he can do. Big
Best
smiles.
of luck to all of our Pyramix finalists.
Fiona, Oisin's poor mother, is absolutely dying. She was in bits earlier after the second round.
Oh.
She's about 10 times as nervous as he is.
So the competitors to look out for here, Arets Larrathea from Spain, tipped to win in seed number 1 based on recent performance. Jonathan Ploeg, defending champion, our 6th seed. And Alexei Tsvetkov, our 8th seed, put at a chance to win of 18%.
Pyramix is one of those events that it can go any way at any time. There is so much variance in this. 1.76 there for, I believe, is that Matthias? No, it's not. That is Alexander, sorry. Oisin and Arat both preparing to solve. Arat has just begun inspection.
It's likely going to be a 1.6 average that wins it, or 1.5. Oh, great start for Arats there with a 1.28. That gives him a really strong setup.
That is going to put the pressure on for sure.
And off camera, Arnhem Mateu with a 1.16.
Mateusz with a 1.18 just in front of us there. Oisin beginning to solve.
No! Oisin forgot to start the timer.
That is devastating for Oisin, I'm sure.
And it was a very smooth solution from Oisin as well.
That is going to really put the pressure on now.
It will. It looked like it was going to be 1.1, 1.2.
Yeah, it was a very solid solve. Hopefully he can claw it back here.
Off camera, we saw a 1.16 from Arnhem.
Daniel Brown being the first to start solve 2. Ooh, a 1.69. 2 solid solves now for Daniel.
Duck Wing solving now.
1.69 again.
Very, very solid performance across the board now. I said that it would be 1.5, 1.6 to win, which is what we were expecting based on the previous 2 rounds. But I tell you what, the top 8 are all at the 1.65 mark or below right now. A lockup followed by +2 for Henrik Gabor.
This is very, very fast. We're going to see a lot of big times coming through here.
Matusz Keda solving now. He started off with that 1.18, which was the second fastest time we saw on solve 1.
Just off camera, Arats has had his cube delivered to him, as well as Oshin being delivered to now.
Oh, and a fumble at the end for Matusz, giving him a 2.61. He cannot afford to count that.
158 for Alexei. Jonathan Plug about to begin inspection here now in a moment. Oshin Allwill inspecting.
He has started off with a DNF, so he needs 4 great times if he wants to stay in the running. He can't afford to mess this up.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Oshin.
That will be Oshin out of podium contention.
Big cheer from the Irish contingent regardless. 142 for Arats.
That 142 will be counting.
Jonathan Plug. Jonathan Plug with a 169. Was that second solve or was that third solve we just saw?
I believe the second solve. So right now, Arats Larutia, the fan favorite, has taken an early lead. Not far behind him are now Tourmete, his fellow countryman, with a 1.39 average so far. Alexander Solonchak, they're getting a 3.33. He doesn't have another bad solve so far, so as long as he doesn't count that, he might still be in the running. Are now up now.
That rhymes.
Now he started off with a 1.16, the best time we saw on solve 1.
2.11 fist bump for Arnhem. He's happy with that. Alexei Svetkov. Bit lucky, 2.21.
It is looking like solve 3 isn't the best of scrambles. We're seeing very long solutions and some not so good times.
Oshin Allwill being delivered to now.
Matusz Keda has managed to pull off a 1.76 on that scramble 3, the fastest time we've seen on it so far. We're seeing a lot of 2s and 3s.
Here's Oshin now. Not +2.
Very nearly a DNF. It's going to come down to the delegate. The DNF for a +2. It's just a +2. Poor Oshin at his first major championship final.
I think no matter what, Oshin will be delighted with his performance at this competition. Jonathan with a 4 there, was that?
And a fumble there for Alexander after the 3.33. That will unfortunately put him out of the running for the podium.
This is going to be very tight. We have Arat in a clear lead, but we don't really know who is going to come second or third. There's a lot of people with 2 good solves and 1 bad solve, so it could come down to the last couple of moments of this final to decide what the podium is going to be. And a big cube drop from Daniel Brem there. And that is also going to put him out of the running, I believe, because he's counting a 3.55 now.
Arat so far the only competitor to manage all of his solves sub 2. Can he keep that up with the final 2 solves? We'll have to see. Alexei up now. Alexei second seed going into solve 4 with a 1.34, 1.58 and a 2.21. He's going to want to avoid counting that 2.21 if he wants the shot at the win. He might be able to count it and still podium. We're getting inspection now for Mateusz. He's got 2.61, which he cannot count.
Ooh, and that's going to count it.
Alexei solving now. A great solve
cheer
for
Alexei of 1.52.
Alexei very much in contention for the win here. It's all going to come down to how Arat performs on solve number 4. Here he is warming up.
Oshin about to start solve 4. And Arat about to start solve 4 also. Ooh, big lock up, 220 for Arat. That's going to complicate things a bit. I believe a big cheer in the crowd there from our international competitors. From Milan.
Jonathan Pluk, our final competitor to do solve 4. He is in contention for the podium, if not the win. It will come down to solve 4 if he stays that way in contention. And a DNF. That will mean he's counting a 4 and will put him out of the running for the podium.
It looks like this final will be decided by who can keep their nerve for 5 solves.
It definitely will. So, contention for the win right now. Alexei Svetkov, he's in seed 1 right now. Followed by Arat Laruzia. Followed by Arnhem.
We're getting lots of times coming in very quickly. Alexei with a 1.48 BPA. About to start now. This, I believe, if Alexei gets BPA here, he will lock the win.
That is correct. Alexei needs a 1.80 or better to lock in the victory.
Arnhem with a 2.82. Jakub with a 1.35 in the back.
And a cue drop for Alexander to round off his not so great average.
It looks like we've seen a couple of fast times on this final solve of the average, so we might see something good come out of this.
Jakub Matczak from Poland with a confirmed podium.
142 on last for Oshin. Big cheers from Ireland. Oh, it looks like it might have been a +2. Alexei Svetkov needs a 134 for BPA, which would lock this win. I believe about a 150 would lock the win for him guaranteed, and that is going to change things, Eleanor.
Meanwhile, Arats +2.
Which means that Jakub Makrzak is going to be our European champion. Alexei Svetkov and Arats' fates are yet to be decided. We have one solve left from Jonathan Plug. Jonathan can knock Arats off the podium with BPA here. Jonathan needs a 128-ish.
Jonathan needs 132.
132, there we go. For third place. We have seen some very fast times on this solve so far. Nobody has beaten 132 except for Bo Forsell, who got a 125.
It is possible, and Jonathan is
very, very well known for being able to handle the pressure.
He is.
Third place at our World Championships, our previous European champion. This will
132.
decide the podium. And that is not going to be enough. We have our European Championship
Jakub
Pyramids
Majszak.
podium.
So Jakub Majszak going into this competition in seed number 18 based on his PR average. He was given a chance to win at just 2%. Here he is. He almost PR'd in that final round. He was 0.01 off of PR. And he's taken home the gold for Poland. That is yet another
Polish
win.
Wow, Poland really showing their dominance here at the Rubiks European Championship 2026. Wow, I think no one could have seen that coming.
No, they absolutely couldn't have. It was looking very much like an Alexei versus Arats contention for first place. We saw a +2 and a DNF from them, which meant that Jakub ended up sneaking through into that gold place position. A very, very tense final solve and a very deserved winning for Jakub.
Lots and lots and lots of chanting from Poland behind the stage there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give up for your Pyramids European champion, Jakub Majszak. Jakub, you just said to me you're incredibly nervous. You're already out of breath. Tell us how you feel about winning that Pyramids title.
Oh, wow, that's crazy. I don't know what to say. I try to visualize that I can win, but all numbers were against me. I am not a favorite, and everybody knows it. But I think, well, I don't know. I just did it. I try to feel confident, and yeah, I'm a European champion now. That's super.
You've got all of your friends just behind us, just over there. Just tell us what it means just to have all of your cubing friends behind you, and just what Polish speed cubing means to you, and, you know, having all of your friends behind you just to go and celebrate with in a couple of seconds.
Wow, Polish speedcubing are really strong, and everybody knows it, but the people are also super friendly. I love them, and I'll never be able to stand there without them. And they create such a beautiful community. I'm so proud to be part of them.
Jakub, go and celebrate your friends. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up once again for our Pyramids European champion.
Square one finalists, make sure you are backstage. Square one finalists, backstage.
That was very exciting.
It was incredibly exciting. And shout out as well to Milan Vincent Andrik, our USA competitor, who achieved a new personal record average of 1.40.
Jakub was seeded 14th out of 15th or 13th out of the 14th Europeans.
Yeah, he was very close to not even making it into the final.
That is the exact same thing that happened in the Pyramids final in Worlds last year. The second last seed ended up winning the whole thing.
It shows you just how much variability there is in these sprint events.
As we prepare for our second last event of the competition, how have you found it so far, Eleanor? Have you had any big highlights for the whole comp?
Sean, there have been many a highlight. It's actually really hard to say just one. I really enjoyed 3 blind finals especially. It was great to see Adrian Debski come out of those not so great first 4 stalls and finish on such a high, such a personal record to clutch the title.
Adrian also would have been hoping for more podiums throughout this competition. Adrian would have been really pushing for 4 blind and 5 blind podiums. He didn't make either of them. Of course, he did get second place in multi-blind, so I'm sure he was not expecting this 3 blind win.
Absolutely
never mind a
not.
podium. But I'm sure everyone in the Polish community is absolutely delighted.
Adrian placing 26th in round 1 of 3 blind, coming out with the win by the end. I mean, you couldn't script.
You could not. No better comeback story than that.
It was also great to see Nicholas Archer's win for the UK in one-handed. Great performance. He slightly underperformed in the semi-finals. I was worried he wouldn't be able to bring it back, but he did. He went from 5th seed to 1st, taking home the gold for the United Kingdom, the only UK gold we have seen this competition.
Yeah, of course, for me, I think my highlight for this entire competition has to be Mega Mix Finals. The excitement involved, down to the very, very last possible second. 2 Irish competitors on the podium. Incredible stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, did we all enjoy Pyramix Finals? Are we ready for Square One Finals? Ladies and gentlemen, this is your penultimate final of the evening, and it's time to introduce our competitors. Starting off with our international competitors in 11th seed, representing Hong Kong, China, Dorian Chan.
Dorian, of course, representing the Hong Kong, but he does live
in our
in
15th
the UK.
seed, representing Finland, Niilo Eskalainen. In our 14th seed, representing the United Kingdom, Jan Hen Zhang. In our 13th seed, representing France, Lucas de Glis.
Big cheers from the French contingent, as expected.
In our 12th seed, representing Switzerland, Levin Houghton. In our 10th seed, representing Sweden, Helmer Evert.
Helmer, one of our
seed,
only
representing
Lin
Poland,
users.
Anthony Stojek.
Also highly involved in the organization of Next Worlds.
In our 8th seed, also representing Poland, Szymon Szypula. In our 7th seed, representing Finland, Lukas Lempinen. In our 6th seed, representing France, Nikita Frete-Beyer. In our 5th seed, representing the United Kingdom, Isaac Korka. In our 4th seed, representing Poland, Maxim Winger. In our 3rd seed, representing Poland, Michał Kraszewski. In 2nd seed, representing the home country of Netherlands, Vincent Chan. And in our first seed, representing Denmark, the defending Square One European champion, Rasmus Stubde Fletsen. Good luck to all of our competitors.
Okay, Eleanor, heading into this Square One final, I think the audience is all thinking that Rasmus is the favorite for sure. Who else do we have in this final, and what do we think they could do?
So Rasmus, of course, will be the fan favorite. Our competitors here, we've nearly entirely got a lineup of 3 Luc Vandenberg solvers. Isaac Hawker solving now from the UK.
A little bit shaky there, but
Starting off with a fantastic 5.56. So the only Lin user we have in this round is, of course, Helmer Evert. He managed
6:38 for Anthony Stoyek.
Helmer Evert, of course, managed to set a world record with Lin back in 2017, but that was 9 years ago. It's really interesting to see a Lin user in the finals. Serving now Shimon.
5:79. This must be a good scramble. Lots of very solid times in this so far. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isaac Corker is very, very new to the scene, isn't he?
He is. So he only started cubing back in 2024. He is now the national record holder for the UK. But he's here at his first championship. He's had a chance to win of 24%.
5:72 for Rasmus. That's going to leave Isaac in the lead.
We've seen a lot of 5s on that scramble. I wasn't quite able to make out the cube shape. I saw those 4-1-1 on top. It looks to be an incident with Maxime. It's looking like an extra is being awarded by the delegate.
I guess we'll find out when we see our data entered.
We will. Isaac Corker solving now. He has taken a strong lead on solve 1 with a 5.41. So he's got 2 on top and then 2-4 on bottom. Very easy cube showcase.
Of course, you're a Square One enjoyer, aren't you, Eleanor?
I am. So that's a 6.24 for Isaac. That's setting him up really nicely. He is on track for podium with that.
Lots of claps from Switzerland there. Vincent Chan starting second stall. Vincent given a 3% chance to win on our prediction sheet with a 13% chance to podium, so he'll be very happy to be second seed in this round.
A 5.71 there for Vincent. We're seeing several competitors now with counting low 6s. Ooh, a couple of fumbles in the middle of that.
Is
it might
that
be
A+2? I think it is. Very, very close.
I think it will be on the mark and they'll have to pull over a delegate, would be my expectation.
Rasmus starting solve 2.
I would expect that not to be a +2.
These Square One calls can be so difficult to make.
Well, So it looks like the solution here is to go via scallop scallop.
.645 for Rasmus. That is going to put him in 5th position so far.
So far, we have 4 competitors who have a high 5 and a 6.3. In fact, we have several who we have 3 different competitors with a 5.7 and a 6.3. So it is very, very tight at the top of the pack right now. Isaac Corker here going in for his next solve. Another really nice cube-shaped case. We got L on top and then 411 on bottom. Super quick.
.771 nod at the head from Isaac.
Yeah, some quite slow PBL recognition there.
Seems like we've had some very, very solid times so far.
We definitely have. We have an absolutely crazy amount of competitors all bunched up together with 1 high 5, 1 low 6.
Of course, the time to qualify for this round was 8.30, so we are seeing some really, really fast times compared to that.
We've had some really nice cube-shaped cases come out so far.
6.13 there, that's going to be pretty good.
Vincent starting solve number 3.
Yes. We've seen some slightly slower times from others out of this solve, so we'll have to see what Vincent can do.
A lovely cube-shaped case, 1 slice to scallop kite. Is he going to recognize the PBL faster than Isaac?
6.08, that is the fastest solve on that scramble. Second to Lukas Lempinen from Finland, who got 6.13, but most others are doing much slower. Nico now with a 5.95 on the same scramble.
So far, we have managed to see a 5 from all competitors on at least one, from at least one competitor on all of the scrambles. Slight lock up in the middle of cube shape there for Nikita. And a couple small lockups in the end of PBL, leading into a 7. Another 7 there for Maxime. That will put Maxime out of the running full podium, starting off with his 9.89.
Rasmus beginning solve 3 now.
Great PBL
wow, and a
recognition
490
there.
from Rasmus.
It looked like he did a 2CP PBL.
6.16 from Michał Krasowski of Poland. Szymon starting the 4th solve now, being the first competitor to start solve 4. 6.55.
Isaac Corker solving now. It is looking like he's going to have to count that 7.71, unfortunately. That will most likely put him off the podium.
That gives Isaac a 650 BPA. Of course, having to count that 556. Not impossible, but it would be a bit of a feat to manage.
Lukas solving now. Lukas, he did start off with that 8.23, but he has held his nerve since then. He's put off a mid-6 and a low 6. So we got line on top, 3-3 on bottom. Not my favorite cube-shaped case by any means. Not as nice as the first 3. And a not great execution there. And he messed up the PBL. That will unfortunately mean that Lukas is counting his starting 8.23.
Helmer Urit with a 565 PR single on 3rd.
Very impressive.
Vincent now on solve 4.
So Vincent's had a really strong performance so far. 2 low 6s and a high 5.
With
Very consistent.
With a Bumblebee square 1. Ooh.
Oh, but he mistraced and it's ended up with parity.
That might come back to haunt him. He still has a 6.3, a 5.7, and a 6.0, so he does have a 605 BPA. Michal Krasivsky with a, what was that there? I just missed it.
It was a very low 6.1, I believe, or so.
Rasmus.
Oh, sorry, at 5.33. I was thinking
Wow.
something else.
Rasmus with a 548. That is going to be a very, very difficult average to beat now.
So Rasmus has guaranteed himself first or second now.
The only competitor that could take over Rasmus is Michal Krasovsky, who has a 563 BPA. .550 for Maxim.
Looking like they're going to need a +2 full on that. I would expect that not to be a +2, but he is reacting as though it is. Stones have a habit of lying down in that middle state, and Isaac Corker
with a 514 single, that is going to give him a 650 average. That is going to make it possible, but very, very unlikely, that he clinches the podium. A lot of it's going to come down to this +2 call for Shimon. Nikita starting final solve. $7.18. That's not going to be enough. All eyes on Michael Vincent and Rasmus now. This is going to decide our podium. Anthony Stojek, Maxim, and Lukas Limpinen still with an outside chance of podiuming, depending on how these next few solves go.
So we've got 3-2-1-L. Quite a nice cube case which goes through square shield.
And a 5.18 for Vincent Chan. That is going to give a 6.05 national record average.
That has locked in the podium for Vincent.
Rasmus needs a 6.18 to win. Michael needs a... I think Rasmus actually... Michael, sorry, is guaranteed podium. 5.14 for Michael now. That is going to be a... 5.63 national record average now. Rasmus needs a 5.70 on this last solve.
Oh!
And that is going to be a +2 for Rasmus, out of European champion title.
Making Michal Krasovsky this year's European champion for Square One. Setting a new national record average of 5.63 for Poland. Yet another Polish win.
What a way for it to end, Eleanor. 2 national records in the podium. Rasmus with a 5.88 +2 on that last solve, out of the European Championship.
Yeah, we saw 2 national records on the podium. Rasmus, reigning champion, dethroned into second place.
Maxim here on his final solve. This cannot affect the podium. This is to decide who comes 4th and who comes 5th. 5.51 for Maxim. That is going to push him into the 4th place, just over Isaac Corker. And that is your European Championship podium decided. With only one more event left to go, Eleanor. 3x3 final, the moment we've been waiting for all week. We will now be having Henry interview your European champion, Michal Krasovsky, now.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your European champion for Square One. Right, we'll try that again. Michał, a win for you in Square One, and to do it with a Polish national record average, you've got to be happy with that, surely.
Yes, I'm pretty happy. My average was almost 3 years old from September 2023. So I feel that probably I'll beat that NR in finals. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that.
Now, you celebrated with a little bit of a muscle flex just in front of the stage there. Just talk us through that celebration. What made you do that?
Well, I don't know.
You don't know, so you just thought you'd do it just for no reason then?
Yes.
Well, as you said, it was obviously been a tough 3 years for you in terms of Square One. How does it feel now to have finally broken that barrier, and what do you think is next for yourself?
Well, we'll see.
We'll see. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for your Square One European champion.
Please can we get all 3x3 finalists backstage on orange. That's all 3x3 finalists backstage on orange. We will have a short break now. We'll be setting up the stage. We'll be getting everyone ready for the most exciting finals of the day to crown the European champion. See you in a bit.
Cubers and Minxes and participants of the past couple of days. Just a reminder, there's lost and found, lots of lost and found at the front desk. If you've lost something, like your phone, it's at the front desk. If you have certificate of participation, it's at the front desk. Don't forget to pick it up or it goes in the bin. Lost and found at the front desk.
Over 1,200 competitors whistled down to the last 16. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the WCA European Championship 3x3 finals, sponsored by Rubiks. We have got 16 of the world's best 3x3 solvers all here in one place, and a European champion is going to be crowned in the next hour and a half. Henry Bennett joined alongside Eleanor Sinnott for the first 4 pairs of this European final. Eleanor, talk to me about how you're feeling. You must be so ready for such an incredible occasion.
I absolutely am. I'm feeling so much tenseness within me. You can feel the electricity of this whole room. Everyone is fixated forward, waiting to see what is going to happen, who's going to be crowned the champion, will there be any upsets. It's still all to play for here at the European Championship.
Now, I wanted to ask you, Eleanor, specifically, who are you looking out for your one to watch? Now, we had some upsets in the semi-finals. We've had Kim Roger Haraldson with a Norwegian national record average of a 5.06, slotting him into second in front of Theodor Zadja and Olaf Kuzminski. In front in first, Timon Kolizinski. But the big shock for me personally is the 21-year-old Norwegian popping himself into the final 2 positions. Eleanor, talk to me about how you're feeling about Kim and who's going to be your standout.
So Timon, he is the favourite to win. We've given him a chance to win of 68%. He is the reigning champion 2 years in a row, so that is 4 years straight of the champion. Can he make that 6? He came 3rd at the most recent 2 World Championships. If anyone knows how to handle the pressure and thrive off of it, it is going to be Timon Kolizinski.
There's almost nearly 1,000 people in the bleachers to the right-hand side of our commentary booth. Almost 300 members of staff on the floor. Hundreds of family and friends waiting for a European champion to be crowned. And this is where diamonds are made. What do you think every single competitor is thinking right now? What do you think they need to have their eye on at the minute?
Going into this last round, it really is going to come down to who can perform the best on the day. We saw that
Please,
upset.
can we get Luke Garrett, Dylan Miller, Alexei Tsvetkov, and Valeria Locatelli to the backstage, please?
We saw that upset in the semi-finals where Kim Roger Haraldson of Norway dethroned the young Theodor Zadja. He is himself one of the main contenders for that 3x3 title. He has the European record average of 4.41. He is also the world record single of 2.76. He is neck and neck with Timon Kolizinski. He's been put at a chance to win of 24%. But he is a very, very young competitor. We've seen in the Nations Cup he couldn't quite handle the pressure. He did manage to bring it back in 2x2. I'm hoping he's able to sustain his nerves once again. He should be able to guarantee himself a podium, if not the win.
There are drums, there are air horns, there's clapping, there's chanting. This is what you want to see at a European Championship final. Just talk to us about the atmosphere in this room right now, Eleanor. How are you feeling about it?
We have so many different countries and cultures all next to each other, clashing, singing, chanting. We've got the Irish contingency, we've got the massive, massive Polish contingency. We have the Russians, we have the, of course, home Netherlands. They are all grouped together, waving around their incredible flags. I mean, there is just so much patriotism on show. You will see them jump up and cheer when their fellow countrymen get great solves. It's such an electric atmosphere. It's so, so great to see.
Now, we've got 16 of the world's best, and I say the world's best because we're going to start off with our 2 international competitors. Luke Garrett, the 20-year-old from the United States of America. Dylan Miller, also of the United States of America, placing 7th and 6th respectively in the semi-finals. Luke Garrett finishing above Dylan with a 5.83 average, Dylan Miller with a 5.87. Talk to me about the 2 Americans. We're going to see them first, and ultimately both of them are considered some of the best in the world. Talk to us about them.
No, they placed very, very closely in the semi-finals, just 0.04 of a second between them. Luke Garrett, he is slightly more likely to outperform Dylan. He has a 0.4 second faster average. He's ranked 14th in the world against Dylan's 23rd. Luke and Dylan, both at the most recent World Championship. Luke managed to clutch the 5th place. Dylan, the 8th place. They are very, very closely tied competitors. We'll see how they do. It could really be anyone's game. Luke, he does have that slight advantage of the speed, but really it's going to come down to how they can perform on these set of scrambles.
Whilst we're waiting for the stages to be ready for our 2 first competitors, Eleanor, talk to me about this weekend. How good has the last 4 days been here in Arnhem in the Netherlands? What a fantastic place to come in general as a tourist, but also to host the cubing competition. What a venue.
It is. Arnhem has been such a lovely host city for the cubers. We've had such a blast here. The weather has been really amazing. The sun has been shining. There are such lovely people here to see. And here in the Valkenhoitsen Arena, it is incredible. A huge open space. We've got this enormous 1,000-person grandstands in the back. There is such great spectator presence at this venue. It is simply the place to be if you are a cuber this weekend.
I simply cannot wait for this final to get underway. This is what the last 4 days have been building to. This is the occasion that everybody wants to see in this venue. All of the countries that have gathered here in this one venue are ready and raring to celebrate and ready to go. The claps are already beginning. The atmosphere's about to build. We will hand over to Oliver Weeks.
Who's ready for 3x3 final? My name is OJ. I will be your announcer for this evening. We also have some special people helping us out with this final. Starting off with our judges, representing the United Kingdom regional delegate, AJ Nichols.
Over the world and all over.
And the Swedish delegate, Daniel Wallin.
Again, one of our fantastic delegates here at this competition so far. Let's introduce the first 2 competitors.
On to our runners for this evening. He's a WCA board member and one of the UK delegates, Oliver Hexter.
One of the members of the board, Oliver Hexter.
And the leader of the WCA results team and a Danish delegate, Callum Goodyear Jansen.
Both Oliver and Callum will be our runners for this evening.
And our scramblers backstage, the Italian delegate currently living in the Netherlands, Sebastiano Tronto. And our final scrambler of this evening, we are very excited to welcome to the stage the original European champion in 2004, Lars Vandenberg. Thank you, everyone. Please proceed to wherever you need to be. So, of course, we'll be starting off with our non-European competitors. We have 2 this evening. They both reside in the United States. So give it up first for our 7th seed, Dylan Miller.
The American seeded 5th going into this competition of PR average of 5:21. Let's see what this man can do in this European final.
And our 6th seed, also representing the United States, Luke Garrett.
One of the world's best all-round competitors, Luke Garrett, has a point to prove. Can he do it in Europe? He's already done it in North America. Let's see what he can do against his fellow American compatriot.
Good luck, both of you.
Right, here we go then. The atmosphere has all led down to this. The 16 competitors that we have left are ready to do battle. We'll start off with the 2 Americans, Luke Garrett and Dylan Miller. What are you expecting from these 2? Are we going to be seeing fireworks, both of them with sub-6 averages? Can we see that again? Or do you think the pressure might get to them?
These are 2 very experienced competitors. They've been at 4 continental championships each. They've both competed in world championship finals. They are very decorated competitors. They've been on the scene for 10 years each. I think they can do it. I think they've seen crowds bigger than this. And I think they can pull this off.
Here we go. It's going to be Dylan Miller to start us off first on the blue side. Oh, let's see what Scramble 1 looks like. Hitting yellow cross at the moment. 8-second start off. 12 seconds. Cross for Dylan Miller. It's a very, very... little bit of a lucky... Oh, and a little bit of a lucky PLL. Starts off with a 6.70 for Dylan Miller. Obviously he laughs it off, but it's not the greatest start from Dylan so far. We'll move on to Luke on the orange stage. Can he better the 6.70 that Dylan Miller's already set? It looks like yellow cross is going to be the preferred so far for the competitors so far. A few heckles from the crowd for our American Luke Garrett there as he gets ready for solve 1 of 5 in this average.
Luke's going to be chasing another 5.8 average.
As we said again, it looks like it's going to be yellow cross for our competitors just now, just to see if he can plan any F2L pairs in his inspection. And it is yellow cross. It looks like yellow cross is going to be the preferred for CFOP solvers on this one. A fluid transition into PLL. Not happy with that though from Luke Garrett. 6.11. 2 sixes to start us off, Eleanor.
He is. So Luke there clutching the early lead with a 0.59 advantage over Dylan Miller. It is still all to play for with 4 solves to go. Luke, tell me... Not Luke. Henry, tell me about how you think that first 2 solves went. What did you think of their solutions? How did you think it went?
Well, I think both competitors had very, very fluid F2L. So we obviously saw Dylan with a very lucky OLL and a PLL there. Luke looked a little bit contentious, but he looked also a little bit, you know, angry at himself with that solve. As we move on to solve 2 from Dylan Miller, it looks like, again, there's a pair on white as we can see at the moment. But there's already a solved yellow cross pair. See how this goes. White cross for Dylan Miller to start us off. He preserves the white-blue pair. Very, very fluid F2L into the PLL. It's going to be another 6.01 for Dylan Miller.
He looks very unfazed there, very nonchalant.
Eleanor, we saw there that obviously the transitions between F2L and PLL aren't the greatest, but it seems like they're both falling at the final hurdle so far.
They are. So Luke, he is known for being able to pull off those quick singles. He used to hold 2 of the unofficial world records, a 2.73, a 2.35. He can pull off those quick singles given the right conditions.
It is yellow cross again for Luke. It's a very, very fluid F2L straight into PLL. Looked like a GD perm there. 5.62 for Luke Garrett. The first sub-6 single of this round so far, and Luke Garrett goes into the lead so far. And now talk to us about the first 2 solves there. Obviously, Luke with the first sub-6 single of the evening.
Very interesting how they chose different cross colours there. Dylan went for that white cross, preserving the free pair. Luke saw something different. He went for the yellow cross. He went for a completely different path than Dylan. Dylan now preparing for his 3rd solve.
I feel like Dylan could have saved a few moves there, especially with the solution there. It looked a little bit weird. Maybe he could have cancelled through, but obviously did end up preserving that blue-orange pair for his first. It looks like for number 3, there is a bar on yellow, but it looks like both cross pieces are in the wrong place already. It is going to be yellow cross, however, for Dylan. Very, very rapid TPS on this one. Straight into PLL. It's going to be a 5.63.
Dylan reached PLL at 4.0 there, but had a 1.63 second PLL. Very lucky.
Yeah.
That could have very easily been a very low 5.
Yeah, 100%. And Dylan doesn't look at all happy with that. Obviously, at the moment, counting a 6.01 to start us off. Luke Garrett going on with our 3rd solve for his average. You'll see here, just trying to get himself ready in the same preparation, just trying to blow into his hands, get a little bit of heat in before he picks up the cube. As we said, we'll look at yellow cross as well. White also seems to be a viable option.
We do have that incorrectly shot bar on yellow to contend with. Looks like he's going to go for red.
Here's a red cross for Luke Garrett. It's a little bit of a fluid F2L pair, a little bit of a pause on that last pair into, I believe it was an E-perm, a 6.02. It was an A-perm, my apologies, a 6.02. At the moment, just counting the 6.02, which is the only counting solve so far. What are we seeing so far? What are your thoughts on the first 3 from both Luke and Dylan?
So it looked like Luke was really pulling ahead there. Luke had the first 2 solves down on Dylan. However, Dylan has managed to get that 5.63 on solve 3. It is now 2-1 to Luke. They are just 1/100th of a second between them on their best time. It's going to come down to these 2 last solves. You will see that their median time just neck and neck.
Well, we'll see how Dylan gets on in this solve. Again, it looks like White Cross is going to be the viable option. Obviously got the 2 adjacent blue and red pieces sold just a D prime away. It is going to be White Cross for Dylan Miller. It's a little bit of a fluid F2L and straight into the U-perm. It's a little bit of a cube drop and a fumble. It's a 6.66. It's not a bad solve, but at the same time, it could have been a lot better.
Dylan there guaranteeing himself a low to mid 6-second average between 6.1 and 6.4. Luke, he's got himself that counting 6.0. He's got a 5.62, that ace in his back pocket. It's all going to come down to solve for what his worst and best possible average are. He does have potential to lock Dylan out of the win.
It is going to be White Cross as well. Again, choosing the same cross colour as Dylan Miller. Straight into a fluid OLL, and it's a PLL. It's a 5.53 for Luke Garrett. Happy with that, he says, and he does a little celebration as well. I'm not too sure. He does a little Daniel Sturridge impression there, and unfortunately does a little 6.7 there, which I'm not too sure about there. But obviously, first full solves for both. It is Luke Garrett ahead. A BPA of 5.72, a WPA of 5.92 for Dylan, a BPA of 6.10, a WPA of 6.46.
That does mean that Luke has guaranteed himself the match against Dylan. Luke locking in that high 5 average.
And we'll see how he goes here for his last solve. Dylan Miller, also a former finalist at North American Champs in 2022, Worlds 2025. Also finished 8th as well. Looks like White Cross.
We saw a fist on the table there. He's going for blue cross. Didn't look like he could see much there.
Oh, he's gone for a yellow cross instead.
Oh, sorry.
There. A very, very fluid solve. A lot bit of a lock on PLL, and it's going to be a 7 flat.
That will give him his worst possible average of 6.46. Not a great performance from Dylan, and you can see it on his face.
Obviously not going to be the best with that 6.46. Obviously a lot worse than his round 3 time, a 5.87 average. It's not looking the greatest for the man who finished inside the top 5 in North American Champs 4 years ago, and also got into a final at Worlds 2025.
Looking like Dylan is now on track for a worse position here at the European Championship than he placed at the World Championship.
But it's blue cross for Luke Garrett here. Straight into OLL, cancelled into PLL. A little bit of a locky end to the solve, a 6.73. And it's going to be, well, he pulls out the 6.7 celebration. It's a sub-6 average for Luke Garrett, a 6.46 for Dylan Miller. Talk to us about those 2 averages. How good do you think that is for Luke Garrett? And is that disappointing for Dylan Miller? Should we have seen more
Please
from him?
give it up for Dylan Miller and Luke Garrett.
Dylan definitely could have performed better on those scrambles. Henry, we've now taken our first look at those 5 scrambles. We've seen both of our competitors perform poorly on scramble number 5. That does mean that later on into this round, when our competitors are on scramble 5, that's going to be the deciding scramble, and it's a tricky one.
Now we will continue with our European competitors. First up in 16th seed, representing the United Kingdom, James Alonso.
The current UK champion, a former European finalist. Can he go one better than 12th this year? And can he do it on the biggest stage?
Him, representing Russia, Anatoly Torenko.
The Russian man just about sneaking into the finals in 15th. Can he do something very, very special in this final? Well, here we go. Elena, you know a lot about James Alonso. Just talk to me about James, and you know this is the 2nd appearance in back-to-back Euros at 3x3 finals. Talk to me about James and what can he do under the pressure?
So James, he's been put at a chance to the podium of 6%. He has recently lost out on the 3x3 average record for the UK. Still a fantastic competitor. He's seeded 12th based on recent performance. He's averaging around that 6.5 mark. He is our first ZB user we've had in this round. He knows quite a lot of the ZBL subsets, T, U, L, H, pi. He doesn't know the Soon and anti-Soon subsets, hoping that won't work against him in this final. He says that he usually plans 2 pairs in inspection on 3x3, which will hopefully mean he'll get off to some flying starts. He says he tries to go for those best 2 pairs he can find so that he keeps great look ahead through the rest of his solve. I'm hoping that will mean we'll see some great flow, not too many pauses, and hopefully some great times.
Well, here we go, straight into it so far. It looks like James Alonso is going to be planning a yellow cross again. And we'll see how he does on this one. Yellow cross it is for James Alonso. Looks like a very, very fluid F2L. Tries to cancel in to ZB. A little bit of a weird last layer there. An 8.24 to start us off for the Brits. What are we thinking there, Eleanor? Do you think he should have maybe recognised that ZB a little bit quicker?
He should. So that's not a great performance from James, about 8.2. He does tend to average more around that mid-6 mark. You can see the nerves were getting to him. I can see it looks like his hands were a little locky, not turning quite as they would at a local event. There is such an enormous crowd. Every possible seat is filled by someone. We've got people standing. We have so many people, and all their eyes are now on Anatoly.
It'll be a white cross for Anatoly Turenko. Looked like a dot OLL there, straight into the wipe home. An 8.45 for the Russian. Again, 2 solutions so far on that first solve, which aren't the greatest so far. We are going to be seeing a little bit of nerves here, but do you think nerves sort of affect your solutions, Eleanor?
They do. Nerves affect you in so many ways. You've got, obviously, you're turning, you end up locking up, you end up +2ing, but then you've also got the fact that your look ahead goes down, you're thinking about other things, and that means that your mind is off the solve, and that can be so detrimental when every millisecond counts.
Well, we saw Dylan Miller go for a white cross on this one. It's going to be James Alonso who goes, I believe, for a yellow cross this time, avoiding the free pair that he possibly could have preserved. It's a 5.05 for James Alonso.
That's what we want to see.
And that, so far, is the best single of the round. James Alonso can do James Alonso things, and he's done something like that there, Eleanor.
That was a really, really strong time on that second scramble. We'll have to see how Anatoly performs.
Definitely looks like one to watch. There's a few scrambles that we want to look at in this final, and I believe number 2 is going to be the first of those we're going to look at. Here is Anatoly now. I do wonder what he can do on this scramble. It looks like white and yellow, both viable options. It looks like it's going to be a white cross, having the white on the F face so far. A little bit of a clumsy cube drop there. OLL straight into PLL. It's a 9.09 for Anatoly Turenko. Eleanor, we are going to see those sort of slips, aren't we? Plenty of, nerves going into that solve, and obviously we're going to have a look at the solution here. Just goes into the OLL and just slips out of his hands so agonizingly, doesn't it?
It does, and that's going to completely ruin your solve. There's no coming back from such a big drop like that. You've got to completely get it back into the right orientation, and that does mean that Anatoly is now counting that dreadful 8.45, which isn't going to spell well for his average.
Well, here goes James Alonso. I'm not too sure what he's done on this solve. It looks like a mid-6. I can't exactly see what it is. It would be great if we could get a closer camera angle to James Alonso there. It's a 6.10 for James Alonso on number 3. We didn't actually see much of it, unfortunately, but we'll move on from that. Well, again, there's a counting 6.1 for James Alonso. Obviously, starting off with the 8.24, clawed himself back with a 5.05 and a 6.10. Just talk to me about James, and he's obviously won UK championships before. We've seen him win UK championships. Do you think in finals he comes into his element?
He really does. He's 16, but he's been on the top of the 3x3 stage for quite a while now. He started competing when he was 8 years old, which is very young. We've seen so much development from him. He started off in 2x2. He's now moved over to maining 3x3. He is a great cuber. He's got great turning, great look ahead, and now he's building up his outset knowledge with ZB. That's a great combination, and that's exactly the combination of skills you're going to need in this championship final.
Let's see how Anatoly does on this. It's a white cross for him as well. Little bit of a slow F2L, lovely OLL. It's another cube drop from Anatoly. It's a 9.14. Eleanor, you feel like the nerves are starting to creep in for the Russian?
You do, so that's 3 bad solves in a row now for Anatoly. He clearly is unable to handle the pressure. I mean, there's so many eyes watching you. It's a very, very stressful position to be in, and you won't know what it's like until you go up there for the first time. I mean, that's the 2nd cube drop now for him. Devastating.
It looks like the AUF just slightly hindered him so evenly. Obviously had the case where he's got the bar on the right hand side, so had to adjust early. Here's James Alonso now going for a white cross. Uses keyhole there, a little bit of slotting. Gets unlucky with the last layer case, but very, very happy with that. Escapes the curse of the last layer with a 594, and that is counting, Eleanor.
It is. So James so far counting 594, 610. That puts his BPA anywhere between high 5 and high 6.
Yeah, obviously you just saw him sledge in that last pair just to get EO correct there. Obviously got lucky with the J-perm as well, so not a bad combination. Obviously got a little bit unlucky in number 3 where he had a 6-move OLO into a G-perm, which is a little bit awkward to finger trick, but he managed to just to get itself right and just manages to balance it out now. Got a BPA of 5.70. Let's see how Anatoly does on this scramble. And this, for me personally, is the one to look out for of all the scrambles so far. Let's see how he does on this. It's going to be, I believe, another white cross. Had the F move with white so far. Very, very fluid. A little bit locky on the A-perms. Again, it's another cube drop and a miss AUF. It's a 834 for Anatoly. And for me personally, you can make the mistake once, but surely now you've got to sort of, this is where cubing punishes you if you don't correct them straight away.
It does, but for Anatoly, after such a weak start, there is no coming back from it, and mentally you switch off, you start not quite performing your best. That's where the slip-ups come in. Anatoly knows it's already over for him. He's let that affect his mentality, and we're going to see these 9s and 8s out from him. But moving on to James Alonso now, he's opted for a white cross. Very fast F2L, and he's straight into a U-perm with a 5.84!
And that is the first sub-6 average. My apologies, the second sub-6 average of the afternoon. James Alonso, the first European competitor so far to pull out that sub-6 average. Let's just have a look at the replay here. A very awkward F2L case on his last pair. And just clutches up with that U-perm using the S1-2. A little bit of showboating there from James Alonso. I'm not sure why he didn't do the normal out there. A little bit of showboating.
That was just 0.16 off of his personal record average. Such a great performance.
Right, let's see how Anatoly does on his last one. A BPA of 863, a WPA of 889. But he was a J-perm. He's got a +2 and a 681. Well, Anatoly there has just got super unlucky on that.
He really did. You can see on his face, he knows he could have done much better than the performance he just showed. He looks really, really gutted with those
Everyone,
five
please
songs.
give it up for James Alonso and Anatoly Tarenko.
Obviously didn't do himself any favours there. Did the lefty J-perm and obviously had a .OLL to start off with. It seems like Anatoly's just not had luck on his side this run, has he, Eleanor?
He really hasn't. I'm hoping he can take that experience and use it towards his next round, next championship. He can come back bigger, better, stronger, and hopefully pull off something a bit better next time.
James Alonso with a massive smile on his face as he walks past the commentary booth. Give me a little bit of a laugh as well.
You smashed it, James.
The first sub-6 by a European this round so far. He is the man to beat, and that's going to be some standard to beat so far.
It is. We might not see that average get beaten until very far along these matchups. That was a spectacular performance.
Right, let's have a look at our next two seeds. Let's see who's coming up in a moment. Radoslaw Martinek and Philip Weyer. I'm not sure what's going on here, but it looks like
next,
Oliver Wheat is going to take us through.
14th seed from Germany, Philip Weyer.
The former world champion. Can Philip Weyer do it again? But this time on a European stage. Done it plenty of times before. Can he show his experience in this year's European final?
And in 13th seed, representing Poland, Radosław Marcinek.
The 6th seed heading into this competition, a 13th place finish of 6:26. One of another competitor who knows falls easy. What can the young Polishman do?
Good
luck, competitors.
We've really got the battle between the old and the new here. We've got Philip Weyer, 16 years on the scene. He was world champion 7 years ago. He's up against the 16-year-old Radislav. He's only been on the scene for 4 years, but he has really proven himself in that time. He's got a PR average of 5.24. He competed at the last Continental Championship where he placed 14th at Euros. That was his European Championship debut. He's now at his second. Going on into Philip Weyer's solve now.
It's going to be, I think it was a white cross of Philip Weyer there. Very, very fluid in his F2L there, a 7.08. He looks quite surprised, but pleasantly surprised with that, Eleanor.
Yeah, it's not quite his best. He does tend to average slightly lower, around that high 6 mark. But he seems pretty happy with it. It was very fluid turning.
Yeah, especially with the Z-perm there. It looks like you did the R and U moves. Oh, is that? Oh, okay. It was the area actually like WR timer. That's why I believe he was very, very happy about that. I've just been fed that into the commentary box by my right-hand man, Sean O'Toole, over here. He will be taking us through the last few competitors in this 3x3 final. But I see why he's so happy with that now. It looked a little bit confusing there. Obviously, not the best for Philip. But obviously, let's see how Radislav does on this solve. Just looking around the queue. Again, there's a few cross colours that just look appealing on this solve. It looks like it is going to be yellow. He's going to have the yellow face on the D layer. And it is going to be yellow cross for him. A little bit fluid into the ZB. It's a 5.33 for Radislav Martinek. Let's just have a look at the replay here a second. Just inserts those last F2O, or inserts one of his pairs into the back. Just leaves the front 2 slots open. And a very, very smooth ZBLL there. We'll see how he gets on later. Here's Philip Weyer. He's getting a white cross from him. It's a fumble again. It's a 7.01. We're seeing so many fumbles in this final, and it's not exactly what you want to see.
We are. It's the stress getting to them. You would never see them do this in a local competition, and yet when you're put on this big stage, mistakes happen just like that.
Right, let's see how Radislav gets on in this second solve. Obviously, look at the replay there. A little bit of the F moves being used for those last two F2L pairs. Again, the fumble on the A perm. Just has to do that R2 whilst the cube is on the floor. So not on the floor, on the table, my apologies. I'm not sure why it would be on the floor.
Here's Radislav. You can see on his face a lot of nerves. He set a great precedent with that 5.33 on the first solve. Let's see if he can keep up that pace, get another low 5.
Well, there's plenty of pressure going into this. I mean, obviously you're going to be some level of nervous when you've got almost 950 people in front of you, almost 700 in the bleachers in front of behind the 200 or 300 that you've got friends and families and volunteers all have front row seats.
And even more when you add up everyone watching at home.
100%. Radislav just taking his time here. And it looks like he is. Obviously this is the scramble with the free pair of white, which he could preserve.
We have seen every European competitor so far go for white on this scramble.
And Radislav is not one of them. He's going to go for the yellow cross on this one. Oh, it's a little bit of a corner twist there. He hasn't realised there's a corner twist.
No, I think he realised that the solve wasn't going great anyway, so he didn't bother.
It's a bit of a weird one there. It's obviously just locked it a little bit on the OLL, and he just noticed it on the PLL. He just didn't have time. He just couldn't be bothered to swap it around. Obviously, as we know, Philip Weyer is a white-only cross solver, so very, very quick inspection there already. Very, very fluid going into it. It's a 4.94 for Philip Weyer.
The first sub-5 solve from a European this round.
And what a start we have had to our European final so far. Obviously, a very, very quick inspection there. It's a little bit of a lucky OLL, but he gets lucky with the PLL skip, doesn't he, Eleanor?
Yeah, finishing off at 4.94, no AUF on the PLL skip. Great time.
Well, let's have a look and see if Radislav can match it on this solve. Obviously, a big bar to set. If you've got someone like Philip Weyer next to you pulling out a 4.94, How do you think Radoslav is going to be feeling?
So Radoslav, he's put in a really weird position right now because he's got that great 5.33 on solve 1, but he has that DNF on solve 2. That means that any solve right now, it's going to end up counting most likely. He cannot afford another bad solve. That means he has to pull off 3 good performances back to back. There's a lot of pressure that comes with that.
You can see him just trying to warm his hands over the cube cover there and just takes a few deep breaths just to get himself into the zone. It looks like it's going to be a yellow cross if he puts down the D layer. Yes, it will be. Is he going to change last minute? It will be yellow cross, I believe. It is yellow cross. Looks very fluid on the F2L. A little bit lucky on his last 2 pairs. Into the Soon ZB. It's a 6.53. So it's going to be the first counting solve of his average, a 6.53. He's got to try and do everything to avoid that DNF being counted now. Or for that matter of fact, any worse solve than that, which is counted, you know, it's not going to look good for the Polishman, is it?
It isn't. So he went into this competition in Seed 8. He averages around 6.3. This is a little on the worst side for him, but he can bring it back with a couple extra solves. But we're watching Philip solve now.
Very, very fluid. A 6.38 for Philip Vaya. Again, it looks like the white cross only is doing him a big favour so far.
Yeah.
We'll just have a look at the replay here as well. Looks very, very fluid in the first 2. The first 3 pairs sledged in to avoid a .OLL. Leaves a white perm just to finish off there. 6.38 for the German. Let's see how this man gets on. Obviously a lot to prove for the 16-year-old. The seeded 6th coming into this one. An AO12 seed of 6.34 coming into this entire competition. A PR singular 3.96. A PR average of 5.24. Polish champion in 3x3 2023. Could he potentially claw something from this average? At the moment projected a 6.53.
Looks like he's going to do his first white cross of the average.
It is going to be white cross. It looks very, very fluid as he predicted, I believe, a few pairs before. It's a 4.87, and that is number 2 in terms of sub-5 singles, and it's come by these 2, Philip Vaya and Radoslav Martinek. Obviously looks very, very fluid going through the motions for that solve. Just talk us through that as we saw the replay there, Elena.
That was a very, very quick solve from Radoslav. That does mean that he's able to count that 5.33. However, with that DNF, it still could go either way. He could get any average from 5.58. He could get a DNF average.
Here goes Philip Vaya now for his last solve of the average. Little bit lucky on that. Oh, well, I believe it's a H-perm into a 6.53. And that is going to be his last solve. It's a 6.64 average for Philip Vaya. And that is going to place him
just behind James Alonso.
Yes, and we'll see how Radoslav gets on his last solve of his average. Projected a not a WPA, a BPA of 5.58, which at the moment, if it's beaten, will jump James Alonso into first place at the moment. Philip Vaya will sit second, and Anatoly Tarenko of Russia currently sits third projected.
Radoslav is going to need a 6.03 or better to be the fastest European we've seen so far and keep that top seed.
Let's see how he gets on here then. Again, just taking his time. A lot of cubers are going to be doing this, just taking their time, making sure they're ready to go. And of course, the solve is on their terms. Let's see how he gets on. Obviously, a few rotations there. Obviously, considering both white and yellow so far, it looks like he's going to settle for white. It's going to be white cross. It looks very, very fluid going through the F2L. A little bit of a pause trying to recognise the ZB. And as he slams the cube down on the table and saying with his hands, it's a 6.80. Let's just have a look at the slow motion replay of it. Obviously,
please give it up for Philip Vaya and Radoslav Martinek.
Yeah, he had that slight lock-up just before the ZB recognition. Then going into the ZB, he had a second lock-up during the ZB. That could have been a low 6. It's ended up being a 6.8.
Next up, in 12th seed, the Italian national record holder representing Italy, Valerio Locatelli.
A former European finalist coming into this final, finishing 12th in the semi-finals. Can Valerio go better than 10th in 2024?
And in 11th seed, representing Hungary, the Hungarian national record holder, Gergő Zalamona.
Gergő pulled out a great performance in the semi-finals. He is seeded 28th and yet managed to pull into the finals in 11th seed with a 6.23 average. These guys, they tied on average in the semi-finals. There's almost nothing between them. It's all going to come down to how they can perform on this SAP Scrambles.
Well, the main thing that we're going to know about both these competitors is obviously they're both varied in ZBLL styles. Valerio only knows T, U, L and Pi, whereas Gergő knows all of ZBLL. So we'll see how he gets on. Sorry, my apologies. He knows the majority of ZBLL. I didn't know he knows full ZBLL. Right, again, here goes Valerio. It's going to be white cross. It's a very, very smooth OLL into the PLL. It's a 645. So have a look at the slow motion there. Just looked a little bit lucky on his first few pairs. Obviously limiting himself with the F moves. Obviously looked a very awkward OLL PLL case there. We'll see how Gergő gets on in this one. Again, we're just seeing lots of variations. Most people on Scramble 1 are going to be settling for white. And it is going to be white again for the Hungarian. Slow recog on the ZBLL. It's going to be a 769. Obviously 2 starts which weren't exactly as they were planning for, Eleanor.
No, it's really not. These guys, they are very much capable of pulling off a low 6 average. That 7.69 from Gergő, he's going to want to avoid counting that if he wants a shot at taking the top seed where James Alonso currently sits.
Well, yeah, the Hungarian had to double rotate that for that last pair, which might have hindered him a little bit. Obviously took him a while to recognise that ZB2.
Valerio warming up now, ready to start his second solve.
Well, we'll see how the Italian gets on. Only 20 years of age, a third European Championship for him so far. Obviously, white is going to be, I believe, one of the main options in this one. Obviously, having the free pair on the blue and orange one. It looks like a few people are going to be settling for yellow, and it is going to be yellow cross for Valerio. Got onto last layer at just about 3.9. It's a 624 for Valerio. Got onto last layer very, very quickly. It just took a little bit of a while to recognise that ZB, didn't he, Eleanor?
Yeah, that did cost him potentially a sub-6 single.
And also as well, just got very lucky on that arm move as well. Right, let's see what Gergő can do. Going to be yellow cross for him. Very fluid. Can he recognise the ZB very quickly? Yes, he can. A 563 for the Hungarian. Much better compared to his 769. Looked a lot more fluid in this one.
It definitely did. Very consistent performance so far.
Obviously, you had to use that F move. Very, very tricky to finger trick that ZB there. Obviously, got lucky with the free pair. Just a free move insert on that last pair, which made it a little bit easier to recognise his last layer cases. We'll see what Valerio can do on this solve. Obviously coming in 12th in the previous round, as we mentioned before. PL single of 426, a PL average of 568, and AO 12 Siva 5th. Came into this one with an AO 12 of 609.
Valerio has been given a chance to podium of 10%, but he is slightly underperforming. If he wants a shot on that podium, he's going to need potentially very low 6, sub-6.
It looks like it's going to be white cross on this solve for Valerio. Cancel straight from the Olo into PLO, a 539. An incredibly smooth transition there from the Italian. Let's just have a look at the replay here. That triple sexy there, and then just the short OLO into the PLO. Very, very smooth in transition, and that's what Valerio can do on his day, putting out his best single of his average so far. Here we go now with the Hungarian on the orange stage. Looks like it's the yellow cross for him. But it looks like he messes up his cross. Has to do an M2, U2, M2. Goes into OLO, straight into PLL. It's a little bit lucky. It's an 846 for Gergő.
That is going to mean that 7.69 he started off with will be counting. That will put him out of the running for the podium position.
A little bit annoying there. Obviously got a little bit unlucky with his F2L cases. Had a very easy OLL, then had a V-perm to finish off. Got a little bit lucky on the D there. We'll see how the other two can finish off these last two solves.
Two solves left. Valerio, he's got that 5.39 under him now. That could set him up really nicely. If he can avoid counting the 6.4, he could still get himself that low 6, potentially sub 6 average that he's after.
Let's see how we can get on. I believe the majority of people on this solve are choosing a white cross. Only one person has chosen yellow. Well, nobody's chose yellow so far, I believe, so far. It's going to be another white cross for Valerio. Little bit of a time to recognise the CB. A 5.25 though. That is going to count the 5.39. 5.39, 6.24 counting for the Italian.
That's what we're talking about. That has set him up with that high 5, very low 6 average he's after. That will definitely put him in podium contention.
Right, let's see if the Hungarian on this left-hand side, on the orange stage, can match him. You know, it looks like white is going to be the preferred cross colour for most people on this solve.
We haven't seen anyone do a colour outside of white yet.
And again, just starting with the white face on the just in front of him. Looks happy with a 6.08 there. Looks all right in terms of transition-wise. F2O looks okay. Looked very fluid, just utilising that left-handed solving. Obviously a very easy OLO, and obviously I believe it was a little bit of a lucky F move, but very, very happy with that just to finish off with a 6.08. Here's Valerio, a BPA of 5.63, a WPA of 6.03.
He's going to want to get closer to that 5.63 mark if he wants his shot on the podium. He's going to need another low 5 if he wants a shot at that. But we haven't seen the best of performances so far on Sol 5. Let's see if Valerio can turn that around.
Well, let's have a look. He needs a 6.23 to put himself into top spot. Ahead of James Alonso, the Brit, with a 5.96, currently topping proceedings. We're looking for a sub 6.23 or better. It's a white cross again for Valerio. Great centration into the A-pam, a 5.59. And that puts the Italian into top spot, a 5.74 average. And there, Valerio puts himself into contention, doesn't he, Eleanor?
He definitely does. That's our second sub-6 average we've seen of this matchup. And I tell you what, Henry, we are only going to see more.
Well, let's have a look at Gogo's BPA of 6.47, a WPA of 7.41. Let's see how he gets on this one. It's going to be a yellow cross for him, I believe. It's a little bit fluid, just couldn't recognise the OLL quite quickly. A 6.99 to finishes off for Gerger. It's going to be, I believe, a 6.92 average, just shy of sub 7. Slots him into 5th place ahead of Anatoly Tarenko. So it puts Valerio into 1st and Gergu into 5th.
Our first yellow cross on that Sol 5. Looks like he saw something in it that the other competitors didn't. Anyway, that is enough of myself
Everyone
and
please
Henry.
give it up for Valerio Locatelli
Well,
and Gergu Zalamona.
As Eleanor said, that's enough from us two. We're going to hand over to Chris Mills and Sean O'Toole to take us through the last few pairs. Stay with us for the rest of 3x3 finals.
Up next, we have the current European clock champion representing Poland, Antoni Stojek.
A few pairs we have seen, Chris.
And he's the only Ru solver with a sub-4 single. From Russia, Alexei Tsvetkov.
And it's just going to get better. Alexei Tsvetkov, Antoni Stojek, two well-known names in Europe. Let's watch them go head-to-head as they try to dethrone Valerio.
As mentioned by OJ there, Alexei is the only Ru user in this final.
Alexei is so strong at so many events, but has had heartbreak after heartbreak at this competition. Missed one-handed podium after a strong start. +2'd out on the very last solve, costing him the victory in Pyraminx. Still consolation prize of a second place, but Lord knows he wants a victory.
Alexei was our third place finisher in Euros 2024, so he'll be looking to retain his spot on the podium this time.
And Anthony, new to a 3x3 major championship final, but he's got the experience from clock. So a few pauses, solving on yellow cross. 8.13.
Big cheers from the Polish contingent for Anthony. Very, very popular, very well-known cuber now.
Doing an IUD A-perm at the end of that solve. A lot of moves, but can be executed very fast.
Alexei, of course, having been very well known on the scene for many, many years now.
But finally going to see a different method in this final.
Alexei choosing to start with yellow.
Doesn't have the flow, unfortunately. Fast turning through the LSC, but he is not happy. The start wasn't what he wanted. Let's watch back these first couple of blocks. It seemed like the transition into second block just wasn't quite right.
Worth mentioning that our top two finishers so far both had their worst solve on the first scramble.
It's interesting. That's
it's not over yet.
Yeah, both James and Valerio finishing strong. James of that very interesting U-perm choice. Without that, he would have finished with a potentially an average faster than Valerio, but still, I don't think he'll be kicking himself with a sub-6 average. Here goes Anthony for solve 2.
Very fast F12 from Anthony. A little bit of a fumble, but still a 574. He seems very happy with that.
Anthony got a PR average in the semi-finals to make his debut European Championship final for 3x3. So I can imagine he just wants to perform at his best in front of a massive Polish crowd and enjoy this moment after securing his clock victory last night.
Mentioned by Eleanor and Henry earlier, but this room is jam-packed. There are hundreds and hundreds of people in these bleachers.
Barely an empty seat in the crowd.
Alexei starting solve 2.
Just been strong.
704 for Alexei.
Yeah, and he knows that almost puts him out of any sort of podium contention. Got third place in 2024 in Pamplona. An unexpected podium for him. But I'm sure he's hoping he could perform a little bit better than this in this final. Just transition between the steps wasn't fluid enough.
Anthony on solve 3. Looks to be choosing yellow cross here.
8 seconds. 12 seconds.
A lot of rotations.
Yeah, a lot of rotations. A bit locky on PLL there. 909.
That's going to put Anthony out of it, but at least he's got that 5-second solve on the European Championship stage.
I don't think, no matter what happens, or I think no matter what happens in this European Championship 3x3 final, he's going to be happy with his results from this competition regardless, with that clock European Championship secured yesterday.
And
sorry, 2 days ago.
Was it? Oh, whoops.
I know, time flies.
Time flies when you're having fun, and looks like Anthony is enjoying his time up there on the big stage.
Alexei starting solve 3.
Wants any chance to get on the podium, he's going to need to count a couple low 5s.
And it looks like it's not going to happen for Alexei today with a 720.
Alexei is one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet, and he's gone through a lot. That Pyraminx podium was only his second championship podium.
I first met Alexei at a competition in Poland in 2021 when he was a tiny child.
Yes.
And he was the only person that brought his own chairs. Because there was no chairs for us to sit in the company. He had his own table and chairs with him.
All right, here is Scramble 4. Almost everybody has opted for white on this Scramble, and you can see why. Great turning from Anthony at the start. A bit lucky into the T-perm.
On a 674, he will not be happy with that. Bit of a 6-7 for the crowd. Unfortunately. See just a sledge there for that last pair to preserve EO, and a bit of a lucky T-perm to finish.
Yeah, just a lot of hesitation in the transitions between the last slot to OLL and OLL to PLL. Nerves can really affect that. You have to rely a lot on your reaction speeds, and when you're nervous and your confidence is a little bit down, it's hard to trust it, and you're really just trying to make sure you don't get any sort of DNF. Let's see if Alexei opts for white here as a resolver.
Yeah, Alexei has gone with yellow once and white twice so far. So we'll see what he does. Looks like he's opted for white also. And a 698 for Alexei.
It will be a consistent average for Alexei, at least so far, but not the consistent times you would have hoped for. Most of these solves, like, they don't look too bad. They're very minor issues, but there's just minor issues in every single step.
Yeah, they're stacking up and just pushing it just above what we want for Alexei.
This yellow looks like a good scramble. 3 out of 5 of our solvers so far have done that.
Oh, a bit of a fumble at the end there for Anthony. 771. That is going to leave him with a 753 average, placing him just above Anatoly Tonyenko from earlier. Alexei with a BPA of 707 and a WPA of 723. So Alexei will not be taking any podium contention spots here.
He'll be disappointed with this performance, but at least he can go home with a silver medal for Pyraminx. That'll be a bit of a consolation prize, but I don't think he ever would have expected to take home the championship title for that either. Strong start.
597 to finish for Alexei. At least you can say that he got one decent solve on this big stage, and he got his BPA of 707.
Yeah, if you don't get a great average in a final like this, it's always
Everyone
nice to
please give it
finish
up for
strong.
Anthony Stoyak and Alexei Tsvetkov.
Our podium, however, will remain unchanged so far.
Coming up next in 8th seed with the Swiss national record single representing Switzerland, Richard Delacoste.
Rashad coming into this
And
round
in
with a
seed,
PR
the
average.
Dutch national record holder representing the Netherlands, Toine Doulemont.
Toine was the champion of the warm-up competition last week. Lots and lots of cheers for Toine in the crowd, the hometown hero.
Best of luck, finalists.
Rashad at the top of his game in the semi-finals. He beat his PR average by 0.01, 594, and what a time to do it. There were some nice scrambles in that semi-final, but to perform when you know that you're borderline making the finals is so difficult, and Rashad absolutely nailing it there. And he's coming off the back of a second place in 5x5 finals as well. He's got to feel confident going into this, doesn't he?
I think he's had an incredible week. He's got some crazy results so far. He knows he can do it. He knows he can, cause an upset or cause some kind of havoc in these finals. Maybe he can do it again today.
He would need a PR average to take the top spot, however.
A little bit of a fumble there just at the start of this solve. And a 683.
Now, we're going to move over to Tuan, who has been preparing for this very competition for months. And some might say it's been going very well so far, hasn't it?
We have seen some really, really strong results coming out of Tuan recently. He's improved so much in the last 6 to 12 months.
Yeah, he took home the Nations Cup title with his fellow Dutchman the other day, and 4x4 third place. Can he continue that hot streak?
Nice, slow, smooth turning from Tuan, and a 642.
See, Tuan looked a little confused there. He fist pumped because it did look smooth and ZB execution was good, but earlier on in that F2L there was just a few too many minor lockups and wasn't quite turning fast enough for it to be a good time. So yeah, it's interesting to see his confusion there.
Richard starting solve 2.
But as you said before, our current top 2 seeds, Valerio Locatelli and James Alonso, both started with their worst solves of the average. Oh, this is strong.
537 from Richard.
Let's watch back that solve because the F2L efficiency looked incredible. Just so many free pairs preserved. I believe we saw a very similar solution earlier from Władysław. Although Władysław opted to force EO into ZB.
The fastest time on this scramble so far being James Alonso's 5:05 we saw earlier in the first European pair.
Let's see if Tuan can go back to times like that.
We've seen a mix of white and yellow cross uses on this scramble so far. We have seen 4 white solvers and 4 yellow solvers so far.
We haven't seen a single solve out of white or yellow so far. Might only be Timon who does it. Oh, and he's messed up his cross.
He won't be happy with that.
He's going to be counting a 6.4 after the first 2 solves.
He's going to really have to get some crazy times now in the rest of this average to give himself a chance at podiuming.
To give him credit, he fixed the mistake well to put himself back in the solve, but a lock up on that CB.
There. Richard now starting solve 3.
Now, sometimes when you start with a bad solve and a good solve, it puts a lot of pressure because it's kind of like you're doing a mean of 3. If you want a good average, every solve here is going to have to be strong.
Little bit of hesitation there during F2L for Richard, and that's going to be a 737
plus
2. So that's going to count the 683 and likely leave him out of the running for any kind of podiums in this competition.
He would need 2 solves sub 537 to get himself back in the game. Unlikely to see that. Alright, Tuan Delemont not had a strong start, but he's got really good mental game. He's taking his time.
He's certainly not out of it yet. He still has, while he does have a 642 counting, a few good times here, can just pull that right back down to maybe mid-5.
Yeah. And Tuan is so capable. He can get 4-second solves like it's nothing.
.555, big cheers, lots of drums in the crowd for Tuan. It is not over yet. He is here to fight.
He's really hanging in there. This whole solve looked like it was done on the verge of falling apart. He looked so nervous, but he kept it together the entire solve for 555.
With that counting 642 for Tuan, it is going to be difficult for him to take the top spot. And a 548 for Richard.
Now, Richard can stay in third or get to third position with a 6:33 on the last. That would knock off Radosław Marcinek. Toine Delemond, I believe if he gets a 6 or better here, he will have the potential to take third spot.
Of course, it's all going to depend on how our subsequent pairs go, Chris. We still have some pretty big names coming up shortly after this.
Debatably the 4 biggest names in this final.
Yeah, 100%. Toine just going through his warm-up now.
Now, I would suspect that they are timing preparation time here at the European Championship Finals, meaning Toine has 1 minute to prepare, and no longer than that. Making the most of it here.
The crowd's starting to sound a bit restless. Here we go. He's starting his inspection now. We have seen some crazy fast times out of this particular scramble so far. Radosław with a 4:87 earlier.
It's Locky. It's going to be too Locky. And he's out of it.
And that is a 6:50 for Toine.
Confused again. Just too many minor errors throughout the F2L. The ZB recognition and execution was strong, but it was all over by that point anyway. And Toine Delemond, the crowd favourite, will not be on the podium in 3x3 at his home European Championships. But Richard could.
One good solve here. All it might take.
And he's lucky as well.
It's so difficult to keep your head in the game, keep focused. There's so much pressure in this situation. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people watching.
And that is going to give Richard a 6.56 average in the finals. He will slot himself into, at best, 4th seed, maybe 4th seed, at maybe 5th seed, depending on how Toine does on this final solve.
Toine with a 6:16, best possible average. He can overtake Radosław here. However, I think it's unlikely that that will stay at 3rd place with our next 2 pairs.
Here we go, 6.16 best possible average. I think if he got that, he could walk home with a little bit of satisfaction on his performance in this final.
Regardless of performance in this final, Toine should walk home with his head held high.
There we go, the Dutch crowd still supporting their compatriot.
Everyone please give it up for Richard Delacoste and Toine Delemond.
Richard just taking the edge there for that pair.
And once again, the podium remains unchanged, Sean.
Yes, and three very strong competitors coming into this. Valerio Locatelli, James Olondo, Radosław Marcinek. I think we would have been all reasonably confident that one of these people would have been on the podium at the end of this competition. It's just a matter of seeing who.
Yes, we've got the top 4 European seeds coming up next, and it's kind of an interesting seeding. We'll let OJ announce the next 2 shortly, but we're not watching the Theodor-Timon matchup we would have suspected.
This, of course, due to a stellar performance from Kim Roger in the previous round.
Only 2 more matchups left. Who's excited to see the top 4? In 4th seed, he got the 3rd European sub-5 average in 3x3, representing Poland, Olaf Kuzminski.
Big cheers for Olaf from the crowd.
And now we have the European record average holder and the world record single holder with the first ever sub-3, representing Poland, Theodor Zajda!
Massive, massive cheers from the crowd for Theodor. Very much a crowd favourite.
And it's a Polish matchup.
Who would have seen that coming, hey?
Coming into this competition, Poland were seeded first, second, and third. And they're 3 of the top 4. Although Kim Rogger has slotted himself into the second seed for this round. 5.06 national record average, for Norway, beating his previous NR by over half a second.
And I think he can do it again this round.
That would be incredible. I think he will just be stoked to be here. I think he was nervous about making finals in the first place, let alone going against Timon.
There's probably not many more intimidating situations that you can be in than in the final group of a head-to-head final of the European Championships against one of the greatest solvers of all time.
Right, now all eyes on Olaf. Average to beat currently 574. Olaf very capable of doing that, but he's going to have to hold his nerve.
A little bit locky there for Olaf. He won't be pleased with that 659. We can just see in the replay here.
Solving on yellow.
Just that big lockup during F2L.
Too many pauses. Quite a nice ZB to execute fast. A lot of moves. Here goes Theodor straight into it already. Looking at yellow as well.
A little bit of a lockup there at the beginning. And a 580 for Theodor. Big, big cheers.
Once again, we see some below average starts for our top competitors.
This is still the fastest time we've seen on this scramble out of the European competitors so far.
Second fastest.
Second fastest. Apologies, Radosław got the 533. Olaf's being delivered the scrambled for solve 2.
That's 659. Cannot count if Olaf wants to contend with Theodor and Timon. He might be able to get away with it and still make it on the podium, but that is not going to be a goal of his.
It looks like Olaf is opting for yellow cross here. And a 530 for Olaf. That is much, much more like it.
It looked shaky, but the time was fast. Let's watch this back. Yellow cross. A lot of moves at the F2L, but the ZBLS into ZBLL was executed almost flawlessly.
One very, very, very small pause there to recognize ZBLL. He'll be happy with that.
That's a masterclass of ZB solving.
Yep. Theodor now starting solve 2. Also opting for yellow cross. And a 482. That is the fastest solve we've seen so far out of the European competitors in this round.
Wowie, what a solve. Theodor, it's almost confusing how fast he is, but when you look at those transitions between F2L to OLL and OLL to PLL, they almost don't exist. It's like he's saying, transitions.
You can see the future.
What's transitions? It's like he knows what OLL and PLL he's going to get. I think that's really what makes Theodor such a fast 3x3 solver. And he's pacing ahead, his fellow Pole, Olaf.
Olaf trying to hype himself up a bit there. Get ready for that third solve. This is going to be crucial to decide how the rest of this average is going to go.
into this competition. Olaf was the third fastest based on recent results, but he only has a 38% chance of podium based on our statistics, so he still has to perform well.
Very smooth F2L for Olaf. Into ZBLL, 599.
It's going to come down to the last two souls for Olaf, whether or not he can slot himself in a good position to hopefully stay on the podium.
Of course, after this pair, we will know one of our podiumers for this competition, for sure.
Right now, Valerio is still on the top spot for Italy.
.473 for Theodor. Counting that 482, he is here to play.
Incredible once again from the young Pole. Seamless solving, starting on a yellow cross, just turning his way through the F2L, sledging, getting a soon F-perm. No pauses there, no lockups there. Executed flawlessly. And Theodor is almost guaranteeing himself the top spot. But he's going to need to get 2 more fast times if he wants to be confident that Timon won't topple him.
We've seen some fast times on this Scramble 4 so far. Almost everyone opting to solve on white. Will Olaf choose to do the same? .515 for Olaf. Getting to PLL just at that low 4 mark.
So many rotations in this F2L. It's incredible it was still such a fast time. And yeah, the ZB execution getting a nice case.
Olaf WPA tying James Alonso's average. Theodor here now. He will want another very, very solid time on this.
And a fumble.
Oh, and a 7 flat.
That's going to give him a worst possible average of 587. So there's a chance Olaf could overtake Theodor. You could really see the nerves on him there. Did not stop the timer until the cube was solved, however.
Theodor's BPA being 5.12, however, he is going to have to count that 473 to make that happen.
We've seen some good solves on the last. No 4s on it yet.
No matter what, we will be seeing 2 sub-6 averages out of this pair.
That is ridiculous in itself. Olaf needs 657 to stay on the podium.
We've only seen 3 sub-6s out of this scramble so far. Ooh, lucky finish for Olaf. 784, that is going to give him the WPA of 596.
And that will not be a podium finish for Olaf Kuzminski in 3x3 finals. As Valerio and James hold on for at least 1 solve longer.
James and Olaf tied on average, but James takes it on single. Theodor now.
Needs a 661 to take top spot going into the final pair.
That 661 will guarantee his spot on the podium. Incredibly fast turning. And a 575 for Theodor, giving a 546 average, taking the top spot.
But you can tell he's not happy with that. You know Timon can beat it on an off day.
Everyone please give it up for Olaf Kuzminski and Theodor Zeider.
Now, Valerio, James and Theodor will lay in wait to find out their final placing.
Of course, this podium's still anyone's game, with Kim Roger coming in as somewhat of an outsider for the podium before this competition, managing to take that second place spot in round 3. So Valerio and James, anything could happen for both of them. We could see our full podium now. I think it's highly unlikely we don't see something crazy out of Timon, though.
I think James Alonso will be packing his things ready to go home. I think he knows the chances that 596 stays on the podium with these two competitors
Ladies and
are
gentlemen,
very
we
slim,
have one
but it's
more
not nil.
matchup for tonight. Can I hear a big cheer for the top 3x3 competitors? In second seed, managing to get the national record average of 5.06 in the semi-finals. Representing Norway, it is Kim Roger Haraldsen.
And the crowd rose for Norway.
I believe certainly during clock finals.
And finally,
the drum
looking
was a
to
bin.
defend his title as the European champion. Everyone please give it up, representing Poland, Timon Koloszyński!
Timon is one of the greatest 3x3 solvers we have ever seen. The average of his previous 12 rounds being 5.13 seconds.
Best of luck to our top
which is
2 competitors.
Considerably faster than the time we've seen from Theodore.
Yeah, the storyline for this competition for 3x3 finals is, can Timon stay on top? Can he defend against the new guard of the likes of Theodore and the rest of his Polish crowd? And with Theodore's performance of 5.46, it's looking likely.
Kim Roger beginning inspection for his first solve. Kim Roger opting for yellow on this solve, which we have not seen much of this competition.
6.3, good start for him. That's better than he usually averages in competition. He is quite an inconsistent solver. Been put a chance to podium coming into this round with a 5%. Here goes Timon on solve 1.
A 6.07 for Timon. That is going to shake things up a bit.
He messed up the cross, Sean. Opting for green. The first time we've seen a non-white yellow in this finals, and it didn't work out.
You won't be happy with that. Of course, our competitors do not know what they need. I think we saw Timon do a 6.7 there for the crowd.
Would not expect that from Timon, but got to lighten the mood somehow.
Kim Roger just about to begin solve 2.
Reminder, Theodore is currently in the lead with a 5.46 average. Both these competitors looking to top that. Timon especially.
.584 for Kim Roger. Pump with the fist, a nod of the head. He is happy with that time.
Another great solve from Kim. His turning looked alright for most of it, although a bit of a fumble in the middle of F2L. Paused to see if he could recognize the ZB. Didn't know it. Opted for left soon Y-perm.
Timon inspecting for a second solve.
Jumping straight into it.
We saw 482 out of Theodore. Can Timon? A 6.24 for Timon. That is going to count the 6.07. Are we going to see an upset here, Chris?
It could happen, but Timon, his last 2 European Championship finals, he's underperformed, but still managed to sneak the win on the very, very last solve. Seems to be some sort of a mental barrier for him, this European Championship final. But I think 5.4, he can easily get back to that with only a counting 6.07. But it's not going to be easy. Really making it hard for himself, isn't
Yeah, he really is. Kim Roger beginning solve 3.
James Alonso might have some hope once again.
Smooth turning from Kim Roger. They 5.14, counting that 5.84. Big pump with a fist. Norway is going crazy in the crowd.
Kim Roger is on fire. He has nothing to lose. Wasn't even expecting to make the finals, and now he's contending with the podium. Timon has a lot to make up for on this solve.
Smooth F2L into ZBLL. 5.40 for Timon. It's going to take more than that to clinch the win here, Chris.
.489 is what Timon needs on his 4th solve to have a chance. 491, sorry. You need 491 on the 4th, and then better than Theodore's best single on the last. It's doable.
It's doable. It's not impossible. We've seen incredible results out of Timon. This 4th solve, of course, being probably the best scramble out of the set. Kim Roger flying through F2L. 7.04, nod of the head regardless.
I think that's a cheer from the Italians as Valerio Locatelli locks in a podium finish. But he doesn't.
He doesn't. Kim Roger's BPA just comes beneath that 574.
If Timon gets anything above a 491, he cannot win.
And he's going to do it.
He is.
A 4.34 for Timon Koleshinsky. He really, really likes to keep us on our toes, doesn't he?
He does. What more could we dream for? It's going to come down to the final solve, Sean.
4.92 for Timon to win. Wow. I have no words.
Me neither. I don't know what to say.
Timon loves to torture us like this.
He's really putting the heart rate up of everybody in this room. And Kim still has a potential to get on the podium, does he? He does.
No. I don't think he does.
He does if...
A 577 BPA. It will all depend on Timon's final solve, actually. Ah.
Not going to do it. Messed up the OLL.
9.43. Big fist bump for Kim Roger. 6.40. Still an excellent performance for him.
He can go home happy. But now we move on to the final solve of the European Championship. Timon Koleshinsky, reigning European champion. He needs a 492 or better to take home the title. Let's watch and wait.
Timon still not guaranteed a podium.
And Theodore Zeider is your European champion!
We might not see Timon on the podium.
Your new European champion,
590. Theodor Zeider in first, Valerio Locatelli in second, and an upset with Timon Koleszinski in third place.
Timon has officially been dethroned by Theodor, and an upset second place finish from Valerio. The Italians are going absolutely wild.
Wow. What a way to finish a final.
The crowd chants Theodor's name. I really thought Timon was going to do it.
It looks like we'll be getting an interview now in a moment.
You can see the disappointment on Timon's face. He just couldn't quite handle the nerves on in that final.
Timon still has a lot to take home from this competition, sweeping 4x4, 5x5, 6x6 and 7x7.
And we'll wait to get Theodor up for an interview. Looks like we might have a quick chat with Timon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please get up for one of your podiumers in 3x3, Timon Koleszinski. Timon, you looked a little bit disheartened, but you tried everything you could out there, didn't you?
Yep, I mean, tried everything I could, just didn't work out. The scrambles were really, really tough, especially the first two, so congrats to Theodor on a really good performance.
Yeah, and obviously, you had you know, the 6 count, didn't do you any favours. Did you feel a little bit of the pressure coming towards you at the start of the average?
Yeah, I mean, I think once I got the first 2 solves, it was almost easier, because in a way I thought it was over. I'd have to do something insane to clutch it back. But then, you know, just the last solve, it fell apart, so.
Obviously, your fellow Polish compatriot Theodor, just a few words on him for me. Obviously, how happy are you? Well, I wouldn't say you're obviously happy yourself, but how good is it to see another Polish competitor, obviously, you know, you share the podium with?
Yeah, I mean, it's really great to have a challenge in Poland, so I'm glad he's here and glad he won it. Glad Poland has 2 people on the podium, and congrats to Theodor again.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Timon Koleszinski.
Looks like we're going to get an interview from Theodor now.
Theodor does speak a bit of English, but we will be getting some translation from our fellow commentator, Piotr.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 3x3 European champion, Theodor Zeider! Theodor, you are the youngest ever European champion in 3x3 in history. Just tell me how you feel about that.
Yeah, sure.
I feel unreal, like that's crazy for me. I was thinking I will be second, so that's crazy.
You've had a world... You've had a world record already this year, the first sub-3 single in history. You are now European champion. Can we expect anything more from you this year, or do you think that, you know, well, let's just talk to us about what you could potentially see from yourself later. Obviously, you've had so many achievements already this year. Just talk to us about potentially what are your goals towards the back end of this year?
To get WR average in 2x2.
Just WR average in 2x2. And do you think, from your side, do you think that's achievable? Do you think that's something that you can do?
Yeah.
Fair enough. You've heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. And just one more thing for myself, Theodor. Have you got anybody else that you want to thank? You've got plenty of your friends behind you, as you can see. You've got, I think, your family in the crowd as well. Just tell us anybody that you want to thank.
Thank you for my family and for friends. Thank you.
Theodor, we'll let you go. Once again, everyone, your 3x3 European champion, Theodor Zeider!
I still don't think Theodore can quite believe it.
I think it's going to take a couple of days to settle in. He is the best 3x3 solver in Europe.
It is hard to claim otherwise. European record average, world record single, European champion. What more can you ask for from the young Pole? Well, a 2x2 world record average, apparently.
Yeah.
He seems very confident that he could do that. All right, well, that is it from Sean O'Toole and myself, Chris Mills.
Competitors.
Thank you so much for listening. We will see you again next European Championship.
It's been a pleasure.